that price.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll see. I think there's definitely still going to be one at some point, whether that is now two or, I mean, we were talking to Frank on Thursday. He was even mentioning the possibility of a third, maybe out the window at this point. We'll see what CPI brings. Remember, next week, coming up just on Wednesday, we'll get CPI and the Fed. But yeah, let's recap for anyone just jumping in here a little bit late. Much higher than expected, 272,000 print there for May. Non-farm payrolls, 151. Was the forecast, consensus 185. So yeah, huge upside miss, 4% on the unemployment rate for May versus 3.9% expected. So across the board there, guys, to the upside we go once again.
Wow. So who saw that one coming? Oh my goodness. Like, just when you think the first thing out of my mouth is going to be, who cares about the number as expected? Let's talk about the meme craze, and let's talk about NVIDIA, and let's talk about Apple. And all of a sudden you get that number. Look, there's nothing great about that, because all it's going to do is sort of push down the expectations of when we get that cut. The 19,000 level in the NASDAQ is at least bounced, so I suppose that would be a good thing temporarily. But I see this. It's going to be hard to like longs after seeing that. So good thing there's some things that were weak yesterday, like NVIDIA. We'll see about AMD. I'm still not completely convinced there. You got the WDC event, and we were just sort of talking, can Apple actually punch through highs before, or did it need to already do it? So I'd be shorting Apple in front of it's like 52-week highs at like 99 something, and then 97 is a resistance level. NVIDIA just took 1,200 again.
Oh, no.
It did on the number, and then it just kind of took it a second time here. So yeah, on the economic number, it went down to like 93, bounced back, and it just took 1,200 a second time. So yeah, look, obviously this is going to be not what everyone anticipated. That said, there were already weakness in a lot of these names, these big cap tech names. Some of them were pretty weak yesterday, and I think you just go right back into that. Well, at 12 o'clock, we get Roaring Kitty. We'll see what he says. But strategic move by GameStop to drop their earnings early, thus allowing them to file for an offering, so they can take advantage of all of this craze.
Yeah, good move there. And then we're going to see, I mean, here goes GameStop right now trying to get back into those lows one more time, trying to break through 38. That bottom here, 36, or 37. The sticky note's going to be out in a couple seconds right now as we work on it. But yesterday I tweeted out near midnight or so, but it was 8 o'clock and we stopped trading in and around $61, $62. And then here's a pushback right back down into 38, 37. We'll see if it can hold 36. That's the 50-period moving average. This is something that I'm looking at. GameStop has to be on your mind. I paid for shorts. They're virtually free over here. So another thing to do. And yeah, ready to go. I mean, it's going to be a Friday. I feel like this could be a free-fall Friday. That number there, like, what the heck are we doing adding 100,000 extra jobs or whatever that report was there that I was watching, trying to find out what this market's doing. Unemployment rate stays the same at 7.4 for May. But yeah, I mean, GME is going to be on my mind today. I also like Apple heading into next week's WWDC conference. We'll talk about that, I'm sure. And then, of course, as Neil just mentioned, I was like, what? It broke through 1,200, but it was only, I remember it was at 1206 or something when I looked at it earlier. So not a huge move there, but we'll see what happens here with NVIDIA as it's starting to go lower. And then AMD, just a quick check on this name as well, 166. So, hey, maybe today we start to go a little lower.
Yeah, we were just talking about yields across the board, back to the upside here in a pretty big way. I mean, the 30-year was down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days in a row. So better part of 0.5% here, back higher across the board. I mean, they're not monster moves on this, to be expected on an upside print, but the dollar higher, yields short term right through the 30-year, all back to the upside, not going to help the market at this point as well. I just saw AMC pop up here in front of me as well, 8.6%. We'll keep an eye on all things with short percentages. I saw NVAX flying around this morning as well off that move yesterday. If you remember, we were talking about NVAX in the pre-market here. There's an IPO today.
Oh.
As if we didn't have enough to think about and talk about and worry about. WAY is coming to market to the tune of, there's obviously nothing to show right now, but to the tune of about $1 billion worth of an IPO here for Waystar.
Yeah, not a company that I've heard of, Brendo, but definitely we'll have eyes on that on the midday How to Trade show. OB in today for Adara. If it launches during the midday, we will definitely have that covered. These IPOs are great. We got Zeekr a few weeks ago live on the midday as well, so we'll keep eyes on this one.
Yeah, Adara enjoying a couple of days off here, much deserved for her. I hope she has a nice long weekend. I think it was 25 to 35. I'll double check on that on the pricing of that. It's obviously not showing anything now for Waystar, guys, but remember this live stream coming up at 12 o'clock. Typically IPOs are 12 p.m., if not later.
I feel like they picked the wrong day to IPO.
Why would you? I mean, Friday seems weird to begin with.
Usually it's midweek. That's the normal thing. IPOs tend to be on Wednesdays if they're big. End of the week, NVIDIA split, GameStop going crazy, Apple after. Yeah, maybe, I don't know, maybe there'll be like less eyeballs on it, and then that can somehow, there's less resist. You know what, I have no idea. I don't know what to make of this, because a lot of times when it's a decent size, I'll be sitting there ready to take an open fill, but it's probably going to open up. There's nothing to see here, but it's probably going to open up, and what's going to happen is GameStop will be in the middle of Roaring Kitty saying whatever he's going to say, making his case, or talking about how he's still holding. GameStop could be halting multiple times. Like, I feel like if I'm looking at something that isn't GameStop, it's going to be AMC. It's going to be BlackBerry like yesterday. It's going to be maybe Novavax or one of these other squeeze names that can make a move. Like, everything else is going to be moving, and if GameStop goes into a Hulk craze, I'm going to look for things that are related to it. It doesn't mean you can't play the IPOs. If IPOs are your game, that's what's so fantastic about the market. You know, pop up way, we'll see where it opens up. We can always get the tap value for you and get an idea of what the indicated open is going to be and what the open interest. But it's, you know, it's hard on a day like today if you're not into, you know, like the moving stocks and trading squeeze names or big cap tech, because I feel like a lot of eyeballs and the volume and volatility is going to be right there. And we're right back at 19,000 on the NASDAQ, so that little fall is continuing here in the overall market. Right back into those lows. I'm just going to double check. I wanted to see how Apple was doing. I hadn't really checked that yet. Apple still, it's close enough. Still close enough. I don't think we'll see the resistance from the top. I'll change our plan of action because would have liked to have shorted off of the last 2 days' highs. But with this move, probably going to have to start thinking about 95 and a 95.5 and move the goalposts a little bit with that that payroll number. Wow.
Yeah, that's what, I mean, we just sort of flipped our script as well. We put out the sticky note out here, and we had some long ideas in here. Apple, GameStop, Tesla, Palantir, Robinhood. And then, of course, I just added to that as well because we wrote this note before the jobs report. Now much hotter, the market's heading lower. So we're going to sort of have some extra names. So if you are on the sticky note, I put some other names here, AMD and NVIDIA. I think if the market's going to head lower, we'll probably see some flushes there. Then a nice top level for Tesla, up at 179 for a possible shorter. Then Google coming into 180, may have to start that around 178. So a couple new ideas there. 5, 6, 7, 8 of them on the sticky note, both long and shorts here, because yeah, I think it's over with now. I think that move here is not good at all. I mean, it's just signaling that, hey, maybe instead of getting those 2 cuts, maybe now we'll get 1. Maybe they push the can down a little bit further down the road here, and we don't get that instant rate cut coming in the next couple meetings. Who knows when, but I don't know, man. Breaking through this 19,000, that's what we were going to be using today as support. So that support is gone. I mean, it's perfect because we're going to have Michael Noss coming through. And I mean, who else to talk about different levels of concern? But again, we've seen markets hit tops and pull back down in, you know, and today I think we're just giving the market reasons to do that. You know, I mean, sometimes it doesn't need reasons. I mean, sometimes you get CEOs signing stuff, you know, on where they possibly shouldn't be. Sometimes you get Forbes, which Michael's talked about that, coming out with pictures on, you know, covers of magazines that signal tops. So let's see. I mean, we're getting a nice push down. The NASDAQ's down 0.5%. But the resilience of the market continues to be true. And I mean, we could be up 2% by the time this market closes today, or we could be down 2%.
I have a feeling we might not be up to.
No, I mean, not with that number. I'm flipping to shorts. Like, I was bidding Apple. As soon as that number came out, I was bidding Apple 193. And then, I mean, I put the bid in there, and then the number came out, and then I was like, oh, that's worse. I instantly hit escape, and now we're coming back down to the downside. So that could break for sure.
85 on NVIDIA.
Yeah, Tesla down here at 173. I really like that level. And then I guess, here we go again, everybody. NVIDIA starting to lose rate now pretty good in this pre-market. They lost 1,200 going down to yesterday's level. We were here yesterday. This is when we had that $30 winner, and it bounced right here. Yesterday, it bounced right here. We were short 1223 yesterday, and we got it out down here. Here goes the break, lower, 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 lower. This market, do we have that red one? I only have the market.
Hilarious.
Oh, here we go. This is the market red, right?
Yep.
Yeah, there it is.
I had an offer actually already out for before the number that I will cancel. Because AMD, I thought if the market went up, I was going to short 171. It's time to cancel that, or no, I just cancel it now. Like, what are we even thinking about? Like I said, you have to move the goalpost when a number like this happens. It's getting nasty. But we got Michael. I know he's going to be excited for 12 because I can't think.
He's locked and loaded for GME.
Look,
baby.
I can't think of a single trader,
Right.
not one,
Yeah.
that will be more excited for
No.
Warren Kitty at 12.
But thing is that no, in all honesty,
No, I
Michael,
don't.
Michael was
I
on.
know.
No, but he was on with me Monday night, and we had mentioned trading GME as well.
Yeah.
I mean, it does look decent. He did talk about looking at GME, so I'm sure he does have some thoughts. But I mean, we just keep rambling on when we have a perfect guest waiting. So let's go back to the desk.
I'm chuckling, Michael Noss, because of the email you sent me this morning that so clearly described your sentiment towards this day today. So feel free to share if you like. I'll leave that up to you.
Absolutely.
You wanted to talk a little bit about earnings and holes that have been created in gaps because of said earnings.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So first of all, that email was, "Hey, I've got something for you that's not about this, failing retailer and this cat guy." I think that's something to that respect. So, again, I feel like every trader that comes on anywhere has to talk about GameStop. I'm just going to say the same thing I said, all of the other kind of pump and dumps and craziness that's gone on. Just have a plan, right? Understand it can drop 50% in a minute. No one knows what's going to happen with this stream. It could rally 200% in a minute. So, just have a plan. YOLO responsibly is all I have to say about that. But yeah, this is my favorite time of quarter. I come every quarter with this particular scan that I absolutely love. Again, you can email me or you can go to info@trade-ideas.com, email them. My Twitter's right there as well. You can reach out and we get the scan. But the idea behind this is very, very simple. And again, I just love this setup. The day traders, the guys that you watch every day, they love the day that earnings comes out, and maybe the next day, and then if it's really crazy, maybe the following day. Swing traders like me want to see earnings for a long period of time go by. And the reason for that is that you generally get these nice setups. So I'm someone who I'm purely technical. There was some number that just came out. I have no idea what it is, and I don't know, what the effect is on it. I don't follow the fundamentals at all. But I know there's people that do, and I know the fundamentals are important. Just because I don't follow them doesn't mean I don't think they're important. It's just I don't know anything about them. So what I'm able to do within Trade Ideas is say, show me everything that reported earnings, anywhere between, let's say, 5 and kind of 20 days ago. So in that month period, and they're up from in that period of time, in that 5 or 20 day. And what I get is a scan that shows me all kinds of names, some of which look great and some of which not so much, but names that reported earnings and are up. And the simple trading setup that I love with this is that you just find patterns for these continuations. The idea being that if after earnings the stock pulls back, there's some sort of support in there, there's somebody buying, somebody who understands this change in fundamental, some sort of large institution, and then we get a break in the direction of the trend, then we get to ride on the coattails of all of the work that all of these fundamental analysts do by being technical analysts. So on all of these cases, you'll see this vertical yellow bar. That's the earnings date. And what I'm looking for is some sort of consolidation or pullback that looks like it's holding, and then a break in the other direction. So The one we have up here, for example, is Fiverr. Again, you can see that that yellow vertical line, nice gap up, ran for a couple days, showing that there were some people chasing this momentum, pulled back into, this 25-ish area. You can see that was support before. So if this breaks out today or tomorrow with what the market's doing right now, then I'm going to look to buy this one. And again, my stop goes under this line to say, okay, if that area of support that the fundamental people are putting in, if that leaves, it's time to go. So the next one here is TEVA. TEVA, this one's really strong. You can see that earnings candle. It opened right at the low of the day, and then it ran all day, and then ran for about a week after. And now it's just been consolidating ever since, putting in this very typical triangle. Again, I love these because you can take the fundamental analysis and the change in fundamentals that occurred, and we can just apply basic technicals. Like this is just an ascending triangle. I'm sure everybody who's read any technical analysis book knows exactly what this is. So we're just looking to see if the upper end of this triangle breaks, and then the lower end would be our stop loss here. Next one is ASC, shipping company. And just important to note, if I see themes when I'm going through these scans, I like to point them out. A lot of shipping companies reported positive earnings and broke in the direction of this trend. So, maybe a shipping index or something is something you want to take a look at. Just, again, a nice downward channel here. About $23 or so would be the breakout on this one. 4% short float, but that represents 2 days to cover. So we know those shorts might be hurting a bit. So that could be a little bit of a pop if we get that move. That's a nice slow moving one. Next one is PSFE. No, PaySafe. This is a European or a British company, I guess. Just gapped up and then consolidating. So again, what I'm looking for is that as it pulls into the gap, there's buyers that step in, and we've seen that twice now. So looking for this to break, and that's about, I think, 18-ish a share would be the break on that. Last but not least, this is one that's more of kind of a pullback play. This last chart here on Goose, on Canada Goose, GOOS. They make coats. I like the look of this one, not so much the range that's going to break, but if we anchor a VWAP, which is where I drew the line to, if we anchor a VWAP right before that gap, it's pulling back into that VWAP. So I really like the look of that, because if we find support there, we can get a nice little pullback. And I circled above that this one has a 25% short float and 12 days to cover. So if we do end up getting support there and pushing higher, the shorts that were trapped as this earnings gap happened, they may be forced to cover. Who knows? Maybe some Reddit phenomenon will come out and talk about Canada Goose next, and we'll be all talking about Canada Goose all day, every day.
This gives us a little bit of an opportunity on that Goose chart there to talk about something that we've had some questions on in the past. In that case where you have an anchored VWAP, 200 period, whatever, that the stock is pulling back into, it's worth mentioning, we're not sitting there with an order just waiting to step in and buy at that line. You want to see confirmation first.
Yeah, and I think Brian Shannon says this the best. He says, don't buy the dip, buy the strength after the dip. So we're looking for a pullback. And then if you're someone who zooms into a more intraday chart, maybe you're looking for strength on that chart. For me, I'll use something like a 30-minute chart. And if I see us bouncing and starting to move off that level, that's where I'll take more of a trade. It won't just be because it hits that price. That's where I want to get involved. It's, I love the quote, don't buy the dip, buy the strength after the dip.
How much attention, if any at all, do you pay on the other side of the equation here? The ones we looked at, obviously all gapping to the upside, holding higher. On a day like this, when we get a miss on the NFP number, the market appears to be headed to maybe a weak end to the week here. Are you looking at any of these types of setups to the downside as well?
I don't think there's anything wrong with that if you are someone who likes to swing short. I personally, and this is just from running my stats over years, I'm just not good at swing trading to the short side. And the asymmetric risk of a gap up versus a gap down just makes me a little bit nervous. So if what I'm generally going to do, if I'm worried about the market pulling back, I am going to probably take that trade in some sort of ETF that eliminates that gap risk. So I will, either buy in double inverse or triple inverse for a couple of days, or, take that in something that I'm not worried that it's going to, gap up 1,000% or something on myself. So you can do it. I would just say if you are going to short and you're going to swing short, you just need to understand that asymmetric risk. So just size accordingly. Maybe take your shorts a little bit smaller than you would your long.
Great stuff as always as we, I mean, there's still earnings, but we're getting to the end of the major ones anyways for this reporting season. Michael Noss, have a great weekend. We'll speak again on Monday.
Talk to you soon.
Thanks as always, Michael. And you know, there's a name I know that just reported that that phrase of "don't buy the dip, buy the strength after the dip" certainly applies to, and that would be CRM. You know, sometimes it's like really, really obvious, and when I look at this chart, because I pulled it up, I'm like, what's CRM doing today? Is there a trade? Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. But you know, there's your dip. If you tried it on the first day, kind of nasty, but look, the second day, obviously that's going to be the biggest move to the upside. However, if you look at the strength after, you gap up, you then hold the gap, right? So there's resistance, there's a late day close, then you support that, you support it for a couple of days in a row, and then you've got the long off 230, like double bottoms off 230, and you've got that support level over previous resistance, allow it to make a bottom, join said bottom, and it's just been gently trending up. Did pretty well yesterday to hold on to some of those gains. You don't always have to get the best price. If you're with the trend, it's a lot better than trying to start the trend because the big money is going to usually determine where all that happens anyway. So you might as well follow as opposed to try to anticipate. There was a decent bounce there. I chuckle because we're right back at 19,000 on the futures, but NVIDIA did manage to get back up to like 1190, 1192, where it's trading now, and then the NASDAQ as well, pressing right back into the 19,000 level. So maybe that support at 19,000 can turn into some resistance. Still a long way to go to the open, over 30 minutes to go, so you want to be patient. Does feel as if that 19,000 is going to be a big level regardless. You know, if it's not support, then it's still a level for us to use. It's like 12,000 on NVIDIA. If it's not going to be a support level today, after it broke out there yesterday really, really late in the day, then maybe it turns into a resistance level we can trade off of.
I was just saying to Neil, it's a PA day here in Toronto. My daughter's at the Blue Jays clinic, so got the Blue Jays hat on. Hopefully she'll send a picture. And she's already met 4 or 5 of her friends from the league already there today. So it's going to be a good day. It's supposed to rain, but I think it's going to be all good now. Yeah, look, I don't know. Now I'm kind of changing my tune again. Like the fact that the market's not really going down. I mean, I thought we were going to really get going, especially when we broke that 19,000. But the fact that we're all the way back up to here now makes me think, I don't know. Maybe some of the levels that we talked about are going to be good to go, like that Apple down there at 193. I mean, we just bounced off 193.50. Maybe that's going to be good. Tesla got that dip back a little bit lower as well. And then Google was a name that I was debating going short on because it's just at these, again, psychological level of 180 and highs. I mean, this just looks like Apple again, but Apple at least has... Uh-oh, where'd that chart go? Apple at least has the WWDC there, but here's Google right here. I like this level to go short against a bad, what was a great jobs number, but potentially bad for the market there coming through of 180. So, you know, there's a couple trades here that I'm looking at that will take hands off. We still have 25, 35 minutes until the market opens. So let's see what happens. We're just bouncing now through 19 back to the downside. So that's nice. So bouncing off 19 to go lower. Not nice for, you know, longs, but I think nice to be able to flip short at some point here. And then NVIDIA held at 1180, right? So there it is, right? Almost the same level as yesterday. Like, so despite getting that number and a possible change in tide here, we still bounced $3 off of yesterday's low. So let's see. This is going to be a wild, wild day, and we're going to get to it, but like GME right here is pumping like it's already done 40 million shares. Like this is going to be something today, man. I mean, look at the prints going through here. It's nonstop. This stock is going to be absolutely, I mean, 12 o'clock. Are we just punching long at 1150 and seeing what happens? Like, I mean, it's going to be insane what this stock winds up doing. I mean, imagine he comes on live and says, I cashed out yesterday of everything at 43 or something like that. I doubt that's happening. But all right, let's go on back to the desk here. We have, you know, again, 35 minutes till Friday.
That'd be a hell of a troll if he did that.
Something's going to happen. Yeah. We should see. All right, analyst moves time. Here's some upgrades and downgrades for you. Lyft, a couple of days in a row here. Bank of America today with a nice note on Lyft. Shout out to ON. If anyone has ever tried their shoes? My wife just bought a pair. She loves them very much. So,
Really?
yeah, decent for running specifically. Anyways, SoFi, American Express, Affirm, Discover, all downside.
I just saw that. I mean, I saw SoFi over there, and I'm like, really, SoFi? Like, you don't need to slap a downgrade on the stock when it's already not doing anything. That's not fair. But Affirm could be a bit interesting today. Look, if it's going to be a weekday, and obviously a lot can change from now until the open. As Sean mentioned, we can regain 19,000, all that good stuff. But when I look at the range, this is not that complicated. It's got a 30 bottom yesterday, 30.15, and then closed right up there like $1 higher. And if you look at the way that it's traded, with the exception of, it looks like Wednesday here, you've been trading inside a range. Like, it's been giving you, there's a support at 28.5 that holds for a while. There's resistance at 30 that holds for a while. So this could be a stock where if it just gets to the top and you want to short something, 31.30, the downgrade doesn't really matter to me. It's just about observing the range before. We saw this happen with Rivian, where Rivian just for whatever reason decided that it wanted to play inside the same range for like 3 days in a row. And if you just bought the bottom and sold the top, you just won. So I think Affirm is kind of looking the same way. Although I'd still lean to shorting it at 31 as opposed to long 30. But cross that bridge when we get there. Rivian, despite being down 1.8%, 11.50, it's on that march to $12.
Is this good report payroll surge more? Hello, Sean. Is this good report payroll surge more? Hey, what's up, CompuCare? Yeah, surge. I mean, I think it just shows how strong the economy is again, which might lead to believing that, or at least the jobs market there, strength, and therefore a possible pause in the cutting of rates, which everybody's looking for. So that's why, I mean, I thought a hot number coming in would create a downside push. I mean, that is exactly what happened, but it's being bought up, and it might be because of what you're saying there. It's like, is that not just encouraging for the economy? And yeah, probably. I mean, the market already doesn't care. And by the way, there's a whole bunch of D-prints going through now at $62, $63. Like, I don't know what's going on now on GameStop. I'm not charting them. And I don't know if
it's all this overnight stuff.
Yeah, it's all. I'm just letting people know. Like, if you're seeing that on your platforms, like I don't see it on eSignal or Trade Ideas or anywhere, but I'm just looking at it. And part of the volume that's going through is listed posts that aren't even trading. So could be, I don't know what it is, Blue Ocean late reporting. I don't know, but anyways, lots of $64, $65 marks going through there. But yeah, look, so. This is going to be something. We've already marked down here on the sticky note today that we liked 36. 36 already came in and held 3 or 4 times. Since we wrote the note back here at 8 o'clock, it's held there. It's the 200 period. It's held twice. We should probably be long down here in and around 36. But let's wait to see what happens here with GameStop. Might take a position if we get that dip one more time. I hate all these prints, though, going off. That's sucky. But all right, let's go back over to the desk and see if GameStop can dip back in one more time.
All right, let's do a quick recap here. Lots of people joining us this morning. Good to have everyone. If you're new, hi. We do this every single day. The market's open. Here we go. Non-farm payrolls for May, 272,000, much higher than the 185 expected for last month. The unemployment rate ticking higher as well, 4% versus 3.9%. So, yeah, I mean, overall, great for people getting jobs, obviously. Market not going to look at it as positively, hoping for rate cuts to come in the near future here. Participation rate, notably, did actually go down. So 62.5% versus 62.7% expected there. Not that that means much, but all right, let's get a look at the overall market.
All right, guys, we closed out yesterday on the ES June contract at 53.64. We were hovering at those levels for a couple of days. That takes us back to all-time highs that we put in on May 23rd. So to the high side, let's go ahead and say the closing print from yesterday, because we're well below it right now, 53.65. To the low side for support, you can see we consolidated at this level from May 30th to June 4th at 53.10. If we keep going down, look for support at that 10-point level.
All right, if you have not done so yet, make sure you grab that. It's free from us to you every single day. It comes right to your inbox. You just go to the website, enter your email into the pop-up, and that's about it. Let's talk about GME, top of everyone's mind this morning. Earnings? And then they also file for this potential $70 million offering as well. So huge, huge monster run up, not only into the close yesterday, but after the fact, after the market closed yesterday, all the way to $67 at the high. You were saying you were having a look at it in the post market on overnight trading, but that's crazy. Ends the day, what was it? 46, goes all the way to 67. We're right back to 35 here this morning.
I want to participate in the hype, Brendo, and
Good
there
for
was
you.
plenty of hype yesterday. Traded this one right into 8 p.m. at the close, and then I just didn't have enough. Got onto the Blue Ocean gateway there, which trades 24 hours, and traded very hard trading on Blue Ocean. Can't really see the level 2 all that well. All right, net sales here, what Sensei reported earnings, 881 million. That's down 29% year over year. That's their net sales. Year over year change in sales. They were looking for 900 million to 1.09 billion. They missed that. It's a $32.3 million net loss for profitability. So nothing really has changed fundamentally with the company, Brendo, but trading wise, we all know that doesn't matter.
Well said.
Fundamentals don't matter. No, but that's actually 100% true.
Not in this case. Well, no, fundamentals matter in this case. That's why it's down, right?
Okay, they matter, but when we're trading, it's not like, yeah, I know, you're absolutely right. Like, the fundamentals do matter. The key thing about the offering, or at least the earnings, why they came out, is because they got to do it so they can do that offering, or at least want to file it. So it's basically just filing that 75 million. At the end of the day, I'm going to divide this into two. Like, this is pre-market to open to Roaring Kitty, and then during Roaring Kitty, and then after Roaring Kitty. I have no idea how long his stream is going to be, but let's just imagine that he ends it in like an hour. Who knows? So in the pre-market, I don't want to get too wrapped up. I was looking at 35 and 32 a little bit. 32 I thought was going to be a bit of a dip. I did trade it a lot earlier at the 40 level, which actually wasn't great because I didn't scalp, and I actually got stopped out, thought I had the bottom. But I want to try for breakouts and like a post-halt off the open. I've said this before, but today I really think there's going to be a chance of a halt this morning off the open, and I want to play the first one. So I actually just remembered, I hadn't even paid for low case till Sean said it. I'm like, oh yeah, I know it's forgetting to do something. But if this halts to the upside off the open, I'm taking the first halt. If it halts to the downside, I'm not convinced that I want that halt to the downside, because it's likely it'll be at a support level that I want to dip into. But I'm looking for breaks like yesterday in the afternoon. I prefer breaks. Give me consolidations higher. And after the open, I think you are going to see a couple of halts today on the stock.
All right, so we're already in the money, almost $2 right now. So, I mean, this is part of the trade. We're in the money. We posted it. It's on the sticky note. We said that 36 held, so we're going long, and we're long right now, $1.50 in the money. I mean, we could take it out here. Let's hold it, right? I mean, $40. We could take a piece out at 40 and then see what winds up happening, once he steps on the mic. But like I was just saying to Rivian Millionaire, he's like, hey, hold until he comes on. Yeah, it's just a matter of getting stopped out. It's not... I'm not looking or chasing P&L here or anything. This is just a matter of we want to get long the stock, and now we're $1.70 in the money and probably up good enough. Who knows where the day is going to be today, but this is a decent trade already here in the pre-market. We got it twice. But again, this could fall back in, right? And so I think if you're trading these names, you have to figure out what pocket you're in. And I mean, like Neil said, there's going to be lots of trading opportunities here today. If you want to hold it, hold it. If you want to scalp out that $2, it was just there for you. And then you're going to look back and say, oh, well, now I can get long again. This is the game. It's people are going to buy and sell this thing. It was bad. Report was not great. 75 million share offering, bad. So, I mean, it was up at $60. Then the news came out. Now it's back down to $40, right? More news going to happen at noon. When you get the largest activist, let's call it like it is, in the name coming out, right? Dan Loeb can come out and pen a letter to anybody he wants and say, I believe the value of Chevron is too low. I'm loading up on the stock. He could say that, right? So this is what Roaring Kitty's doing, and we're going to hear his case for it, I guess, at noon. He's not registered anywhere. We don't have to take his advice if we don't want to. This is just a posted position. So let's see what winds up happening. I'm feeling confident putting something near $40. If it rips up to that level, then hey, it will be a money stream deck was working before. It will be a money-making opportunity. So let's wait to see. Let's put an offer at 40. If we get a piece out there, we get a piece out there, and then we just watch it climb from that point. So, I mean, so far so good. We're long at $37. It's at $38.50, so that's a win.
Pushing 2 on the relative volume scale already for AMC, north of 25 million shares traded already at 907 here. So, I mean, the charts look identical. Trying to bounce above 545.
Yeah, moving in sympathy, obviously, with the AMC. So you got to keep your eyes on these meme stocks. Keep your eye on the heavily shorted names, because once one runs, you can see movement in others. There's no real headline here for AMC, obviously, but there was that summer movie thing that they announced a few weeks ago, I believe, where the family can go and see a bunch of movies for a discounted price.
Yeah, another one active here. I mentioned this one earlier. Was I mean, it's not going to follow them one-to-one, but heavily shorted, as you were mentioning, 33% almost for NVAX. Had a nice flush there early on this morning. It's trying to get back to the upside. Higher than 2 already, guys, relative volume speaking here for NVAX today.
I'm sticking with the thesis the last couple of days and weeks with this GameStop and these other meme names, and that's look for longs on GME, look for shorts on others when GME goes down. So if we do get, if we get a down halt on, let's just say GameStop down halts right away at the open, if there's a chance to quickly grab a reasonable short on AMC, which I've paid for, then you see a resistance at 550. So let's imagine we're here at the open and GameStop flushes, starts going into a down halt, and you can still short like in here, 30s, like 40, something tight to that level, and then scalp it. Like that will be the plan of action for me. BlackBerry's not going to go up, so I don't think we get that one. Novavax might be a different story here today, but I'll look at AMC first. But imagine if that was at $20 and curling or something, and GameStop falls apart, and GameStop's in a halt, and you can't trade it. Then a tight little short in there, risking 30, 40 cents, whatever, and that it comes back down can be great. And it works the same way with a break. If GameStop breaks out and goes into an up halt, you might be able to punch into AMC as well. Or Novavax, or Faraday Future, or it doesn't really matter which one. If they happen to start going together and you can't trade during the halt, then pop on over to another one, just have it up. I'm likely to be GameStop AMC today, but there's lots out there that you can have a quick look at on the off chance that you find yourself with the ability to fade a move or get into a move on sympathy. It's a pretty simplistic trade. If it's there, it's there. If the stock has already made a big move when you go into a halt, then you don't have to do anything. But if there's a chance that you can get short off the top when GameStop halts down, you got to take it. To me, I'll take it on AMC.
All right, here's the, we traded GameStop yesterday, and I think it was the P&L number 1 on the show. So we're going to stick with that. I'm going to stick with one stock. I do like the idea, though, of getting into AMC if all hell's breaking loose in GME. But if all hell's breaking loose over here, then this is where I want to be. So I'm going to stick with GameStop. But I do like it, especially on that halt sort of strategy there. So play both. But for me, I'm just going to be sticking with GME. So based on that, I didn't really even look at AMC. I have my, my bread, although yesterday the bread was buttered with GameStop, and we talked about that. We even talked about holding it into the after hours, and we talked about that on the after show. And it started popping like crazy, and that was the trade. So I feel like we're doing fine on it. And then we have our big trades with Apple and Tesla, Robinhood, and Palantir. I mean, those stocks were absolutely monsters yesterday, and we nailed them. Like, we had the Palantir long, we talked about that. Apple was a great trade. Tesla yesterday moved around. And then Robinhood, that bottom that we had, Robinhood's not even on the list today. But as a day 2 play, I mean, we nailed that one yesterday down here on Robinhood, and now you're coming right back into these levels again. So we're going to have to see if we can hold back to where we were yesterday, in and around 22, trying to break below 21.80 again. This is where we bought yesterday. We were long at 21.85 or something there yesterday after first slipping up at 22. Let's see if we get that opportunity again here on Robinhood.
All right, let's go on to DocuSign here. A bit of a confusing move to the downside here this morning. There's not a lot in the way of negativity around this, but down to the tune of 7.8%, trying to hold $50 here for support. You and I were just noting, I mean, the only thing that's maybe a little bit questionable is the forecast for Q2 billings, but everything else was a beat, including $1 billion worth of a buyback.
Yeah, exactly. It was a good look. I mean, still confused as to why, and I'll get to the analyst ratings in a second. But revenue, $710 million. That's up 7.3% year over year. Earnings per share beat decidedly by 10 cents. They printed 82. The street was looking for 72. All the metrics, non-GAAP billings up $710 million, up from 689 last year. It didn't impress the analysts at Baird, who cut it from 65 to 55, nor did it impress the analysts at Bank of America Securities, who cut it to 60 from 72 as well. Needham also reiterating their hold on the stock.
Yeah, much more to look at today, maybe on the exciting scale as well. But 200, almost 300,000, I guess, at this point in volume traded here this morning. So not a lot of attention.
Look, if it goes to 10%, you probably know what I'm already going to say. You look at the daily chart of DocuSign. Look, it doesn't really matter that they beat top and bottom and did a buyback. If the stock is down, it's because the market has reacted to it negatively. So it doesn't matter if you think it's a good report. They didn't really have anything that missed egregiously. 49 is the low from February, so that's a big level. It's SSR at, I don't know, like, it's underneath $50 that it goes short sell restricted, just slightly underneath $40. So when that happens, if that happens, I'll look for an SSR bounce either at 49.5 or 49, that level on the daily. Maybe not the 50 level, but that's a play. It's like one of those shot plays. It's like going long in front of size, only with that bounce, I'm looking for it to either wipe out that low, get past 10%, regain it quickly, or bounce off of it, put in some kind of like a support level, and then jump back in, usually into VWAP for DocuSign. So if I trade DocuSign, it should be for that play and that play alone.
Oh man, we should have got more GameStop down there. We almost did. We were bidding 36 and change. I think it got down to like 36.30 or something there. Hold on a second. Let me just check where that did get down. I was staring right at it. It got down to 36.50s, 36.40s. Yeah. So we're a little bit later than that. Okay, breaking now through 38. Let's go. We're back in that money right now for GameStop, back into the dollar winner. Look, DocuSign is falling apart. I mean, ever since we had recommended the stock when we talked about it for the buyout. And it just started to rip off of these levels. This is where we liked it, 47, 48. Then all of a sudden, we get that buyout announcement, possible looking into it, and then they couldn't get the funding for it. And since then, we haven't really heard much. So yeah, unfortunately, you're right at a tipping point now with DocuSign. It looks like it does want to break through this $48, $49 level. So I stay away from this, man. Down 8%, very bad looking chart. It's almost the other way around. It's like, instead of like flipping and saying, get this garbage out of here from down here, it's like they really did not like this up here at $60. So they got it going, 63, 64, again, through levered buyout talks and whatnot. And then all of a sudden, it tried to go again, could not break through $60, $61. And then it's just a straight downside turn for DocuSign. So for me, it's just a big time stay away. And it's actually a fade on any pops. So normally we look at VWAP, so this is only at $51 right now. I don't think that's good enough. Let the market settle down, give us some real reasons to buy this, or sorry, to sell this name, and then I think we'll be fading this pop because it looks like it's gonna break 50. 50 is gonna be a key level here today on DocuSign.
If you were worried about not having enough to look at today, here's another thing to keep in mind. Coming up at some point, typically this afternoon or in the afternoon after lunch is when they make their way to market. WAY will make its debut on the NASDAQ today. 2150, 45 million shares, quick math. That's pushing $1 billion on the notional side of things, so it's not small.
Yeah, JP Morgan underwriting this one. We're going to have a launch price likely. Well, we don't know what the open price would be, but the IPO price that they sold to the underwriters at, $21.50. They're putting a float there of about 45 million shares, so keep your eye on that. Essentially, it's a healthcare payment software company. They're out of Utah. And yeah, we'll have to wait and see what they do when they open up, probably on the midday.
Yeah, I don't even see yeah, it hasn't even populated yet, an expected price at this point, but we will keep you updated.
earlier, like the timing of it's probably not going to be great when these things usually open up in the middle of the day because everyone's going to be paying attention to GameStop at noon. Like, let's be real. Like, people that don't even trade GameStop are going to be watching GameStop and listening to what's going on there and any names related to it. So when it opens, if it's fantastic, I'm probably going to end up missing it. I will not be taking the opening print, but we've seen that story before. Sometimes they'll find some support right away off the open. You kind of take that opening print or take that first level of support and then see if it can go. That's generally a good trade on decent IPO, but I'm probably not going to have it. If you're looking for something that is moving, maybe isn't going to be, your GameStop or your NVIDIA, like small cap. There is that Vero, Venus Concept here, VERO. This is a low float runner that's actually performing pretty decently so far today. I don't want to say it's going to be running a ram shot or anything crazy, but it's up 170%, doing 20 million in volume. They regained compliance with the NASDAQ minimum requirement. So back over $1. Higher lows, if this can hold a pattern. It's only a 4.5 million float, and when the float is that small, typically I don't like shorting. I like looking for trend long because it gets soaked up. It's already done 5 times the float on that name. I think that might be a little more interesting. If you're some reason not looking at big cap tech or NVIDIA, or you're not looking at GameStop, this is going to do a lot of volume to keep you occupied while you wait around for that IPO, which unfortunate timing for them.
Yeah, I mean, you want all eyes looking at your play, right? So this Waystar Holdings here, going to be coming out 45 million shares, 21.50 a share. So we'll just be able to find out, there it is, where the tap is when it comes through, and then we'll just let you guys know. Because the play is you just go long off the IPO and then see if it holds that price. We've seen that happen over and over again. Right now, it's obviously in a halted state, so we're just going to have to wait for it. But we are right now, is it back up? Yes, it is right there, because GameStop is back into a Dollar Club member again. And yeah, we only have, wow, we still have 12 minutes. Jeez, man, this is gonna take a minute to open up here. All right, so yeah, $40 coming through. The only problem with GameStop here off the open is the imbalances, right? And so let's just have a quick look here. So right now it's a sell-in balance of 200,000 shares. So that's interesting, isn't it? Like maybe the momentum isn't going to be here right off the open if we do get that sell and balance. But we've seen these things flip over, and nothing matters until 9:30. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening there. Because it's a sell and balance, it might even be holding the stock down a little bit. If that does flip, that could be an instant ignite. Like, you just need someone to come in to buy 226,000 shares right now, and then that will not buy it in the open market, but put it in to the market on open. If someone puts in a big buy order into the market on open, then they can flip this. They can do the paired value. So that's what this is. So right now, at the beginning, it was 600 or 650, whatever that adds up to, 1,000 shares. So they've come in and bought 400,000 of that offer. So right now, there still are 226,000 shares that are going to be sold on market on open. But again, that can flip with one order, I assume, at this point. We've already done 42 million shares here on GameStop. But remember what I was saying, I feel like we're counting a lot of these dark pools in here. I don't know if that's exactly true, but they've seemed to slow down, but they're still coming in all the time, these high wick prints. So if you do see them on your level 2, you won't see them on the level 2, but on the time and sales, they are old prints. So we're still going long GME, but let's go over and talk about NVIDIA. I mean, I think that we made yesterday, honestly, probably maybe the trade of the show for me, since this year, was this short at VWAP right there. We wound up making $30. It did go 40 in the money for us just on the last 20%, but that was a really good trade for us. Let's see if we can find VWAP again here today. But let's go hear the story. NVIDIA, $3 trillion.
Continue to sell this thing into the split, or before the splits and profit taking after just an absolute monster year, including better part of 8% just this week. But yeah, a lot of people, yeah, no kidding, be patient on NVIDIA, just getting absolutely smoked the past couple of days here.
Yeah, apparently this analyst looking for a big down move in NVIDIA or a nice pullback in order to get in. But as Brendo mentioned, this one is going to be a bit of a different price come Monday because they're doing that 10-to-1 split oftentimes this has a way of dragging retail investors into the name. But to be honest with you, with a lot of brokerages now offering fractional shares, I believe kind of these splits have maybe kind of lost their luster in the way that they used to have them. We'll have to wait and see till Monday.
Yeah, I was the third one to join the 3 trillion club this week, guys, for NVIDIA.
3 trillion. It didn't last, like that passing of Apple and all that good stuff, that euphoria was gone pretty quickly at the open. Like when we talk about a failed breakout, like the best example of a failed breakout that I've seen in a very long time would have been NVIDIA yesterday. Breaking, everything was fresh highs, 1250. It was looking pretty good right away, and you're like, yeah, okay, fine, consolidate up there, go again. Maybe we'll see 1300. And once it started dumping, it didn't stop dumping. I think at this point, it's pretty clear this 1180 level, where you had good support there for the initial move a couple of days ago, and then a double bottom, now a triple bottom. It's going to have to chew through that. But down 1.5%, I don't love the number that we got, although we are pressing back higher in the market. I still feel like resistance is resistance. So this and AMD to a certain extent. I mean, there's 1225 up there. I actually said in my note 1230 because I like these close. I like that little top up there. So if it gets up to that price and it can't really break out, I'd look for another kind of like pump and dump moment. Now, otherwise, just wait for the support to come in, show itself. If you stand in front of the falling knife, you get hurt. If you bounce off a level and then try and take the higher low, it's just an easier in. I'd rather miss the trade to make the trade. AMD, I was saying 171 I liked. Clearly, we're not going to get that price. So I guess got to look back to the afternoon resistance at like 168, 169 and a half on advanced micro devices.
All right, before I go on and review NVIDIA, I want to remind everybody that this rundown is brought to you by American Airs, trading the USA under the symbol AAIRF, and in Canada under the symbol Wi-Fi. This company just announced a knockout punch, a global marketing partnership with the UFC. Airs Tech is dedicated to bridging the gap between technology and wellness. Airs Tech mission is to provide cutting-edge solutions that protect against electromagnetic radiation without disrupting everyday use of technology. I'll take that. This innovative company has seen consistent revenue growth and boasts several high-profile customers like Russell Brand and top UFC athletes. Invest in American Airs today over there on the OTC markets with AAIRF and here on the CSE with symbol WIFI. Wi-Fi is what it's all about. And you can operate a good Wi-Fi network if you are run by millions and millions of Blackwell chips, I'd imagine, and it might even solve the world, apparently. So right now, we're going to watch out to see what NVIDIA has in store for us off the open. The thing about it is the NASDAQ has recovered completely, in my opinion, from that number. I mean, it's been able to digest the jobs report, and now it's fine with it. So I'm fine with it too. I mean, I'm still leaning short because I feel like it's a bad thing. But honestly, this was the moment right there when it came out and it kept going and all the bears were like, we got it. Then it was like, do we? And then we come right back into view up and now we're trying to hold that. So let's wait to see what happens with the market. There's no way I'm fighting NVIDIA against whatever the market's doing, but NVIDIA is going to the downside. And if the market wants to continue this way, then I believe this short is basically, the trade that we need to be looking for. And if that's going to be VWAP up here near 1200, the 200 period near 1205, pre-market highs in and around 1210. So let this thing move around. But yeah, NVIDIA has to be on everybody's radar. And I just want to say, I lost. So we had this $12 or $13 winner real early. Then we gave it all back trying to chase this dream to the downside when we were trying to buy it, thinking it was going to hold 1200. It didn't hold 1200 at all. It gave up $70 in 3 minutes. $70. This is 1250. This is 1180. So let's call it $60, $65 in basically a straight line. On what, right? Yesterday we just had, let's just sell NVIDIA day. So now today we actually have a jobs number which could send this thing lower, but it really hasn't. There's the moment, and here's the hold. So I still think 1185 is going to be something to look for if you are short. you may want to cover something there before holding out for that 1180 break. So NVIDIA is definitely going to be on my mind, but not early. I'm not chasing this thing around. I want it to tell me what to do first. I'm not going to tell it what to do because I always lose. It reminds me of a lot of other situations. 164 down there for AMD is a good level, and then 169. So right now you're in the middle of yesterday's trade. Kind of seems ridiculous to do anything with that. All right, so the NASDAQ imbalances will be out, so let's go have a quick look at that. Absolutely nothing on here. There's GameStop. It has a neutral there, so I don't even know what that means. So we've had ends there before. Normally that means it's like it's paired off, and I don't know if that means it's going to halt or something there off the open or what, but right now GameStop looks pretty calm down to me. It's not doing too much, so we'll find out about that end. We've covered it before what it means. I don't remember, and I thought it matched with like that it was paired off.
Yeah.
But anyways, buys, sells, and ends. No good right there, but we'll see what that means.
It's nice.
It's a nice, but it's not that nice. All right, so Palantir there, another one to the upside. So let's see what's happening now, as I got to give a big shout out to Ramin, who's working solo today and was able to fix our Unity problem. So we'll get that back going so I can hear Brendan and Sharif. So let's go.
That Unity.
Yeah. Let's go back over to the desk, and I guess we got to find out what Sharif is teaching this midday.
With Obi, right?
It's a special midday.
It is.
Obi is joining.
Yeah, because Adara finally took a vacation. She hasn't been on vacation since she's been here. So Ob gonna fill in today, and he's got a special one for you guys. We're obviously talking about the memes, Brendo, and these short squeeze names. So if you're into that kind of thing, hang out with me and Obi on how to trade.
Yeah, 12 o'clock obviously going to be very, very important today, guys.
Yeah, a little bit at 12 o'clock. All eyes on GameStop. Just quickly before we get to that at the open, because that's where I'm going to be. If it halts, it halts. We'll try to make a play there. 72,000 in play. Bit of a dip off that on Bitcoin. Just wanted to mention that is a possibility if we get upside on Bitcoin that you could have a monster move, and then Coinbase could be like a double top break at 264 in that event. So it's the only thing in crypto I'm looking at. On the off chance somehow it tanks into $240. Yesterday's low on coin looks pretty solid, so it's 928. You know, at the open, the last couple of times I've said that I would look for a halt trade. All right, if I haven't got the dip now, I don't want it at 928. I've said a couple times that the stock might halt right away at the open. It did the other day to the downside when I was looking for an up halt to take. In this case, if it does halt up, I'm looking for a breakout halt trade on GameStop to the upside. If it's a halt down, different story. This is going to be probably the biggest volume day that GameStop has seen in forever. I can't remember, like, whatever. Just pick date.
Well, yeah, it's sometime in
pick
2020.
date back to 2020, and then it's one of those days. So you're going to have a wild volume day here. My plan of action is only to look for either support at the 32 or 35, a halt to the upside. If it halts down, I'm trying to punch short on AMC if it's at all reasonable in that particular moment. If we do get NVIDIA at big resistance, you know, like the quarters or something like that, we'll play it. And I'm going to be on the offer in front of Apple in that 96.5. Apple making a fresh top on the daily. I'm not sure it's going to happen before the event.
All right, let's go. It's only now 30 seconds to go, and I don't know who's going to ring the bell. Maybe Brendan's going to ring the bell, or maybe Sharif's going to ring the bell, because we only have 30 seconds to go right now as Sharif gets ready to go. So
Out of
that'll
the
be
blocks.
nice. And here we go. So, hey, buckle up, man. I mean, we already know that we're already in GME. Remember, if we take that 36, that we don't want to be any part of this, could happen immediately off the open. Here we go with only 20 seconds left. GameStop starting to go. Now it's through $38, or just touched it. $37.90 with GME. There it is, breaking through. There we go. Let's go. I won't hit it because we'll cancel that, but there goes GameStop to the moon, hopefully, through 38. 5, 4, 3, 2, and let's go. We are now open, but that does not mean that that anything on the NYSE is open yet. This could trigger, you could get stopped out here off the open. Let's wait for GameStop to open before putting our stop order in right now. So I don't know if it's open yet, but we're just gonna get our stop order in and get ready to go. As GameStop still waiting for that big end print to show us the way here today. GameStop dancing around. There we go. Did we get it? I think we might have just opened there. I don't know. We got some kind of a bump.
It looks
right there through 38, through 37.
It's open. It's open.
It's open now. Okay, so we'll put in our stop order and get going. So there we go. 37.50, 37.80 GameStop. There we go. Yeah, we definitely saw some end prints. So here we go. We are now long $1.50, $1.60. Here it goes through $40. Let's see what we have next here for GameStop. We are already long in the pre-market, but this could easily dump back in. So maybe we'll take a little bit of a profit here. We've looked at 40 before. We just touched 39.50 as a high, 39.30, sorry, as a high there for GameStop. That might have been it, man. That was a little bit of like sort of euphoria right there off the open. It does touch its pre-market levels, and then we'll head back now into the downside. So there's GameStop. Yeah, as you can tell, it's going to be wild. We've already moved up and down there a little bit.
That was insane. I had just put a 40 break, getting it ready and locked and loaded to go, and you're right back at 39. No halt yet, obviously at the open. You know, sometimes when you anticipate something, it doesn't happen. It's going into a down halt potentially now.
Yeah. Let's see if we can get something
fill.
out.
Oh, no
God. Oh, no,
way.
no,
Nope,
no.
didn't halt. So like a fake halt. Oh, that was a good one. Psych. Fake halt. I just got in and out of it.
I want to get it overfilled.
That was a fake halt situation there to the downside. So now all of a sudden it's headed back up. I punched in and out of AMC. If it's going to fake halt at a bottom and then take out the top, then I'm going to take the top break.
Yeah, you have to at this
39,
point.
Yeah, I'm just going to make it a 39.50 break or 40.
I guess it's just going to break 40 here. All right, so here we go, man. That was a fake break there. So we got in and then out of that stop there and overfilled on that. But now we're back into the long. Now it's going to halt up. So let's see now what happens here for a possible halting up.
Man.
We're already long. We would love to get more here. I don't
fill.
think we're going to either. This is going to fake the other way here, and then we're really going to get rinsed. Right now, we did not get any fills. We have the fill long at 39. Let's just see what winds up happening here for GameStop. It's too bad because we did have the 36s there, got stopped out, got out on the halt, and then back up. So we like that fake halt. So let's see if the bulls can ride now with GameStop, and we're long at 39. So there it is. GameStop upside halt, fake downside halt, real upside halt right now. Tapping 39.61, but that's where it halted. So let's go back over now to some stocks. All right, so what's going on with Apple? 195, a nice move up to 196. Those were some key levels. Neil mentioned 196, but at the same time, it's tough. Market not doing too much as we just look at GameStop as we said we would. Too bad that we took ourselves out there, but we're back in 195 and change there for Apple.
That was insane.
Let's check out Palantir.
NVIDIA bounced off that low.
Okay, yeah, same as Palantir, bounced off 23. NVIDIA bounced, okay? So let's just check out on AMD once. So basically we didn't miss anything from what I can see. I mean, a couple ups and downs, but AMD is still in the pocket if you like that trade. But yeah, I'm just going to be sitting here waiting for GameStop. TAP is still the same thing. I don't know if the TAP is working, to be honest.
On New York stocks, the TAP hasn't really told us anything, theoretical auction price, so we'll see what happens when it opens. I'm anticipating it's going to fly to the upside. There won't be a 40 break to be had, in my opinion. I think if it opens higher, it's going to open above 40, might look for a long above it, back into the halt level is the only way to get in. I was all over the bid. I put 3 orders in there, didn't get any of them. NVIDIA did bounce off the low, so 1185 held. You know, if you didn't pay attention to GameStop, that 1185 gave you a dip buy on NVIDIA, but it resisted this 1200 level. So it's still in play for this 1200 to be a significant level. GameStop's halt will be 5 minutes. I can't see a reason why it wouldn't be. So you've got at least until 37. So 3 minutes to go on that. DocuSign, I said if it got to SSR, I would look for a bounce play. It is almost, it's getting close. It's down 9%. I think it might have ticked it. I feel like it did tick. I'll double check exactly. I'm pretty sure it might have actually ticked SSR and bouncing off 49.10. I should actually be in this long if I'm taking the SSR bounce already.
Right, yeah, exactly. All right, so watch out for that SSR. Yeah, let's watch out for that SR bounce right there. Opportunity cost maybe of Tesla. We talked about 179 coming through there. We like the long down here at 173s, but it stopped at 175, and now you're ripping to the high side here on Tesla. A pull back into the 50 period would be great if we could get something like that. But for right now, that 50 period's down at 177.50. So we could put a bid down there at 177.60 or so. See if that wants to come in hot. But for right now, Tesla is starting to get going through the upside. A possible break of 180 is in the cards. I mean, this break of 179 is right here, right now. The thing is like, look at the market. Are we even looking at the same market here? I mean, it's doing nothing. And Tesla is really starting to ramp up to the upside right now. Wow, breaking through 179 now. I mean, we nailed the long, but we don't have the price. So there goes NVIDIA, or sorry, there goes Tesla. Apple, again, nice move to 196. Maybe a fade back in here for Apple as they're up on the day against a negative market. There we go. We're now into halt state on our system for
Okay, so it's gonna
GameStop.
open soon.
Yeah, no problem, Amin. And then 39.75 right now, the tap. So that's a nothing burger. So hopefully that'll start going a little bit more upside there on GME. Looking at what we're seeing on here, there it is right here. So we'll sort it by time so we can get it right at the top so we can see. There's GME right here. So a buy imbalance of 300,000 for this opening print. So let's see where it goes. GME about to open soon.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's where I'm going to be looking. I did make that play off 49.10. I did go SSR and DocuSign. We're in and out of it, but I want my focus to be on the reopen of GameStop, having missed out on that halt to the upside. All you can do in that situation is get on the bid as fast as you can and hope to get along because you can't punch the offer. Right, it couldn't go any higher than 39.61 in that moment. The other thing that could come into play is 1,200 on NVIDIA. We're at 96 now on NVIDIA. Here, only because I'm not getting away from this level 2. You're at 9,600. You could have a 1,200 break. I'd be interested in taking it, but I'm one thing at a time. I don't want any part of being in a position in NVIDIA at the same moment that I'm trying to play off of the halt in GameStop. It opens at 40. The halt price is 39.61, so I know I'm going to have a stop underneath 39.5. I'm going to be looking for the long as it opens over 40.
Yeah, so right now it's tapping 40, so it looks like it will hit 40 bucks. We're going to be $1 in the money on it. Too bad, because we should be $4 in the money, but we did get faked out by that halt and we got stopped. So there it is. It's 41. It's 41.50. Now we're really cruising. Let's go. It's a cash register for right now on GME as it's breaking through 41. Here it goes. 41.30s. Let's see how high we can fly here with GME. We are long at $39 right now. So, I mean, is 46 good enough for us? I think so. So here comes a big win for us now on GameStop. But hey, it's not a win until you cash out. So let's just put an offer somewhere near the upside and see if we can get that. Here it goes. Looks like it wants to break through 41, 42 maybe, right there with some decent size on GameStop. So here we go again. We're holding, man, and we're long on GME, as you guys can see. So a big $3 winner plus right now on GameStop. The fun is just starting, baby. It's a nice one. It's GME.
Let's go. It is what it is. Like, you guys got to take the trade. You got to be in early. You got to have a plan, whatever it happens to be. We're trying to take out 43 at this moment. If it goes into another halt, the plan is to hold through and just sort of see what happens because anything is possible. If you're in the money at 12 o'clock, I think you just want to be in it, ideally. So there's the 43. We're done scalping it. You know, great. I'm glad you got in that one early. I promise you. Did you get the actual? I know you got the break back in, but it wasn't the halt.
No. Okay. I punched in earlier than that. I mean, I was trying to get better prices. It just ripped.
Because I think I actually know the error I made. I was on the wrong 44. Gateway. 44 just went. I'm looking for an up halt. The only thing that stands in the way would be 48 to 50. 40. It's going to another upward halt here. Do I want to add to this? Let's see if I can get it.
I'm going to try.
I'm going to try.
It. I don't know if adding to this is going to be the right decision.
No fill. We
got to fill.
You got to fill?
There, yeah. Bidding NYSE gateway.
Yeah, see, you know what? I'm using Edge A, Boss X.
Yeah, I used
BYX.
I only used that one because I didn't want to get the overfill there, but we'll add to this position. This could be the disaster that we're waiting for. Adding to this position, I mean, we just moved up on GameStop hugely. Like, we just...
Somebody missed the print.
You're right over there, Brankos. That's good. We like all that. We like all that. All right, so there it is. Nice longs, and we just add to it. Hey, you know what we're trying to do? We're trying to ride. So right there, that's exactly what we're doing with GameStop. I mean, that's why everyone's here, to see if we can make some money with you, with us on GameStop. So here it goes. And again, it's just about being real with what you're trading, and nothing else other than that. It's like I said, I'm not even looking at AMC today because of what GameStop is doing. And that fake halt really messed with it because we should have been longer through all of this, like better prices and more shares, to be honest with you. But Anyways, it doesn't mean that this is going to work. My average price now is 41. Let's see what winds up happening. We were long down here at 38s or 39s, added to it here at $44. So yeah, now we're basically all locked and loaded here to see if we can get a higher bid now on, and thank you so much for that, Mohammed, there. You rock, we all rock. Yeah, well, we could all not rock very soon on this play, but I'm pretty comfortable with it, man. I mean, we're $3 in the money now. Good trade so far here on GME to start the day.
Yeah, I'm not going to complain about it. At the end of the day, there were some missed opportunities if you're looking at other things, but you can't complain. If this thing gets to $50, everyone's going to be happy. Apple did do a pop and drop for everyone that's paying attention to that. We still got a couple of minutes. I'm just going to go ahead and cancel my offer. I was looking to short pops on Apple today going into the event, just feeling like you're not going to make a fresh high. So, looking at 95 looks like it should have been a thing there. If it comes back up, maybe we can fade it. The NASDAQ is certainly going to the downside here after making another press off of 1900. So we bounced off 1900 and then right back into the downside. AMC is going into a halt as well.
So
they're both upward. No, upward halt.
No, down, isn't it? Isn't AMC going down?
Upward halt.
Oh, upward halt. Okay.
So into an up halt on AMC. It's actually going right now. Let's see if there's something else that might be not halting. That's not moving. Novavax on the off chance, or Faraday Future. Novavax isn't moving. FFIE is starting to go. So FFIE is trying to break out these tops as well. You're just kind of scanning through what could be going on sympathy and what could make a breakout. 75 looks like a big one for FFIE. If these continue to ramp upside, I think Faraday at 75 looks pretty good. But until we open up in GameStop, I don't want to make that call. We got 2 or 3 minutes for GameStop. Oh no, NVIDIA, right back at that low.
Yeah, I mean, meanwhile, I think this is what's happening, right? Meanwhile, the stock market continues to go on. There we go. We go into the halt state now with GME. So we are going to be at just a couple minutes now. Before I go to Brendan, let me just get exactly at 9:39:12. So 9:44:12, we should get an open, so about a minute and a half. What's up, Brendo?
Another one moving here, guys. It's interesting to see the rotation when GME halts, the volume switches over. Here's GERN, 27, almost 30% there at $5. This one actually had positive news this morning on a blood disorder drug, but there's 9 or 10% of the float short here as well.
GERN.
Oh man, I yearn for that
GERN
GERN right there. So okay.
GERN.
Yeah, what's up? What's up, Jern? Okay, so right here, GME, let's wait, baby. I'm not even sticking up. What the hell's that? I haven't even looked at that thing yet. Apple right here. I mean, we're looking at it. I'm just not ready to do anything yet because we have a decent position in GME. So we're pretty happy with that for right now. You just talked about FFIE. That's starting to move around here. Some of these shorter float names. Look at some of these other names. No one's even looking at them. Look, Palantir can't even move. NVIDIA today right now.
GameStop, just so you know.
Same type of
GameStop
thing.
is probably going to be huge. It's currently 700,000 buy imbalance. Yesterday, when it was downside halt and it was going to open down,
AMC?
it was 100,000 sell and it opened down.
But that could just get paired off.
I know, yeah, but still, I mean, it's indicating,
I'm
indicating an up open. I'm thinking it's going to open to the up. Just based on that
for
alone.
that.
AMC, it's all over the place because the stupid ZVZZT's there, which is a test stock. 150,000, but they're both buy.
Here you go, 10 seconds.
Currently, so this is going to open up anything. I'm anticipating it's going to open higher. I think 50 is that big level. The only level of concern in terms of resistance would have been that 50. So it opens at $45. There you go. Monster open. Will it hold on is the question.
That's the problem. Will it hold on? I mean, now it might halt the other way. Nice move to the upside there on that big print. Let's see if we can get something in and around 46 and change right now. We're offering, there it is. Let's go. We take a little bit out, man. You gotta slap that hot dog cannon sometimes. Almost got caught saying something else there. Nice move to the upside right here. Here it is. Now we're in a $5 winner right now. What's up, Brendo? There he is. The GOAT is in the building. There it goes. Let's go 47, 48, 50. Let's go. Let's get higher and higher and higher. It is $4. We already took a piece out right there. Can we get higher than this? I do not know. Do you? Let's see what happens. Here it goes, 47. Hey, it's GameStop. We only wrote down 36, which happens to be the low of the day. Good job, Brankles. Here we go. It's 48. Let's get going, man. Neil, this is is a party. We knew this was going to happen. It's GameStop, and oh boy, it's happening all over again right now. GameStop.
It's roaring, but it's about to hit. The 45 is about to hit on the bid. It's 100, 200,000 shares.
Down halt.
I just got out. Going into a down halt it is. Gimme BB. Unfortunately, you've been. Oh.
Nope.
Fake halt. Fake
In
halt.
your face.
Last fake halt actually drove it to the upside. Now it's going into a down halt. This is crazy. If it goes into a down halt. Nope.
In your face again.
Nope.
I keep getting out anyway,
It's
so
close,
I still have a
close.
little piece here right now. We'll take it if it halts upside. We just got out a little bit there on those downside halts. Let's wait to see what does wind up happening now. We could just take off right from this level one more time. So there it goes, one more time back to the upside here. Let's see what happens. We'll start playing some of this long here on those downside fake halts. We're back in it. We just took our profits, man. Our long was $41. Getting out at 46, then having to resist that halt. I mean, no thank you. It looks like we may have a bidder now at 44.55 trying to hold that. There, that goes through as well. It looks like this wants to think about halting.
It's trying to halt downside
where
multiple
it's trying to
times
find
here.
the level.
It's trying to find a level where there isn't an equilibrium to halt to the downside. Right now, 44.03. It was 30s before, it was 40s. It just keeps ticking down. I got out on the 45 break when I saw that monster bid getting taken out. I just kind of punched out.
Yeah, I got out too.
If it goes into a down halt,
I don't want the down halt.
wait a minute. Why can't I? There we go.
I am not trying to go short.
I'm not shorting that. I told you what I'm shorting BlackBerry. I'm not shorting GameStop.
All right, we just basically played that sort of like a fiddle there, to be honest with you. We were able to get in, out. We got out at 46.25 there. We got out a bunch at that halt, and now we're out of it, so we are not in this on this last halt. I did not want it halted down. AMC just opened up again. This could be the halt downside now on AMC. Unfortunately, I do not have pay for shorts, but I do like this one into a short. Yeah, you need to pay for this. So I would be short AMC right now. I'm going to go buy some shares.
But it's not, did it open? Shoot, I went over to
It's
BlackBerry.
open.
It's open. Oh yeah, you can.
It was an easiest short of all time, and I didn't even have them. Oh, man.
590. I was on a different level too. So AMC, give it to $5.92. We'll look at that tap in a quick little second there. And if we can pick this up, I want to get something in the 70s, or low 60s, 70s if we can get it. We'll give you that tap in a quick second because it actually told you what you wanted to. Not the tap, excuse me, not the tap. I'm talking about the actual imbalance. So when you look at these, you can sort by time. If you're at real trading, you can sort this by time, and then you can look at what it's indicating. I just care about the direction. The size might not matter. 100,000 shares sell currently. But remember, when it opened upside with that huge gap, it was 700,000 to buy, and we opened up 10%. So this is only 100,000 to sell. That's actually not that big, given the volume that's going through. So I don't know how much. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to get out of AMC. 700,000 buy goes up 10%. Only 100,000 sell. I'll stick with BlackBerry. This literally has not lost once. It's 3 for 3. GameStop down halt, punch short BlackBerry. I don't think there's as much opportunity because last time it had gone like 10, 15 cents up, so you could get 10, 15 cents down. In this case, it's gone 8 cents up, so I'm expecting it to get 8 cents down, and that's about it. But AMC not as convinced after I looked at that only 100,000 sell imbalance.
Yeah, I'm not super convinced about too much right now. I mean, we have wholesale inventories coming out at 10 o'clock. Apple's not doing, I mean, I'm just looking around here. Here's AMC. I did pay for shorts, just a couple thousand shares. Let's see what winds up happening on AMC. I'm not in it. I do like that thought. It's done 45 million shares right there. We'll wait for GameStop to open up. What's up, Brendan?
Not surprising, but just to confirm, guys, not seeing anything on this one. CBNA just taking out day highs here, trying to test 110 on a huge volume spike.
Of course, I mean, Carvana. I'm scanning through other halt names, and Carvana never even came to mind.
No, well, of course.
Yeah, it's like, you know, you can make a list. Sometimes having a watch list is helpful for that. If anything, like Carvana's been different. I don't want to put it in the same category because it's been trading a lot more normally, for lack of a better term. I'm not even sure if that's the right thing to say, but it trades like a normal stock now a lot of times. So I don't know if I want to lump it in. And if it's going up and everything is going down, I'm probably not going to follow along in that one. By the way, NVIDIA still could make a break at this top. There's your 1180 bottom. I'm not going to complain. GameStop's been a good stock today. We'll see what happens with BlackBerry. It's in the money like 1 cent. But if it goes 5 to 10, that's basically the entire move. But you could still see a breakout through the high on NVIDIA. A 1200 break would be pretty spectacular with the futures trying to get back into the upside. I just saw that GameStop is going 1 minute away on GME. And it's the GME show as far as I'm concerned. So if this can open, hold the original halt, which is down at 39.61. So if it opens down and holds this level, I think that's a nice little energy for a long, but it has to do that. Or just flat out open higher and hold 44 would be fantastic. But it looks like it's going to open lower, at least based on that imbalance data.
I mean, meanwhile, right here, let's sound the alarm right now. We're almost $1 in the money on Tesla. I mean, we buy that dip right there. We say, like, stick with what you're doing and who you are. There's this Tesla trade, 177 all the way back to 179. Let's see if we can get that going now to the upside and see if we could just slowly and quietly, don't tell everybody I'm here. 179 coming through, hopefully, for Tesla. We'll be quiet about it and take 80 cents right now on Tesla as we wait for the one and the only GameStop to come through again. Last price there, $43.80 on GME. Let's give it a shot and see where we go on this one now. Come on, Tesla. There's Tesla. It is a dollar club right there. So, yeah, man, we'll be up on GameStop and we'll be up on Tesla so far. We want to get more there long on TSLA. But of course, GameStop, as Neil mentioned, we are waiting for that to open. And when it does, we will see the fire, hopefully, in this name. 43.83, no difference of a tap yet, as there it is. 40, nice upside move. 44.40. Now we're starting to go upside there on GME. Nice pull. We'll see if it halts up. That might be the next play, halt up. You see when it halts down there, it actually makes that move up. And now it looks like it can't go back higher. So there is a big seller here. Someone is selling a lot of these shares. It looks like
big seller chasing it.
This will halt down, it looks like.
Yeah, if it gets to, it opened at 44, so it could actually get to 40 and then in theory bounce off a potential halt at the 40 level. I suppose that's what I will look for. Oh, it's going into a down halt right now at 42.5?
Wow, we are just
okay. So it just resisted a 42.5 down halt and continuing. Now it's continuing to go down.
Yes, sir.
So now down at 42 even is continuing to go. Are you short this name?
No, we're short AMC right now, baby. We just paid for these shorts and we are banking on them right now. Let's go a little bit back and forth here with AMC. We're only short at 68, but I told you we paid for a couple thousand shares. So let's see what winds up happening. I mean, obviously we wanted to go a little bit lower than where we are right now. It is AMC, and it's trying to dance around. GameStop is not halted, of course, at 41 and change. So we'll wait to see what happens here with GME as we'll hold on to AMC right now. There's GameStop. Oh, thought it was going to halt there. Wow, huge move to the downside right now for that as AMC is still holding. AMC has the juice now, actually.
AMC, that's weird because that was a 10% almost move to the downside. It did bounce off that 40. 39.60 was the down halt level. I think that's what it has to hold. Look, I'm in, like, BlackBerry's just sort of gliding down with this move, so I'm on the bids trying to take it out every single level. Oh, no break on, wow, NVIDIA went within $1.50 of breaking 1,200. Let me cancel that order. It's like $10 away now. But you're still looking for this 40 bounce potentially. I never want to be sitting on the bid as it comes down. I want it to test the level, maybe even stop everybody out or fake halt, and then look for an upside play. And as I said, like, you get into this, I'm just going to let this fall into the low of the day. And if it bounces off the low, I'm expecting that support should come into play, especially if GameStop catches any kind of a bid here. Apple doing absolutely nothing. The story is, can GameStop even halt to the downside at this point? I feel like it should have halted a couple of times, and it keeps on resisting it. If it can do it at the 40 level, I think it's got some juice here.
Yeah, for sure. I'm still waiting for lower on AMC because of that same reason. I don't really necessarily believe why this is holding out right now. There goes
40
GameStop,
broke.
40, so 40 downside right now. We could get a move in AMC. We should be short GameStop, but we went over there and just hit AMC. And AMC again stops at like 58. All right, I'm going to put some more bids down there. GameStop just resisted that halt again down there at 38.50 or so. But here it comes back in there. It goes, looks like it's going to halt now to the downside, 37.50. Nope. All right, so they just keep on buying it. So again, it will resist halts if they take this level out. So it's just, it can't go down anymore. That's what it's telling you. So it has to sort of basically have lack of buyers here for seconds, and then we'll halt on the name. So it looks like right now it is going to halt. There's not enough people willing to buy this through 39.57. So this is not necessarily a plane crash coming through, but it is a move down on GameStop right there. We are completely flat on that one. And right now, ringing Reggie's on AMC as we're bidding 53s. Let's see how low we can go on this one. Right now, there's the fill at 53. And again, I hate being short and making money. Well, hold on. I hate being short against what I know a lot of you others are long. And it's just, as a day trader, this is the story, and we always say that. So this is a story of another lady or a man named Brady. All right, so 178.50. Hey, look, if you want the long and you are, as my guy beside me said yesterday, a fanboy of Mr. Elon Musk, then you may be long on Tesla as well. And right now, Tesla just touches that 179. Our offer was a little bit too tight to 179 there. It goes to 178.80. So we'll go 3 for 3 today with our ideas. So it's been a pretty good one, to say so, on a Friday, but let's just give it some hope here that maybe we can even get longer on Tesla back down near 177 again. But so far, so good here. We'll see if we can get a little bit better. Yeah, Friday for sure.
The only thing that doesn't make sense to me is the lack of really big drop on AMC into that move. Because of what we saw in GameStop, I'm expecting a heck of a lot more. AMC is trying to break VWAP, and it's not doing it. I'm probably going to jump out of this in the 60s. I'm going to give you that tap in a second when I can get it. But, yeah, I mean, BlackBerry's doing exactly what I would want, which is fall when GameStop falls. Oh, NVIDIA's getting close. All right, I said I'd cancel my order on NVIDIA. When it got far away from 1,200, we are right back to that 1,200 level. So we're back into play on NVIDIA. GameStop will open up soon, but the NVIDIA could break as well. So you got to keep your eyeballs on this. I'm getting out after that 65 on AMC. To me, like, falling down is not falling enough. Like, you just went down 20% on GameStop, and AMC went from like 85 to 50s, and it's right back up. That's not making any sense to me. If it doesn't make sense, then I don't need to be in the trade. Oh, NVIDIA, give me a break. We just went up to 98 again and turned around. I don't want to short it at that level. But apparently, when you sit there and stare for a break at 1,200, like just like 2 days ago, you miss out on the long, or the short. You sit there waiting for the break of 1,200, you're just going to miss out on the short off that level. That's what happened for an hour and a half on Wednesday, or was it Tuesday? Wednesday, I think it was. But we'll just have to wait for it. You're getting a flat tap on GameStop. It's indicating a very, very small sell, so even smaller than last time, only 28,000 shares. So certainly, that's less interest than the last down halts. Could be indicative of a turn, but I'm going to wait for it to bounce off a level. It didn't show any pep bouncing off of this halt price at 61. It ended up halting down through it, so we'll have to wait down for 35. That's what's next.
All right. Yeah, so GameStop's going to open back up. This AMC, we already have our stop through 75. So if that happens, then that happens. You know, we will get stopped out on AMC. I'm almost thinking about putting that a little bit higher on that level because I'm a little nervous. So we'll start getting some more out here, 64s. I am bidding some 63s, so there it is. And then if it wants to fall lower, we are bidding 51s. So now we're okay. I just want to make sure that we're able to be profitable on the name, right? So taking 5 or 6 cents on AMC, although I know it's not a huge winner. I mean, I wish it had become one way or the other, but right now it's kind of just dancing here, waiting for GameStop to open, which is now in halt state, going to open up immediately. I think that means 30 seconds once it gets all cleaned up like that. Our tap is not changing, so right now it's still showing 39.57. Generally, we can show you a little bit of a different one, but it's right there. It's small, and they already showed that, so 11,000, 12,000, about 150,000 of interest there on open. So maybe we are losing some of the luster here as it approaches 10 o'clock. We do have a number in less than a minute, so we can go over to Brendo, or we will for that, I'm assuming. But so far, a pretty good day over here, man. I mean, we'll go 3 for 3. GameStop and AMC are the two biggest ones, and then Tesla's just chilling out right now as it's trying to come back in. We should have had a little bit more aggressive, took the dollar when it was there. So let's wait to see what happens with Tesla as it's falling back in, number time in 30 seconds.
Oh, FFIE did make that break. You know my attention was elsewhere in that moment, but let's get to Breno and the number. No? Yes.
All right, about 15 seconds to go here. Yeah, we're going to get April wholesale inventories for the U.S. expected to be 0.2% to the upside, the prior negative 0.4 to the downside. Real quick, if anyone missed it, 272,000 on that May non-farm payrolls print. So there it is, 0.1% versus a 0.2% print there for that. Wholesale inventories number, yeah, well known about GME this morning, 2.7, 2.8 there for AMC. There are, guys, worth noting, a few of these penny stocks starting to poke up and pop up on some of the volume scanners right now. This one specifically, TPHS on the NYSE ARC exchange, 154%, around that 30-cent mark right now.
GameStop is flying around, so we actually got stopped out on our last piece there of AMC, but GME is flying right now. It just went 42, 37, 38s to 42s. Should have been a halt there as well, but it did not, so that's good to go. I mean, I guess we would have wanted a halt up, I guess. I played back into this. It's still trying to go, so that's the other thing here. Let's forget about AMC. Let's just watch GME right now. I mean, I still like a break long. It's just at what price? I mean, we're moving. We've already seen so many prices here today. That's, you know, for me, that's the thing. It's just, you got to make sure that you see the right prices, right? Because, like, who knows where these halts are going to come into play or not anymore. I mean, we've been playing the halt bands. Halt bands have been good trades so far. So, I mean, something to look at for sure.
Yeah, right back down.
Yeah, right back. Okay,
I try to break, just very quickly, I try to break of this local, it's hard to see, but I try to break of the local high there. It was actually under 41. It was like 40.80s, but it immediately, like, flushed through 40. So we jump in, jump out. Obviously I'm holding Blackbird, which is continuing to work. Okay, nothing's happening over there on NVIDIA. Just keep looking up at it. I think you just maybe you gotta wait for the 35. It looks like it's just a short at this point. You know, it's entirely too weak. So if it gets down to 35, maybe we look for a bounce there. It needs to break something out or show a good bounce. Otherwise, you could just be waiting. Maybe everyone's waiting around for 12 o'clock and you don't want to get too off guard there. It should be USSR. I mean, it's open.
Oh, wow, here we go.
Down over 10%. So it's going into a down halt now. I'm going to cancel one of my bids.
And I can't even, like, AMC won't even go down. AMC
That's what doesn't make
really
any sense
strong.
to me. Oh, by the way, FFIE.
I mean, we're banking on AMC.
FFIE, that break, it's actually holding the break. This is not even falling when GameStop goes to the downside. So I'm not considering this a sympathy play anymore. I'm going to go with just play this as its own trend for now on Faraday Future. So maybe a bounce into VWAP or something like that, as GameStop keeps resisting halts to the downside, but it is still a lot of pressure on GameStop.
Resisting your halts. Yeah, I mean, okay, so a lot of pressure on GameStop. It is now halted. 37.70 downside move halt. Again, we knew it was going to be a halt fest there today, and we're just short again. I mean, we're actually going to wind up making just as much money on the AMC short as we did on the GameStop long, so we like that one for sure. So we'll take that sort of back and forth there. One short, one long. We hit the GameStop longs early. You guys saw that. We were able to take these bids. So we did get out on that fake halt right there. So we gave this money back, which was basically flat to a small loss, then bought, then bought, then bought, then bought. So huge moves upside there out for GameStop. Let's just see where it goes now, 37.72. Tesla's still dancing. Let's go look at something else. All right, so the other trade idea that we had was Apple buying dips, but again, we missed that dip right there. Other than that, right now, I think the market is sleepy time. I mean, that number that came out today, we were all like, yay, it's jobs report Friday and this and that. Really? I mean, the market is like, nah, that didn't even come out, but it did, and it was greater than expected, hotter number, and this is what happened. And then, like I said, it seemed like we really, really absorbed all of that on that downside, so we don't have too much to worry about. I had mentioned Robinhood, and actually, thanks for pointing that out in the chat. Geez, what? No, that's that's pretty much highway robbery right there. We should have had that. I mean, you want to guess what level we wrote down for Robinhood today? Anybody? How about this? 2250 is on the sticky note, but of course, like I said, look at this shiny thing over here, and we stop looking at it. The low of the day for GameStop right there, 2250, or sorry, for Robinhood. We like that level. We wrote that down here. Came back in on the jobs number, hung around, could have had it. We didn't even, I don't even remember talking about this there, but there's the nice move up. You had to have it right off the open, so there's no way. I just wasn't looking at it, but good call there on Robinhood. And we wrote down Palantir for dip buys into 23, and I guess that did come through again. And this one I can't claim ignorance on because we've been looking at Palantir, just not quite at those levels. AMC yet to halt, or did it halt at once? It did.
It halted one time on AMC.
Yeah.
We were multiple times on GameStop. So there was a bounce off VWAP in Faraday. So there's VWAP, higher lows, all that good stuff. It just bounced off 71. There's a 68 bounce. There's a 69 bounce. Didn't want to bounce off 70. It bounced off 71. I'm going to scalp it to the high, hold some for the break. Carvana, which doesn't care. Carvana doesn't care about you and your feelings.
No, it does. It does. Carvana does.
Oh, apparently it does. 1 million in volume, but it just did this little bit of a pullback. It's failed $110 like 3 or 4 times here. Oh, sorry, rejected 110. A fail would be if it actually flushed. It's not flushing, and nothing like that is happening on Carvana, but it's holding a nice consolidation. I wonder if on sympathy, maybe it's just consolidating, waiting for an up move, and then all of a sudden, if these other names start to go up, you'll see Carvana break out that top. NVIDIA is still nothing burger, 1,200. Meanwhile, remember when we say NVIDIA is weak, what's going on with AMD? Here we go again. AMD up 1.5%, breaking out the highs. NVIDIA can't break 1,200. So we are at yesterday's top in a matter of seconds here in AMD. Of course, GameStop's going to open up in 1 minute as this is about to take the top. I still have my order on NVIDIA, but at some point, I might just give up the ghost on NVIDIA making this break and realize that AMD is stronger. Until then, just in Faraday, and GameStop's going to open in less than a minute.
Yeah, we're still bidding a little lower on AMC, but we are going to be watching GameStop right here as well. So there we go. So we are on it right now, and if and when it opens up, we will bring it to you. Not if, when it opens up, we will bring it to you. 37.72. It looks like we're about to get open in just a little bit of time. What time did it exactly halt here? So I can get that to you. 02:36. Oh, we still got a little bit of time here, as it's right now 06:45. So it's coming up right now, about a minute 45 seconds or so to go on that one, just so everyone's not that it matters, you guys do what you want, but I just took out some more there of our AMC trade back down at 52s or 53s right now as we hit 52s. So we are short now at 68. I mean, again, like 17 cents on AMC might not seem that much, but it's not bad. If we can get a downside push in GME, which whatever, then we'll watch out for this to flush. We only have now a third left of our shorts. We've been shorting back and forth. We did get stopped out on that one GameStop open and right back in. So so far, a very profitable day there. Here comes GameStop. In 8 seconds, GameStop will open up and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, the FOMO was real on Rivian. Rivian bounced pretty much exactly off that 1150 level. We'll get to that in a second. But look, it's going to be GameStop opening back up. It's opening already pressing the bid. Like, it's relentless at this point. Like, there are size bids that are just getting chewed up on every single level. So this bottom is 34, 35 even, or 34 something. So 35 looks like a bounce spot. Or you could just hold the halt level altogether. That would be nice. Maybe we look for, this high here is 41.5. So that would give you a breakout through the top.
I mean, it's fun to watch, but it's kind of still on the same levels. I mean, if you just close your eyes at open.
It's the same thing.
Yeah.
NVIDIA's trying to go higher. Oh, there was one other thing I wanted to get to. There was that small capper that we talked about, that Vero. This also, in sympathy, I guess, all things halted down at the same time. Like, this went to the bottom. It's almost at $1 now. So when everything came back in, this came back in as well. I usually like those dollar levels a lot. So if it does like a false break of $1 and maybe holds $1, I will get over to that one. FFIE started to come back in. The second GameStop opened up, I'm like, let's take some out in front of 75 on Faraday because the bid looked heavy on GameStop. So we're still holding on to a little bit of that, but ultimately, I think the big story is, can this hold on to 35 on Jimmy?
Yeah, it's going to be coming back in there. I mean, I'm still watching it. I would like to see. I mean, let's think about what we actually want to see here. Sorry, that's AMC. I was just getting out of that. I'm still watching GameStop on the other screen here. I mean, this could have been it, 37. I mean, we just wicked the bottom there. to $37. I mean, that could be something there if you're holding the long to say, hey, I'm going to get out if and when we do break through that $47 mark. So I feel like there is something to be said about that if that was something that you're looking for. But here it comes back in right now. So we're still short on AMC, trying to watch out for GameStop coming into that 37 level. So again, this has been the level that's held. It pretty much held even look, we got one move down where it tried to break through 35 and didn't. We got out at 36.30 or whatever that was there on that roughly that same price. See, there's that stop spot again, 37. So it gets right back into that and bounces one more time. So I think 37, 37.50. I mean, if you're really thinking about, hey, where's the line in the sand? If I have a lot of shares, 36.50 maybe, that very bottom of 35. I don't know if we want to see that break, because if it gets to 35, it's probably a downside halt, right? So just be careful with all of that, but here it goes. Looks like 37 might be something here on GameStop.
It might be, and oh, I knew this might happen. Just going to quickly update. I was in one time at the 49 even on DocuSign. Yeah, DocuSign absolutely ramped off that low. It was maybe like 20 or 30 cents underneath that SSR, and it just went ramp job to the upside. So there's the breakdown, but we're going to get this 35 print, I think, incoming anytime. We're going to get the low day on GameStop. We should take all of the others to the bottom. Faraday might be bouncing at 70, but we'll track that in a second. If we get 35 bounce, that's the next level we're looking for.
Yeah, there's 37, a nice little move there. I'm going to take another piece out if I can here on AMC. I'm bidding like paid gateways. You could get free ones or dark pools, but forget that. So let's just wait to see now what happens as AMC, good little recovery. There's the one shutdown stop out on the reopen. And then since then, so that's the first halt down. That's sort of what we've been experiencing right now. And we do get that low print, and we are bidding 47s again on this one as everyone's here to see GameStop. And GameStop right now is at that 36.50 level. That first spot that kind of gave everybody the, yeah, sort of the wiggle out there that happened to the downside. But here we go again. Look, we're really, I hate like kind of celebrating on all this kind of stuff, because I just said, like, I know that there's a lot of traders that potentially are stuck trying to chase this, and
I wish it was going up.
It does suck. I mean, I want it to go up as well. So we're going to still wait for that. It might be at that spot, though. 36 could be a spot.
Yeah, you're kind of hoping so at this point. I mean, it just made that was a big wick bottom. Okay, so somebody just stepped in pretty decently, but every single time, like, where's the follow through? You'll get one big order that just happened right here off of 36.5 that punched it right back through 37, and then the first move is once it gets to 38, someone comes in and dumps it again right back into 37.5. Like, I want to see that followed by another round of buying and then breaking out the next top. So this is a 39 break and change on GameStop, it looks like. I'm going to take the shot.
Yeah, I was thinking about taking a shot down here at 37 as well, to be honest with you. That little 36.50 area could be something for sure. So, yeah, let's try it. There we go. We are in it now at 30. I just punched in 37.70 or so. What do we go? We got 74s. So I want to give this down into that 36 area. So let's bid some 37s again to see if that comes in, which it looks like it's going to, and then put our stop down into where it needs to be, man. And if we wind up losing, we wind up losing. I mean, we have the AMC short, which is there for sure. But here we go. We are long now on GameStop, seeing if it wants to hold this level. I mean, ultimately, I think we all try to look for halt levels and stuff like that, but here it comes in, 37 and change. We've been down here before. Let's see where we go. GameStop will average it in. We're long at 37.50.
I mean, meanwhile, Robinhood looks like it has a program buying on the damn thing, on the stock. Like, it's like, look at this. It's just linear, cool, chilling, no problems here to the upside. I'm gonna stick to the breakout trading. You know, I feel like that's gonna be the way to go. I'm gonna take a shot on a breakout. Unless it's that 35, I'm gonna hold out for the break. NVIDIA, nothing NVIDIA just yet. AMD, I want to make sure we're at least tracking what's going on here. AMD just gave it up underneath VWAP. So logically, in that moment, this is the moment that NVIDIA is getting strong again. So NVIDIA higher lows into what looks like a flat top break. That's 1198.5. I'm going to take it if it breaks the 1,200, I almost said 12,000, the $1,200 level. So I've been waiting for this for a while. You can see I've had the order in for like 15 minutes, and I canceled it a couple times. Really, I've had this order to go break long for pretty much the entire open on NVIDIA, and we're just not seeing it. So I'm waiting for a break on GameStop. holding on to BlackBerry, which will just show you, like the first down halt, like this was it going up, first down halt just punched short, still looking for the low of the day. That's pretty much it. Just need a break on GameStop. Novavax and some of these other ones, look, just trending down to the bottom. This is SSR, it's down 10%. Here is the move. Come on, break.
Go.
Can't break top.
We're long 37.50 on GameStop. We've talked about that. I mean, we could, again, if you want 50 cents, it just basically stopped at 38 flat right there if you're going to scalp it. You could scalp it. I just realized that, like, in me looking over at GameStop, like Tesla has just stopped every single time at 178.50, and it's just like I'm not even looking over there because we just have kind of a starter position on that trade. But again, missed opportunity here, I feel like, for sure. As we look at Tesla coming back down, we should be short. We should be out of our Tesla trade. All right, GameStop's falling back in again into 37. I mean, there is an opportunity to get more shares here. We're not going to do that. It just did not break. There it comes. It just did not break through that 38 level. So I think that was something to look at.
It's like the market doesn't want to do anything right now because everyone's staring at.
Well, I think the market's.
It's a Friday. Look, it's a Friday.
Yeah, I don't know.
Whatever.
I think most traders don't care about these, to be honest with you, the ones that will be trading Apple and all that kind of stuff. But you're probably right. Friday, the jobs number came out. It's a gorgeous, gorgeous day. I'm going to check my phone soon to see what my daughter's up to at her baseball camp. The Blue Jays clinic today. And by the way, today we already have what's for lunch. Let's do that here as we go. What's for lunch today is, again, hopefully if you've been trading, you've been having a couple of these, some chicken dinner winners, but it's not dinner yet. You don't want to have chicken for breakfast, I don't think, unless you, I mean, I don't know. Not
Why
this.
not?
You could have omelets and stuff like that for sure. All right, but today's what's for lunch is a good lunch too. Barbecue chicken with rice and stir-fried vegetables. So that's going to be good time around here. Let's not lose our lunch though with GameStop.
I used to have chicken for breakfast in university more than is reasonable.
Yeah, no, chicken's great, man. Healthy protein, have that for sure.
Literally whatever got made the night before. If I barbecued chicken the night before at university,
oh yeah.
I mean, come on, son. Like, I'm not making breakfast. No, it just is what it is.
Thank you.
One quick thing for you here. Rivian, higher lows, it's bouncing off VWAP, or at least attempting to. And I did that thing where I get in on the front end instead of the back end. So it's at VWAP, and I bid VWAP, and I just took the fill instead of letting it bounce first. So if it ends up flushing through 70, I should get out, let it reclaim VWAP, or at least reclaim that trend, and then jump back into it. So again, if it holds VWAP here, great, but usually I want to be getting that fill on the other way. I already have a tight stop, and I don't mind jumping back into a trending trade into the upside. Still, as I said, I've got this order locked for a break here, and if it happens, it happens. I'm starting to run out of faith that anything is going to break to the upside on GME until 12 o'clock. So we'll just have to be patient for it at this point. Lots of other things are happening in the overall market that you can pay attention to. Apple is actually trending up going into the WDC next week. So it's holding VWAP. There's your big break at the open. Dip buy. The market's gliding a little bit higher here. So Apple looking relatively strong. And then this name, which we haven't mentioned all day, Meta, putting in a bit of a double bottom and just went back into green. So everyone's all doom and gloom about that number, but look at the recovery. Look at this. If you're trading only Meta today, which you're probably not, it bounces right off of yesterday's lows twice on this number and now could be taken out the top. That could be spicy. You can get this in front of that 500 level, which got rejected pretty heavily in the afternoon. I see some people talking about Tilray. But
of course they are, yeah. Short float there.
I don't know that... yeah, the weed names, I'll stay away from those.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at some high short float names here back and forth again. So GameStop still holding 36, but dancing around. We did average into our Tesla, so we're trying to cook up a winner here again, and maybe we can for everybody, or for myself anyways, on Tesla. Again, like the stock down at this level. We'll see if it does work out for us or not, but right now, Tesla, I'm going to take the 50 cents this time if we're able to get it up there at 178. We'll just take out half of it. That's sort of where VWAP is, and so here goes. Nice move back to the upside for Tesla. We just bought that dip buy down there at 177.30, so giving us an average price now of 45. It's so stupid because we had $1 and change winner, and then I just completely left it alone there, trading AMC, which has been good. AMC has been a good one, man, for sure, as that's been downside. We're actually, I mean, position pending. We'll be up more on AMC. Well, maybe not. We'll wait. But we are up more on AMC right now with this position going against us now on GameStop. Still up on GameStop, but it is falling back into this level again of 36 and change. Very, very dangerous because that stop is going to be 35. So if we get out at 35, we get out at 35. Let's see where it goes from here. But yeah, not a great spot for me as we stay under 37. It's only 10:20. Like
It's so early.
Yeah, I'm not like even if we wind up losing on this, we'll probably lose $1.50 or so on that 36 break. Or sorry, what break did I put down? 35 breaks, so $2 and change, which obviously is going. Here it comes, which is going to suck. But I still think it's worth the shot. We do have sort of that hedge on AMC, but that's not the point of it. I'm trading GameStop right now because I think there's some support down here. So we just take that long right now, and why not? Let's take it out. Here we go. Let's ring some Reggies there back through. We're long at 36.63. If we could break through 37, we just took a piece out on that upside there. We did chase P&L there for a little bit, to be honest with you. As it did pop up, we were kind of like, oh my God, we're red there, breaking through 36. Then we get that last little relief rally back up to the upside. So I'm not even sure. We just hit offer enter. What price did we get? 37.06. So a good price there on the out for GameStop. We still have shares though, of course. So let's wait to see what happens. Here comes 35. So that looks like that was a good decision to get out because here we go.
Yeah, this is the one. I mean, we talked about this in the pre-market, not really thinking it would come into play after that bounce at 9:30 because you bounced at 9:30 off of 36. I didn't think we'd see it again, but you're trending back into it. I'm back in FFIE. It just had a double bottom at 68, right around VWAP, so I grabbed 69s on the way back up of Faraday. I always want to say future Faraday, but it's Faraday future. So I am in that one. If it breaks 68, I'm just getting out that 68 cents. So it looks like it might be doing that right now. I'm taking more in front of 35 in GameStop. This is that bottom level. Again, it's not meant to be a hedge being short BlackBerry. It's just the way it ended up here. Let's go to Adara. It's time for the small cap recap.
Or Brendan, yeah.
Or, sorry, my bad, Brendan. Yeah.
Shout out to Adara, having a nice long weekend. Yeah, let's get you a look at a few little ones moving around here this morning. This one with a appointment with Bloomberg TV today. I saw a few people mentioning it. SNGX, one to watch, not doing a heck of a lot right now. GME, the big one, obviously. AMC to keep in mind, coming up at 12 o'clock with the kitty man taking to the airwaves, allegedly. We'll see. VERO, 102% coming off a headline after the close yesterday. It's been downside for the most part ever since, including a halt of its own on the downside of things for VERO. A ton of volume still on this one. As I mentioned earlier, there's a lot of these little penny stocks popping up. That was one of them, TPHS. Just taking out the highs here, heavy volume behind this move, TPHS, and then this one as well. Vigil Neurosciences starting to go as well. Not a penny stock, but $4, guys, for VIGL.
Okay, here comes $35 immediately. So thanks, Brendo, for that little update right there. And yeah, there goes 35. So it's going to break through 35. That's my stop. So we will get stopped out. We did try one more time here on GameStop, and then now it looks like I'm throwing in the towel. And then I think the best thing to do would be to wait, because the thing is, if you don't get out at 35, look, the stop's already in. So hopefully I don't have to do anything. This thing just triggers. But at the end of the day, if you don't get out now, look, this could spike right back up. There we go. I got out. We could spike up and it could be completely disastrous. But I'm going to play the other way right now, thinking that it's better to get out now, take the L on this name. Obviously, like we had mentioned, we still do have that AMC short, but take the L and then just see what winds up happening now, because it just broke through that last level for us anyways as a day trader. So, I mean, if you're still trading options, I mean, $30 is pretty key to come through 32.50.
32 was a big level
yesterday,
but
what are you going to do? But
if it gets there,
the market is trying to fall in a little bit too. And then again, now we can finally... Like, it's 10:20. You know, the stocks I've traded today, GameStop, Tesla, and AMC. Like, that's not normal for me. So we're going to have to go over and start looking at something else. GameStop was a lot of fun, and it's going to get a heck of a lot more fun, too. We'll still hold on to AMC short, though. We still have that one. Check back on AMD. So let's just do something that we always do. We didn't write down AMD today, but look what it's been doing, up to 170. I mean, what a great short that would have been. We've talked about 170 on a daily, but that's not here anymore. So... Yeah, you're down to the 200 period. Not a bad little look there. I still kind of like this Tesla long, which is starting to print out for us a little bit. We did get that little bottom take there at 177, so a nice little move back up to the upside now for Tesla. You know what? Heck yeah. Let's just take this out in the 70s. There it is. All right. Well, there's 50 cents on a triple reload there for Tesla. So yeah, we'll take that one, and we like it a lot. Good little move there for Tesla coming back upside, and we have it. So good trade. Let's just sit there in it and see what we can get from TSLA. So far, so good there. 50-cent winner back upside on triple loaded up shares.
Yeah, I think the market's running out of steam, and if that's the case, I'm going to look for anything weak that I can short. But the bounce off VWAP on Rivian, we just took the first out in front of 80. The high of the day sits 1190, so we're going to get some more out at 84. Those are looking okay. I think those are relatively strong. When I say those, Tesla just bounced the upside for Sean, so I mean the EVs, just to clarify.
Yeah.
Apple is also looking trend up. So in terms of looking for weakness, as the market is sort of rolling over is the wrong word, it's cresting, right? So it's cresting at a resistance point. So what I'm looking for is a stock that's following the market, or like a Mag 7 type of name that looks weak. Google's at the lows. That looks weak to me. That's enough. So if there's going to be a short, this is the one to me that's making lower highs. If we can play back into VWAP in here, I'd rather be short this than one of the stocks that is trending into the upside. So I'm going to be ready for VWAP there. GameStop actually bounced and is now back above 35 even. So it's showing some kind of pep in its step. Oh, and AMD is holding 167 on a line right now. That's the other thing. Nothing happening. NVIDIA's got, in the last 10 minutes or 20, 30 minutes, an $8 range, which for NVIDIA is nothing. AMD pulled all the way back from those highs and is trying to hold 67 very, very tightly there. So it's worth watching. If it doesn't hold on to this, I think you can get the flush we wanted, but I wanted a 171 short on advanced micro devices. Speaking of NVIDIA, this is what I mean. Nothing happening. The longer it consolidates, I suppose that still means the 1200 break can be good because it's just sitting here consolidating. That's not bad. It just means it's coiling up, and if it does eventually break, it could be a great one. Just got to wait for it.
Yeah, I kind of wish we had, we went back long into GME, by the way. Breaking through 36, so here we go. Let's see if we can get this. I didn't even realize it happened, actually, and you were talking about GameStop moving around, and I was just going to say we have a 36 break, but that just happened immediately for us. So let's go. Here we go. We got this trade into our blotter right now. We're waiting at 36.89. I don't know why we picked that price, and that might have been a bad price, as I think it went to 70s there and stopped. So boo on that one, but nice move higher there as we'll cash out a little bit on that GameStop move through. We got 36.74s there. We'll wait there again to see if we can get that for an upside surprise off that. There it is. Okay, we get it again.
That one the bid.
Was there a big bid there? I didn't see.
It was a 40.
Okay, well, we're long now. We're long at 36. So let's halt upside right now if we're lucky enough to get this. I think we should be able to get it, but we'll wait. No, I'm not getting anything now. As I just said to Neil, like what I used last time, it's not filling me now. I'm not getting any fills. I think a lot of people want this long. All right, so we're long. Let's go.
No fills again.
Yeah, so we're long GameStop right here at 36. So, I mean, we take that long, we punched into it, same amount of shares as we had before. We're going to be flat on GameStop after all, but let's wait to see where we go on this one. Meanwhile, guys, we have now multiples. It's Tesla, baby. Nice move to the upside. As, hey, look, man, you stick with what you're doing. We are a big cap, support and resistance, catalyst kind of guy right there. So we'll spin that right there for that one. Max, I don't think is here today. I was about to hit the Max Lambo thing right there, but it is a money-making day regardless right now. So there goes Tesla. Huge move there. We got it. We got that bottom. We like it. It's on the sticky note. So, hey, man, we're just staying in our core, right? Just like do what we do best, put up numbers, show you guys the trades and talk about them. And there it is right there, $1.25 right there on Tesla. So far today, AMC win, GameStop hopefully win, Tesla win. It's been a good day. It's a Friday, and it's a Fry-yay because it's been yay to the upside right now. Good job there. Let's see what happens with Tesla. Maybe we do break that 179. We're feeling it today again.
Yeah, I got a bad feeling about the futures, though, because NVIDIA is about to break down. So I'm about to punch short if we break this low on AMD. NVIDIA just got right back into that 1185 zone, and if it takes it out, I think it's going to drag a few things with it. I am on Rivian. I'm not reloading this. It's back into this VWAP. I think if it can't hold it, it could get nasty for a lot of these. Like the trend, that's fine. GameStop's indicating a couple 100,000 open to the upside, and I'm going to treat this exactly like we did on the last up halt that we didn't get. So on the last up halt that I didn't get, I just simply, if it opened higher and bounced off the previous halt, I'm going long on the way back up and then trying to hold into any halt after that. So if it opens higher than 37, the halt price is 36.91. It could be a 38 break, could be 37.5, something in that range. It just has to open, bounce off that 36.90,
There we go.
and then jump into the long
Got you back.
to the upside. Is he back?
Yeah, Sharif's live today, so ID, all that, all figured out. So we got Sharif and Obi ready to go live trading, baby. So, yeah, and on a good day, he picked a good, well, it's not his picking. He would have been live the first day, his
Ideally.
choice. But, all right, so what I'm saying is good day, I think, to be live for sure, because you're going to want to put some trades on. And it's tough to trade halted names when you're in a simulated environment, of course. So GameStop and AMC, Beyond Meat, so on and so forth, all dancing today. Let's see where we're going to open up, baby. We are long at 36 into an up halt here for GameStop. It's going to open up in about, actually, a little bit more than 2 minutes. So it's a perfect time to go over to get Brendan at the desk with the crypto recap.
Hey guys, yeah, a bit of a quiet day so far for crypto markets. We did have a move downside, however, coming off the employment number at 8:30 this morning. That's how the overall board is shaping up right now. Nothing significant. I mean, some of the bigger moves of late have been around some of these GME meme coins that have come out. But Bitcoin green on the day right now. Ethereum downside ever so slightly. Everything else back and forth for the most part. Interesting note on Kraken possibly coming to an equity market near you as a company worth $100 million potentially on an IPO for Kraken. There's Bitcoin. Yeah, 8:30 comes out, huge move down to 70,500. We've retaken 71,000 and change here for Bitcoin, but chopping around within the range, guys, for BTC.
Yeah, so when you said meme coin, I'm like, what I love about our community is we have the best community out there. So everyone educate me on what if they're actual GME meme coins, just let me know. I'm interested in looking at them out of morbid curiosity. But the actual thing here, at least last time I checked, is going to open up in less than 1 minute. 36.91 is the whole price. If you can hold that, I think you got yourself an opportunity for a long. 165,000 to the buy side. So not gigantic. The first halt, it was like 700,000 to buy, and it opened up 10% higher. So I would anticipate it's probably opening higher, but it's not going to open at like $40 or anything like that. The tap is flat. So 36.91 is exactly what it's saying. I still have the stop in BlackBerry. That doesn't even move, which I guess is a good thing on this bounce. So once we're open, I'm going to look for a hold of the halt band price, which is 36.91. If it bounces off that, I'm punching long the first dollar break. If I don't get that, there's always this break here, $39. That's the other one that it resisted. I had this break before and it didn't work. Now it's back open. Hold it, hold the line, hold the line. It's trying to hold 37 right. Oh no, don't break the band. Okay, bounce, 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 bounce. It's trying to bounce and does not. There it goes. I took the shot. I said if it holds that halt band, it bounced off at once. I punched back long through 37 even with a stop immediately underneath that band. So it's like in, out. If it goes right away and it works. That's what happened over here and it worked essentially right away. But not this time. I guess the bid's just too heavy on GameStop.
Yeah, I opened up there at 37. I mean, we could have got out there. We decided to hold it for that 35. Let's just wait to see. I mean, probably a bad decision, obviously. But we're long rate here at 36. So let's just hold out to see what happens. I mean, it does. I was thinking we could get a bigger bump there. I went to 37.50. We didn't get out. I mean, we already got some out there at 36.70, 470 cents. So we're kind of like going 1-to-1 now. If it breaks 35, it'll be less than 1-to-1. But I want to hold for more than 1-to-1 on the bid, obviously. So let's wait to see here. As we can go, again, yeah, that's not a good reopen. Would have loved to see that sort of skyrocket there. Just does not come through. We only have a small piece left of our Tesla. I mean, we told you before that we were rating. I mean, that's why this is a purple, because we actually put that out here when we were long before. Then we got averaged in. So That's going to get recoded there for a sell, not a short sell. But nice move back up to 178, 178.50. Let's see what 179. Again, we put that out there, and we just did a little live long and prosper there with Tesla because, again, it was the only, there you go, what's up, Spock? Right there, we went long and prospered right there on Tesla. So there goes bang,
Gotta
bang,
do it
bang.
when you say it.
Nice to say. I never really watched Star Trek, to be honest with you. I just,
No, it's fair.
but
It's one of those
we did
things.
finish
It's not.
Big Bang
It's not
Theory,
for everybody.
finally. Not Big Bang Theory, Young Sheldon. Yeah, I didn't mind. I didn't mind the ending. I think it was pretty obvious. You know.
I haven't. I still haven't watched.
Yeah, we watched Young Sheldon with my kids there. They really liked it. Then we started watching Big Bang Theory, but I don't know if they're too into that. So, all right, yeah, GameStop right now is all what's going on right now. We're still, it's our largest P&L name today will be Tesla, but it's really AMC is right behind it. Actually, they're neck and neck. And it's just because we're able to put on some shares here, and it just, we haven't had a huge P&L day today. There isn't much happening.
Look,
I mean,
at the end of the day,
I'm
GameStop.
waiting for setups, right?
I think with GameStop, you almost had to be like all in on that first halt. That's the big miss for me because that's where I wanted the most shares was on the actual up halt, which I didn't get it. The other trades is just different. Like the most shares I was going to want is right here. That's the trade. And then you probably have your entire day on that halt. If you get that on the bid, but I didn't get it on the bid, so we missed it. It is what it is. But this market is still falling asleep at the same levels. I mean, I look over at NVIDIA. Everyone probably is waiting for like 90 minutes for Roaring Kitty. They were probably piling and just
crap,
ready to
that's
go.
coming up
There was
already.
a good question in the chat. Someone said in the chat, what app are they using? We're trading on a prop floor. This is real trading. There's floors all across the world. So we trade firm capital and trade on the P-Pro 8 platform here at Real Trading. So when I say I'm using this stop order, that stop order, it's probably different from the platform you're using. We have access to be able to show you, like I can show you what the imbalance looks like on GameStop because that's in our system here at Real Trading, but it is trying to bounce GME one more time here. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. Let's see if we can get going one more time here. I'm still going to put an offer up at 39. I mean, maybe we can get a 39.40 or something. It's just crazy. We've missed some of our fills by pennies, even on GameStop today. So that's been wild, just to see how this has been trading. And we're here for it. So yeah, we haven't hit this yet. I don't know. Let's see what winds up happening here. I might just get, I mean, let's just maybe get another piece out of AMC. I mean, we don't have any real business being in it too much anymore as we've sort of made our bed now with AMC. It's been a good trade. So we could just cheer on GME here back upside. That's the idea for me. So let's wait to see if it does come through. That's GameStop, Tesla still doing it. And a brand new position is a money-making position right now for us as Robinhood falls right back in. And looky what we see right here for Robinhood. A nice little dip buy. We're long at 16s, and now it's at 32s. So there it is, man. A money play off of sticky note play number 2 right now. The Tesla long has been my number 1 stock, and here comes Robinhood. We're now 17 pennies in the money off of a VWAP retracement. As we always talk about, those are the plays that we're looking for daily. VWAP retracements on stocks that we believe are strong, and we got it yesterday with NVIDIA on a weak move, right? That was the number 1 trade for me yesterday, was that. And then right here again today, we're trying it one more time, and it looks like we're good to go here so far on Robinhood on that play. So let's just go through and see if we can get some more wins. But so far, so good here on that Robinhood call.
Yeah, we love Robinhood. It's a great one. And remember, look, at the end of the day, like everyone knew that Roaring Kitty would be talking. That said, I expected you'd get a little bit more action and buy action. VWAP just came in here on Google here, so I did get that fill underneath 77. But we are now, the NASDAQ's actually pressing to the upside. Let me get over to Apple and NVIDIA. Apple still hasn't taken out the high. NVIDIA still hasn't broken out the high just yet, but it looks like it's trying to. AMD with a good bounce back into VWAP here. So higher lows on AMD. I think this is a strong one relatively. I'm still chilling in Rivian. And the fact the market's going up and Google's flat means it's still relatively weak as far as I'm concerned. So I'd rather be long on NVIDIA breaking 1200 or AMD above VWAP as opposed to Google, which can't even seem to get off the tops here. GameStop's still doing absolutely nothing.
Yeah, it's too bad.
Yeah, it's too bad. That said, I think there is an opportunity maybe once Roaring Kitty is speaking or maybe right before it. So you got to be tuned in. We're here all day long. So if there's any big move, I'm taking pretty much almost every significant break level or halt, I'm making a play. And then if that play works, that'll be the entire day for me on the stock. That's just how it is.
Yeah. And we took out 60% of Robinhood because honestly, man, let's go. Like that just fell right into VWAP. We got some out at the 50 period. This took off way more than I thought it would. Maybe Robinhood can get back into those 60s and we'll take another piece out. I was trying to layer the bid, by the way. Here goes GameStop. Hey, look, because we're doing it, why not? I mean, we're looking for more than $1, but hey, just went to the dollar club, breaking through 37 again, but then it stopped. So there it is. Like if you guys are long like me at 36 right now, we've just stopped like 3 times. 37 has been a monster level, and I would just feel like I'm not doing my duty here by not saying that, because here it comes again, right back to 37. So I'm holding the long for myself. We'll be close to day's high right here today for my P&L. I mean, Robinhood's helping that out with a nice move. Tesla now $1 and change in the money. That's helping that out. And there's the stop spot again.
37.50 looks like a breakout.
Yeah, you're not in this one
I'm
yet, but yeah, no,
I'm only taking a break now.
Yeah,
I just want to break up.
Yeah, 12 o'clock, we still are expecting the roaring one to come through. So we'll wait to see if that, I mean, we don't have to wait to see anything. I believe it will come through, and I mean, that is what he's going to do. So we'll wait to see what happens here with Roaring Kitty coming through at 12 o'clock. We could just get a piece out now and then hold. I mean, it seems like it keeps on doing this move. I'm not just going to do that. We want to, I mean, we could make a little bit of money here, and there's nothing wrong with doing that, but I'm going to try to make a lot. So let's see if it breaks through 37 right now. We're willing to lose a little or make a lot. So that's kind of my logic with this. Let's see what happens.
I think that's the play. Like, look for spots to be in, and if you can get in a good spot that you like, it allows you to take some profit and then hold it for a bigger move, anticipating that when he gets on, something crazy could happen. The market just broke a little bit higher, so I'm not going to reload Google. So Google did the dip off of VWAP, and then came in, got some 70s, but look at the NASDAQ going. Yeah, that's not a situation where I want to reload. I'm going to get out if it breaks 77. All of a sudden, you're starting to wake up in this market a little bit. AMD is breaking out of VWAP, so I like this 68. And we'll try to get any kind of a buy dip. I'm still in Rivian. That's still bouncing off VWAP, but nothing too crazy. And I've decided I am going to take 37.50 break on GameStop. I'm not going to sit there staring at it because it keeps projecting 37. The longer I stare at it, the more it's not going to happen. I think of that like NVIDIA 1200. I'm trying not to stare at it, but the longer I look, the less likely this is going to happen. It seemed like it was inevitable at one point, and that was an hour ago here on NVIDIA. Let's go to the desk. We've got Brendan, and we've got Sector Watch.
Not a heck of a lot to look at, as you guys have been mentioning. Pretty quiet overall right now. Strength coming from some of the healthcare names, Eli Lilly specifically, J&J to the upside, to the tune of more than a full percent. Some of the banks looking pretty good so far today as well. JP Morgan up more than 1.5%. Berkshire, Wells Fargo, Morgan Stanley, Goldman, all green on the day. Tech. Yeah, not much to look at, really. NVIDIA downside, as we saw in the pre-market there. Broadcom, AMD, however, offsetting back to the upside. Payment names are strong. Energy strong, with oil heading higher, guys. Some weakness in the retail side of things as well, offsetting for the overall market.
All right, so GameStop does get that 37.50 break.
But immediately fails. Immediately.
But immediately fails, yeah. So yeah, there's that break, and it immediately failed. So it went to 37.75 or so. So I'm going to wait at 38 to get out of a piece. I mean, I said that I didn't want to make little money. I wanted to make a lot of money. $2 to get out of a third of it. I think that's fine considering sort of the levels that we're looking at right now, and another rejection right there. So, you know, I think we're just adding fuel to the fire. We just hear that Andrew left. Will be joining the halftime show there at the same time that Roaring Kitty's on. Like, what a surprise. Everybody's looking, like we are too, for eyeballs on this. We're going to be the only ones live trading it. So watch us here and, you know, get your goods. I mean, we're already long. I've already executed many trades on this name and continue to be here for it. So let's just wait. I mean, we didn't even take $1.50, $2 there when we just had $2 and didn't take it. So let's be, you know, cautiously optimistic here for GameStop that it continues this move. But it would be something else if this guy just unloads all of his position or adds to it.
Cannot see that.
Come through halftime. We just got out of AMC because I'm not interested in it anymore. It's doing absolutely nothing and is just taking up mental capacity, which is very limited to begin with. So I'm not going to look at AMC anymore. Hard pass on that one. Tesla's the baby of them all, baby, right now. And as John Travolta goes, hey, this guy's trading GameStop, but let's not sleep on the damage that's being put on the board over here as well. It's Robinhood. This was a monster trade, honestly. I mean, we love this retracement back into VWAP. We do this all the time, every time. I like this trade. Futures bounced off 19,000, another thing that we had wrote down there on the sticky note. And here comes GameStop. You see, what a fail up there at 38. Now bringing back down into 36.
Right
so
to the bottom.
Here we go. I mean, our stop is already there. So obviously it's going to look foolish when you don't take outs when outs are there, but we've explained it, and we are completely comfortable with every decision that we've made, and going to continue that way. So let's now wait to see what happens here with GameStop back into 35 and change. Not worth reloading or anything for me. We're just going to wait and let this thing settle down. Hour 15 away from the live stream. Maybe that's just what everybody's looking for.
Yeah, it's interesting.
You know, so that 37. We're already ready to get out if it goes back.
It's going to be hilarious. You have one side talking about their case for the long, and you have the other side talking about Andrew Left talking about the case for the short. It's just going to be wild. And only one place where you're going to see the actual action here live. Someone just told me don't look at the Intel chart. No, why wouldn't I? There's opportunity cost misses everywhere. Intel's not one of them for me because I wasn't looking at it. Meta probably. I'd argue Meta more so because it was strong and it broke out that top. I did get out. I'll show you what happened like very, very quickly because I said I was going to take that 37.5 break. We'll zoom it right back in. It either works right away. Like I said, try to loose small, tight in there. And if it breaks, maybe you get an up halt, anything like that. If it sets up another one of those, I probably take another. It just is what it is. I want to take that shot. We were looking at some other possible squeeze names. One of them was Carvana. It looked like it had a chance to consolidate and break out the high. Clearly it didn't, or we probably would be involved in it. Bracket and VWAP. Looks like a lot of these have fallen back into sleep. I thought there'd be action on Novavax, spicier than this. NVAX trending down, although it's catching a bit itself. If this can get above VWAP, maybe it goes on its own. Novavax is a squeeze name that actually has news. So there's actual good news with this company multiple times in the last week. It's a 30-something% short float. You know, they had going concern issues, and all of a sudden it's been doing this, and it's pulling right back into some decent theoretical support at like 17. I'm just pointing at the chart, like line on the chart, top at 17, couple bottoms at 17. If it's going to bottom out here, I think that's a pretty solid level. Can it actually go without GameStop doing anything is the real question. I'd be more inclined to think that can happen in Novavax than something like AMC.
As we pull back into VWAP, yeah, at Brian Shannon. One more time, our good friend Brian Shannon coming through. And look, I mean, I'm just loving this Robinhood trade. We just got out another piece. We only have 30% left. And I mean, and right now, we're going to go $1 and $2 now in the money on Tesla. And so far, just to talk about what we've been doing here on Robinhood and what this sticky note is all about. I mean, if you're just going to look for it right now, and thank you for watching us, of course, here live at Trader TV Live, you've now found the best, and we're glad to be there for you, for sure. This is what we talked about earlier. There it is, Tesla long, Robinhood long, have yet to find a level for Palantir, so we'll go 1, 2, 3 stocks, 3 for 3, and then we just got to wait for Apple and Palantir, so just a couple of ideas. And again, these are just, like I say here, hot stocks that I'm looking at in today's trade, levels, ideas, a little bit of an explanation there so we can all have a quick look, because look what's happening to Tesla right now. And there it is, man, props up that play. Remember we said, shh. We're trading some Tesla there. Not only that, we were quiet enough to load it up down there near the bottom for Tesla. Came back in a couple times, and there's the breakthrough trying to break through 179 as the day goes. So good trade there. GameStop is the only thing that's really on my mind because I feel like we're going to get triggered on this at some point, and it looks like it's going to be lower. So for right now,
it's not over yet.
No, I don't think it's far from over.
It just has
my
to
trade, Mike.
Hold on to 12. If it holds on to the bottom until 12 o'clock, I think it gets a little bit better. I got to slap a huge I knew I was going to take a lot of trades in GameStop today, and I don't question that one bit because I think the opportunity is still going to be there. But I'm slapping the fail on myself because I said I'll take one idea in DocuSign, and that would be it opens up and tags 10% to the downside and look for the retracement. But I did that thing where I got in as it's still coming down. So see that? That's all red. This is it breaking the post-market lows. And then it puts in this bottom wick and goes back into the green. This is $49 even. You punch back long through 49 is the trade. Usually that's the way we're able to do it. I've had level 2s up on GameStop and AMC and looking at a lot of other stuff. It's not an excuse, it's just the truth. And then it's a clean move back in on DocuSign. Maybe it pulls back in, gives you VWAP at 50, but that trade is come and gone. If you're looking for those like mean reversion trades, that was a pretty decent one for you on DocuSign. I look up and NVIDIA is still not doing anything. Yeah. I can be patient. We waited.
Well, we have to be patient. It's like
we waited 90 minutes the last time this stock wanted to break 1,200. I can wait. I can wait. If it doesn't break 1,200, I probably don't trade it today. 1185 was 1180. Sorry, were your chances off those lows. I don't really like anything coiling in here. It's got to be the break.
Pound them sirens right now because you can see what's happening with Tesla. And there it goes, man. Huge move now. $2 and change now in the money on Tesla as it just continues to climb higher into day's high again. Shout out to everybody that's out there looking at Tesla and not just meme stocks. I mean, we're all over the meme stocks today. There's no doubt about that. But I mean, let's just talk about what we do best. So this Robinhood trade, bang. Huge one there for us, right? So we're going to go 2 for 2 today in our trading ideas. Robinhood and Tesla, 2 for 2, and both monstrous. The number one P&L names here on the show today, Robinhood and Tesla, followed by, obviously you had a great BlackBerry trade there as well. AMC for me is going to be my number one meme stock.
More into this stock.
Yeah, for sure. And then we'll sit here on GameStop and be able to watch out to see what happens here because we are red on GameStop because of this last play rate there. But barely. So we're just holding on. I mean, it's going to be all dependent on what this position is happening right now. But not a huge day. A couple traders green. Like I said, the P&L, it hasn't really been doing too much. So we'll wait to see. I mean, a nice move back to 38 would definitely get your boy excited. And we all always excited when we have Brendan on the desk, especially when it's money talk.
Lulu's breaking out.
And apparently Lulu's breaking out.
Strong day, guys, for the USD coming on the back of this jobs number this morning. If you missed it, much higher than expected. May jobs report out at 8:30. I'll tell you more about that in a second. But yeah, 104.75 coming back into play here for the DXY. Huge spike back to the upside at 8:30 when we got that. That is the 10-year. So if you zoom out a little bit to interest rate or yields anyways, the longer term yields much higher than shorter term right now. So the 10-year up huge on the day, back to 4.42 currently. 30-year is chopping around 4.5 once again. So you got to zoom out, as I mentioned. But if you missed it, 272,000 jobs last month. That was versus 185,000 expected. More importantly, the revision showed 15,000 fewer jobs created in March. So that came off of, remember, what was already a bit of a miss on the last one as well. So they revised the last one downside and made it a little bit more important that this one was better, but not so much. 272 versus 185, guys.
Yeah, not so much is an understatement for that number. Another thing that is moving, so I kind of briefly said Lululemon was trying to break out. Well, Under Armour has broken out. Nike has broken out. Lululemon's just trying to follow in their footsteps. Up 2%. It is trending to the upside. That break, remember all week we're like, yeah, 96. There's 96 on Nike. There's still more than a half a day to go here. So if it wants to continue this break, whether you join late, it doesn't really matter as long as it continues to go higher. So it's done a couple of dips back in, none to VWAP. Previous top, 97. Look for it to hold the trend. If it holds trend, that's somewhere around like 96.8, 96.9, into that 97 level. So it's looking pretty good here on Nike to said upside. I think I'd want to be joining that one if I could. That said, you're late to the party. The 96 break was gorgeous.
All right, we're going to get out at 179 here on Tesla. I mean, we were just watching it. We only have we have a decent spot left, but I mean, I don't know. I still think a little bit higher on that, so I don't necessarily want to get out. We only have 7 minutes until we go over to today. A special guest. We have Obi. So Obi's going to be there with the professor on the midday show. What is the lesson today?
We're talking about short squeezes.
Short squeezes. Okay, perfect. All week. So it's been very, very topical in there today. Sorry?
Good one.
Liquidity traps, perfect. So exactly same.
That's a good topic.
Yeah, so great topic there. We're going to have a couple liquidity traps, it seems like, to be discussing on this name with GameStop. I feel like people may be trapped for sure. $38 north of that somewhere, because every single time it comes up there, it's either met by sellers. It tried to halt 3 or 4 times in and around this area. Both times comes right back down into the downside there. So could not get going. And what I mean by trying to halt, I mean, you did have a move there to the upside. And by the way, there it is. We will end it right there as AMC and Tesla kind of go back to back right there with nets. So for me, we have those trades. Those are going to be big ones for myself. And again, the only 2 stocks that we've actually traded today without meme stocks. So AMC is going to be my P&L number 1. Tesla's my P&L number 2, but they're dollars within each other. And then Robinhood will be here as well. We're still holding on to 30% of that one. So again, a really big day to trade here today. Just hoping that GameStop gets, that sort of love back upside right now. And that's what we're waiting for. So let's see. It's GameStop. We have it. No Nimit, unfortunately, when Roaring Kitty will be live, I will be here at my desk. So I think so, anyways. But it will be Sharif and Obi.
We'll be,
that will be on,
they'll be
on
on
the ones and twos.
We'll be right here.
Right there, we averaged in. Here comes GameStop right now, breaking through $35. This is the absolute line in the sand for me.
It's the hour.
Yeah, if we break lower than this, then we're out. We've already sort of identified those trades. Those are my areas of getting out now, only because of exactly what Nimit just mentioned there in the chat. The party is starting later, all right? So for right now, either this is positioning heading into what may or may not be happening in an hour with Roaring Kitty back on TV. Is it an exit liquidity situation for many traders? Is it an opportunity to get more because the base case will be built and we'll be able to figure all this out? But for me, for right now, it's kind of a wait and see opportunity. So that's what I'm doing as we wait and see the eventual move in GameStop. If it breaks 35, we're gone. We'll average some out here. We'll get something out at 36 because we just got a 35 low bid. But for right now, hands off, and let's see what winds up happening with GameStop.
Yeah, I think the only 2 things I'm looking for in GameStop is either a break of a high or a false break of a low. So either it breaks out one of these tops, 37.5 be the next one, 39 would be one, or it gets to one of these, the low, like the low of the day, 34. Like, see why I tried the bid in here? Like, if it does this again, I'd rather it run the stops and then try to get in on the way back up if it rinses stop levels. So if it rinses everybody's stop at the low of the day, then I want to try to jump back in that direction. Like, I want to be involved in a momentum move as opposed to anything else. When I was saying, like, should I have gotten more, like I should have gotten more into BlackBerry because I wasn't quite fast enough. My first instinct when GameStop went into that halt was to try to go over there and AMC instead of just punching whatever I could get on BlackBerry and then adding to it. So I didn't do that, and it's not moving nearly as much as yesterday. But all I will say is this trade, every time at the open, GameStop has brought things up and then tanked, it's just been kind of free money because GameStop's already halted and falling, and you just get the top of the stock, which has no business going up. And it doesn't matter what you look at. Sometimes it's KOS, KOSS. This is it at the open, 9:30. It grabs the top, and it just falls right back in when GameStop goes to the downside. It's the exact same thing yesterday. Like, this top is when GameStop is halting, and you can have it. So you just kind of pick one. The reason I pick BlackBerry is because shorts are free for us at Real Trading on BlackBerry. You don't even have to pay for locates on that stock, whereas you probably do for KOS. GameStop is at that 35 level. As I said, a false break of the low would be the way I'd look to get into it. So we'll see if it happens. We only got about 2 or 3 minutes to go, but we might actually get a run of this low before that happens.
There it goes. GameStop just broke lower there, so through 35. And for some reason, I did not get executed, so we will get out right now on that break lower. So I must have canceled that order or something, but there it goes. Oh, script failed. Let me see why that happened. I'll figure that out after, but we are out. So there it goes. We'll slap a fail. I mean, we were waiting for, we got a good price out. We got 34.80, so probably better than smacking the low, actually, when it broke. So, all right, we'll take the L there on that last little dollar for us on GameStop. We were long at 35.50 there and broke through. We got out at 34.80, but there's the break lower. And it sucks because we will be red on GameStop, as we explained to you there today. But, it's kind of like, oh, well. I mean, we're still
not willing to lose on GameStop today, then you're never willing to trade it.
Yeah, I mean, I almost feel like that, honestly, pretty much like every day about all the trades that I'm trying to put on. So for me, for GameStop today, exactly that. Like, we came in, we knew we wanted to go long on this name, and we did, and we nailed it. We had a great run early on it, and then we, rose-colored glasses like a lot of us. It's still in the spot where it's not moving. It's just, we have to be flat at the end of every day. I have risk parameters that I, attend to all the time. And it just, for right now, pretty happy with what we're doing on GameStop. Let's just wait for noon, which is now an hour away. Oh, because we have over 8,000 people watching, I mean, honestly, if you're not part of this, Saturday we've got a new episode. Over 806, we can refresh this. Go hit the like, hit the subscribe on this podcast. Almost 900 subscribers, so thank you so much for that. Real cool, man. Trading hacks. Comply or die. Okay, you're fired. Becoming a trader. Day trading debunked. These are all short form videos from the pod. So the podcast is right here. It's a big one. It's awesome. The quality is through the roof. Shout out to everybody that's been working on this for us. And we couldn't do it without everybody else. So Ramin, Fabian, Mark, everybody in the back. Big shout out to Brendan, who's putting it all together as well. So we're here. Lots of fun stuff. Reels, all this stuff coming through on Saturday, the new drop, as they say. So it should be a fun one here. We have lots of fun. So go check it out. We talk a little bit about compounding interest, compounding some of your abilities and capabilities, and rolling them into a more successful lifestyle, which will in turn roll into hopefully a little bit more freedom, eventually ending in wealth, especially if you shorted GameStop. But we don't talk about those kind of things. Yeah. We don't talk about market specific intraday things. It's more the grand scale. It's more, let's talk about what people want to talk about, right? We do this stuff every single day here on the show. So this is reaching out to a brand new audience. The feedback has been absolutely fantastic. So if you like
life stuff, trading is trading, exactly. Life is life.
If you like real, then hopefully you'll like the trading. And I know that you will. There we go. T-Money just subscribed. Thank you so much for that, T-Money. But you're going to like it. So leave feedbacks and leave comments. That's the most important thing so we can keep on improving the show. But 1 hour to go. And
then the show, the
real show. Look at that out on Tesla, by the way.
I feel like there's going to be way more action in GameStop for the midday guys, which is great because the topic that we're about to throw you to is short squeezing. So let's get on over. We've got Obi filling in for Adara.
We have Obi. We have Obi in the building.
Let's go. It's Learn to Trade, everybody. Good luck.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as That Midday Show. That right there is not Adara. It is the Ob, the one, the Kenob. Welcome back, Ob. You haven't been on that side of the desk in a hot minute, so it's nice to have you back. Good. Yourself?
Not too bad.
Want to let you know that Obi prepared the lesson today, so get ready for one heck of a lesson. But before we do that, Ob, let's shout out all the OGs joining us today. We got Darwin, Larry Finkster, Michelle Meir, a proper paradox has joined us as well, Stephen H., Asta, the Fawns in the house, Scott H., small cap trader extraordinaire, shout out to him. Dino's in the house, so is Cass, so is Trader Forever, and Turin, 420, Bud Monsker, the Skips, AJ Low, Deuce X, Jack CW. We got Vid Duong, Derek K, Comp, SRX1, Blue Arrow, and Alaric B, the gauntlet in the house today. What is the look so far? Anything you want to talk about before we really get down to it?
Nothing too much. I'm just kind of observing the action today. Of course, Jimmy, we're all waiting for Kitty's live stream that's going to be happening at 12 o'clock today. So yeah, we've had some interesting price action off of the open. If you guys were watching, nice little halts to the upside, goes to like 48 and then pulls right back in down to 30s. You can see that it's flushing down even further right now, going into the event. Yeah, I guess we can call it an event. Yeah, so we've got about an hour left for that. Other than that, I got a few earnings names on watch. Again, GME, of course, was not on watch this morning. They're like a little bit of a surprise drop. They're just like, all right, well, we may need to do an offering. So here's the earnings report, and boom, here we with the cherry on top with a 75 million share offering in the morning. Everybody's making money.
It's funny, man, because I was telling you off camera, obviously, I was watching this in the aftermarket. I was watching it on Blue Ocean. I turned on the TV this morning. Boom, right on Squawk Box in the morning. Oh, GameStop reported just randomly. Like, they didn't have eyes on it. Nobody was ready for that, right? And then all of a sudden, the stock started doing, well, as you saw there. So let's get down to business, Ope. So let's just do a quick recap here of the small cap gappers. You know, obviously, the focus is on GameStop. The focus is on its sister company here, AMC. But there's other ones running as well. You saw the Katina man dive into the hood there. I was trading that in the sim this morning as well. Carvana started making a nice move there. Popped off 103 right into 111s, all the way back down, holding the 50 period on the 5 on CVNA. It's kind of like in the middle between the highs and the lows, dancing at 108. There's a couple of, you know, your run-of-the-mill small cap gappers. Again, it's going to be, the focus is really going to be on these meme stocks, but I got CLEU on watch as well as VIGL. So CLEU showing numero uno on my gap scanner, done 6.75 million shares on the day. Let's have a look at the details. $9.3 million market cap and a 3 million share float. Well off the highs, rejection at 3. But look at this. Lo and behold, holding up at that 20, trying to make incremental higher highs and higher lows. Keep your eye out on that. VIGL looked really good off that, where did it print? 4 1/3 yesterday, got up to 6, but yeah, all the way down into 510, and it's just really tanking right now. So VIGL no longer tradable under my system, but here is GameStop. It has been that magnetic effect on the 10 period that the one that Kenobo always talks about. Look at this, all the umpteen amount of rejections here on the green line. The green line is the 10 period on the 5 minute, and anybody who's been shorting into that line has been rewarded so far. There is a new low of day as we speak, 32.30. This one looks like it's poised to hit that $10 mark. 30 ain't far away right now, 2 1/4 from where we're at. And to be quite honest with you, there was an interesting amount of support 430 yesterday in the pre-market. You'll see that obviously on much lower volume, but from around 5 a.m. to that print that we got at 8 a.m., this one was defending that $30 mark. So there could be something to be had there for the longs. I'm not going to jump in front of anything, obviously, with a resting order, but keep your eye on this one. Newer lows inbound, Obe, and it has been kind of a reject the 10 period on the 5 kind of thing. I know you've talked about that. You had the expression, that magnetic retracement into the 10 period, and that's what kind of we see today a little bit here on GameStop.
Yeah, it's funny that this week we're talking about squeezes, and we've been getting pretty much a short squeeze on GME back-to-back days. And interesting thing is today we're going to be talking a little bit about liquidity traps and GME. I told you this yesterday near the close. I was like, yeah, this is going to be beautiful for tomorrow because of what GME is doing, a classic liquidity trap. And we'll definitely be talking about that and some previous squeezes as well that we can definitely study up on so that when these moves show up again, we are taking effective trades on them. We've put in the reps, we've put in the studying of historical squeezes, and we can better capitalize on these opportunities whenever they come around. You know, it's like yeah, every few years it would seem that there is significant squeeze action that happens, and yeah, you know, the volatility and the opportunity that's presented to really grow grow your account, right? So yeah, with that, do you want to head into the lesson?
Yeah, just going to update. I'm long a couple of names right now. Long Apple and Softy. I already wet my beak on some profits. These were resting orders to defend key technical levels. 195 on Apple, 424 on the soft one. They have been very well defended today, so let's see if they remain defended. The future got a bit of a V-shaped recovery or retracement, excuse me, off the highs, so I'm very cognizant of that. Don't want to overstay my welcome. Already taking some profits, but keeping an eye on these levels, 424 and 195.
Yes,
you want to?
sir.
Yeah, you can start.
Yeah, no, I'm just I got GME on watch on the side here, just kind of. You know, it's been fading off, so you know, I'm just waiting for the event to happen, waiting for anything significant to kind of come in. The volume's been pretty much, I guess, steady since the open there. Let me just pull up a 15-minute chart here, so you can see that. Yeah, we are doing some significant R-vol off of the open. In the pre-market, we were doing about 4. Now this R-vol has a period of 5 on my chart right now. But yeah, you can see that they reported earnings, so a little bit of a miss on both revenue and EPS. Might have been a little expected, but 33% miss on earnings, and then 11.4% miss on revenue as well. So a little bit of negative earnings. We did get a sell-off, and not just that, the 75 million share offering we were talking about as well might have been slightly responsible for a little bit of a dip in the pre-market. Just to say, but yeah, we got a retracement off the open into 48s, like I said before. Interesting that it just goes up into this consolidation high, can't really go anymore, and then fades right back down into pre-market lows, which is what we are attempting to break through right now, or we did break through. We are kind of just in that area. But you can see over the past few days how it's been setting up. So this is kind of what I want to talk about in today's lesson here, a liquidity trap, right? So I think
GameStop's halting up.
We are halting up at 34.51 right now. Okay, so let's see if where this halt will take us. So we did come right back down into pre-market lows. Let's go down to a shorter time frame, and then we are halting right back up into 34.50 right now. GME is halted. So for the next 5 minutes, or more.
Sorry if I have to interrupt you. Just if it halts or anything like, I apologize in advance or anything. Yeah.
No worries. Okay. All right, so we're going to be talking about short squeezes, liquidity. So short squeezes is the topic for this week, but today. We're going to be talking about liquidity traps and bear traps. So what is that, you may ask? So we can talk about the setup, how the liquidity trap kind of sets up and it builds into that squeeze, right? Yeah. So, so what you're looking for initially is, we'll go through some examples. Of course, GME is going to be a prime example of this after near the end of the lesson there. So just to kind of walk through the certain components of a liquidity trap. So initially, you have a very strong volume day, something that's doing relative volume, that is bringing in participants, that's you know, a lot of longs, a lot of shorts. It gets crowded, right? The ticker gets crowded. All right, so what happens after that? After that day one, with that strong relative volume, you see the volume kind of drop off. You might see some consolidations as well. The liquidity, basically what's happening, the liquidity is drying up. So for example, if the first day has like 100 million volume, the second day can be down significantly. Maybe it's only doing like 10 million or 15 million or 20 million, right? So significantly less than the initial day. Now that period can last a few days. Sometimes it lasts a couple of weeks. Sometimes some of the best ones happen on day 2, right? So again, it's different every time, but that's kind of the idea, what you're looking for. Price basically fails to follow through. So you have a strong volatile move with strong volume on the initial day. Price kind of falls back in, and then it holds, it consolidates. On low volume, it cannot sell off further, right? FTFT, that's my abbreviation for failure to follow through. So the consolidation, sellers cannot push it below a certain level. No matter how much it goes, it kind of gets bid back up and kind of consolidates on a low volume hold. And anchored VWAP can be a good indicator for when the squeeze may be starting. When you anchor that VWAP, we're going to be talking more about this in the next few slides, on the high volume day. All right. So what is days to cover? So this is kind of a factor that you want to consider when it comes to this kind of the setup here. So what is days to cover? So how do you calculate that? Days to cover is basically what the current short float is, how many shares are shorted, what the ticker's average daily volume is. So you divide the short interest by the daily volume, and then you get an estimate of how long it would take to cover, how many days it would take to cover that short float on that given ticker. So what can we do with that? So basically, short sellers can have difficulty in a low liquidity environment if it has a high current short interest. So if shorts put in some buying pressure into the ticker and it's not doing that much volume, there is obviously a strong chance that they're going to move the price, right? So when does it happen? All right. So when does it happen? So day 2, day 3, day 4, could be a couple weeks. We're going to be looking at a couple examples, but it happens after that post-high relative volume day. All right. So price increases on low volume. So you have low volume that's coming in, right, after that strong volume day, consolidation, and then you get a nice little trickle up of the price on low volume. Sometimes you may ask, this is not doing any volume. Why is it moving up like that?
Very interesting.
Right? That can always be a good indicator. And then at some point, it crosses that anchored VWAP from day 1, right? And what is what is VWAP again? We hear Sharif talking about the WAP all the time. So weighted average price, volume weighted average price. So when you anchor it to that first high volume day, you're getting an idea of where the average player is sitting, right? So from that average point of price or wherever your VWAP happens, and price starts to get above that, you're like, okay, well, the average participant from that high volume day, shorts are underwater. Majority of shorts are underwater. Average number of shorts are underwater, maybe potentially above this price. That's your first kind of indicator. And again, GME is a prime example of that. We're going to go into that a little bit later. But what are other key factors that you might want to be looking at when you're looking for this setup for a short squeeze, right? So float is immensely important. You have small floats, micro floats. So float is basically like the number of free shares that are available to be traded. So a number of inventory there is to go around, right? So the less inventory you have, and it gets some volume, there's potential for volatility to happen, right? So short interest, how much shorts are already sitting on the ticker? So short interest, percent short, whatever you want to call it, that is also a key factor that you might want to consider. Again, days to cover, we just talked about that. You might want to consider that as well. If there are a significant amount of shorts, if there's a short float, how long would it take them to cover all of that float? And volume, of course, volume is a great indicator, one of the best indicators, I think. But volume, again, we talk about the increased relative volume and then the volume dying off and maybe a slight increase of volume afterwards as well. All right, so how do you want to manage this potential trade? Again, ease into it as it works, and when it starts to work, you'll see the tape, you'll see the action. GME is open again, still trading around 35, 50, 60, so it's still kind of right there. Still under VWAP, still seems like it is in that downtrend as well. Let me just pull in the chart here so we can take a look at it while we are doing this lesson here. Okay, right here. So quick peek at what GME is up to right here. So let me throw that VWAP on there as well. It's a nice little downtrend, holding that downtrend, attempted to push through VWAP, but we are overall, since the pre-market, still well within this downtrend as of right now. All right, so what are we doing here? Easing into it, ideally, if you're trying to catch the front side of the move, the short squeeze, the front side of the move, you're going to ease into it, add as it works, as it kind of starts accelerating to the upside. But something else you want to consider is you want to look left and you want to look for levels of support and resistance, right? Where has this ticker consolidated in the past? Where are participants sitting maybe potentially on that high volume day 1? Right? So support and resistance, again, another great thing to look at. And obviously, you want to manage your risk as well. Stay within your risk limit. That is obviously a strong part of being managing the trade, and then also again, it's a balancing act, so you have to factor in all of these different
I like
things.
the dude juggling.
Yeah, it's a balancing act,
course,
right? So
of
it's
course.
like so you remember to be responsible as well, right? So because short squeezes do come with significant volatility. All right, so how do we find these traps, right? How do you get better at finding some of these in the future? So again, use technology. You can run custom scans, right? There's a lot of great scanning softwares out there. What you want to look for, again, we talked about relative volume. What did significant volume as of recent, right? And maybe short float, right? You can have a short float scan as well. I have scanned when GME initially started running. I pulled up a full list of tickers that were shorted above 25% of their float to see what moves they may have. So again, using technology, definitely a great part of finding this kind of trade, right? Look into prior squeezes, right? There's some great squeezes that have happened in the past decade, over the past 20 years, that you can look back at and kind of study to see how they behaved, to see how the market may rhyme when these setups kind of show up again. So what were some of them? Of course, GME, 2020, 2021, again, and even now, what's happening right now in 24. SPI, I remember this one quite well. I blew up an account on SPI getting squeezed out of this one. So if you guys remember SPI, another short squeeze that happened, pretty significant. Tesla in 2020, a little bit of a long-term squeeze, right? So squeeze for multiple weeks. Again, with significant players, large players that were sitting short in Tesla, not only in shares, in options as well. So Volkswagen, I'm sure you guys have heard Volkswagen versus Porsche. There was a huge short squeeze in the past on that as well. So you again, looking back at prior squeezes definitely help. And dry ships, that was a huge one that happened. I think it was 2009 or something. Again, that's another famous one as well. I think the ticker started around like $10, went all the way up to 100, and then retraced the whole move in the next few days as well. So yeah, putting in the reps. That's how you get better at kind of finding these trades and taking them on the front side or even on the back side. You know, you can get creative with it as well. So putting in the reps, exercising your trade ideas, right? Studying historical patterns, that's always going to help. And then practicing the trades in simulation before, as you get comfortable or trying to get comfortable with taking that trade, right? And finding your edge in that practice, in that simulation, in studying the charts and charting your ideas, and then actually exercising them as well. So putting in the reps, obviously a strong factor in taking this trade. And now we're going to go into examples of, again, of course, we're going to start off with GME again. So the kitty, this is a squeezing kitty. So maybe not roaring kitty, but this is we're squeezing a kitty here. So all right. Let's go to GME and kind of look at the prime example that we've been kind of living through over the past couple of days here. All right, so I will pull up a daily chart. So we talk about, let me get rid of this view up here. We talk about an initial day of high volume, right? So look at this right here. How many shares were traded on this candle? Now this is day 2 of the move. Right? Now, again, one could argue that this is an even bigger liquidity trap on another, like this is kind of a liquidity trap inception almost from what happened in 21, right? There was a bit of a failure to follow through below 10. But let's go to what's happened over the past few weeks in the month of May and June. So you have this strong volume that comes in. Again, I think it was around here that Roaring Kitty had that Twitter post of the gamer that has tilts over 45 degrees and maybe gets plus 10 focus on his stats on that, and then the game definitely has not stopped since. So people thought it was over right here, but okay. So on this high volume day, you have a 206, almost 207 million shares traded. Look at the significant volume drop that happens, right? So price kind of fades off quite aggressively. We went all the way to 64s in the open market, right? In the after hours even, if you take a look at the after hour chart, let me go down to a 15-minute, we went even higher than that. So
I have to do it now to read.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah.
So we went even higher than that to 80, right? So we kind of pulled back off of that, consolidated. Look at that low volume consolidation. But before that, we're going to Go to Sharif for a second.
Yeah, guys, we are brought to you by American Airs, trading in the USA under symbol AAIRF and in Canada under symbol Wi-Fi, WIFI. This company just announced a knockout punch, a global marketing partnership with the UFC. Airs Tech is dedicated to bridging the gap between technology and wellness. Airs Tech's mission is to provide cutting-edge solutions that protect against electromagnetic radiation without disrupting the everyday use of technology. This innovative company has seen consistent revenue growth and boasts several high-profile customers like Russell Brand and top UFC athletes. So invest in American Airs today on the OTC exchange under ticker AAIRF and on the Canadian Stock Exchange under ticker WIFI. Wi-Fi, easy enough to remember there. Oh, I want to mention my softy trade here. I'm very proud of this trade. This was an umpteen amount of 424 bounces and pops, and so I did take this initially over here. I took a little bit out, got stopped out. I saw that it held, got right back in, and we just took 50 pennies up super, super quick, right that on MSFT. I want to see if this one can actually continue to play this audio range. It looks like an audio file, a little bit up, a little bit down, a little bit loud, a little bit soft. So we'll see what this one brings. Sorry to interrupt your lesson.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. All right, so where were we? So initial high volume day, right? So you had 206 on this initial day. It's funny that this right here, I think, is a liquidity trap, and then this high volume day as well. You can also say that this is a trap within the trap as well, but we'll go off of this one first. So you had that initial day, and we talk about the anchored VWAP, right? So what are we going to do? We're going to anchor to that high volume bar. I'm just going to do it off the hourly chart here from the first day that it really had that exhaustive candle, very strong volume day as well. So you can see that is now anchored to that volume bar right there. So price kind of falls below, and look at this, low volume. We'll go back to the daily here real quick, right? Low volume, relatively low volume. When you compare it to the initial days, and price can't really fall back below this 20, right? It tries for one day, gets bid right back up and holds, right? So as price kind of slowly trickles up on that relatively lower volume, you can see that maybe shorts that are swinging these shares are starting to get a little sweaty as well, right? So talking about prime examples, you can also consider this day right here as one of the high volume days as well, because it's kind of it's overlapping this fade in volume as well. So you have this high volume day. Literally the next day you're doing 50 mil. So you're doing 165 on this one. Next day you do 50 mil. You can't even get back to this prior consolidation. You kind of get a nice little trickle up of price in the next coming days, and then now we are living it out over the past couple of days here. So now let's go back down to a shorter time frame here and see where that VWAP kind of comes in. So this is why it works so well. Look at that. It comes in the pre-market, strong volume day. It fades off. It reclaims that anchored on lower volume, and then you get that steady bid up. So yesterday, I think yesterday was a great trade, kind of breaking these consolidation highs, even breaking this high. And if you throw back this anchor from this day here, you can see that there's a little bit of confluence as well on
that's how it is
move.
up here. Yeah,
yes, sir. So confluence of the VWAPs right there. So this is that day one. It kind of trickles below. It pops up above it, fades back below. Then you can maybe throw on another anchor on this high volume day. And as price slowly gets back above that, it starts to accelerate. You see that price coming in, and if you're watching the tape, again, we talk about having those reps in, you'll see that the bids are holding. You'll see that the ask is getting slapped, right? You'll see a lot of mid prints happening as well in the middle of a squeeze, right? So it's like if you were observing the tape and level 2 yesterday in the book, you could see that action come in and around past this day high break in the 30s, 35s, 33s to 35s. I think was a little significant right there. But again, you're holding prior day highs on lower volume, and then volume expansion happens, and then look at that, we squeeze all the way up to 67 on that move there as well. So Again, one could argue where the potential buying pressure is coming from. People are holding shares, which reduces the free float, and then maybe that has shorts that are, maybe they're naked short, maybe they're heavily shorted for a swing. They're like, oh yeah, GME is a whatever company, it's going to go to zero. Well, doesn't look like it's going anywhere near there as of right now, but you get that nice little squeeze and that momentum coming in. And now we kind of, when that buying pressure kind of fades off and maybe the company feels like this is an opportunity to make some money, they do an offering, you get a nice little flush back. But you can see that we're holding, look at that strong wick that we had, right? We're holding right above that multi-day anchor, right? So this is where the average player average player is priced from that initial high volume day in and around this 33 to 32 level, right? And then when you dip back in, the first initial test of that dip back in gets bought right back up, showing us that there may potentially be some buying pressure sitting here still from that day one. So that's a little lesson on liquidity traps there. Hope you guys kind of enjoyed that. Hope you guys learned a little bit. But
People loving it in the chat, man.
We'll be covering that a couple more times before our time here is done today. So let's go back to GME here, trading at 36s. All right, so I haven't had any trades as of yet today. I'm going to be waiting for Roaring Kitty's live stream to see what he has to say, to see if price action kind of changes. At the end of the day, we are day traders. I will react to whatever significant action may or may not happen off of that event. What's going on?
Quick question for you.
Yes,
some good feedback there in the chat, specifically with respect to where you chose to anchor the VWAP.
Yes.
So you had a specific day. It was a high volume day that I heard you say, and that's what kind of attracted you to it. So is there any nuance in that, Ob? Like, you put it on the 24th of May. I put it on a different day that I saw. Like, does that affect anything here? You know what I mean?
I think it can definitely affect it depending on where you're anchoring it to. I just think that the highest volume candle is kind of, it shows you that this is a place where there was a lot of shares traded,
Fair.
a lot of transaction happened. So I want to anchor it off of that. I want to know what the average weighted price is after that point of trading.
Okay. Yeah. Respect.
That's just how I like to do it. Now, I'm sure there are other ways to do it. I'm sure, there's no right or wrong way. There's 100 different ways to trade.
Sure.
Maybe only some of them make money, but it is what it is. That's how trading is. But that is just how I like to do it.
All right, I just want to cover some of my trades. So it looks like I took out Softy far too early, but before I complain about Microsoft, I want to talk about this Apple trade. So 195 to me was an obvious level of resistance. It's been a level of resistance the past few days, on and off on an intraday basis, and today it kept accumulating into 195 in early trading. It was wicking above it, but as you can see here, this is a 1 minute chart. It was wicking and then it rejected. So once it claimed 195 on a closing basis and essentially made its way up to 196, I said to myself, that is a fair distance to clear a key level. If it comes back into 195, I want all the smoke, and I will go long. And that's exactly what I did. I sat at 195 with a larger order than I typically trade with on the show, and we were able to wet our beak for a nice 50-penny winner there. So it did defend 195 quite well. We got breaks of 195 by 8 pennies, but if you're not going to risk 8 pennies on a $200 name, maybe this isn't the setup. The other one, MSFT, multiple 424s, dip and pops. Again, it's a $400 some odd name. You can't expect it to hold up at the whole dollar level on a penny basis. It's going to break it, and it did that in spades here. It got all the way down into mid 60s. I stopped out. I punched right back in once I saw this hammer candle form, because that just means the buyers, they're giving some sort of hand gesture to the sellers there. And then we made another candle to make a new high. The only kind of thing that I lament on this Microsoft trade, as I said to myself, Sharif, break even on Softy is 424.5. Get out there. It could be a key level of resistance. Well, it wasn't earlier. And so why was I looking at that level? Okay, great. It's a closing print from yesterday. I always chart it. I should respect it initially unless it shows me that it doesn't have a propensity to follow it. And here, it gave me that exact indicator. It said, I'm not respecting yesterday's closing print. It is not factoring into my price action today, yet for some reason I decided to use it. I would have on consideration, I would have looked to VWAP, to the volume weighted average price, in order to get my out. That would have put me about 50 pennies higher than where I got out. I only ended up getting out mid-50s. This thing is $1 higher than where I got out initially. So MSFT has an absolute dalliance today with that 424 level. Take your pick. It's either 424 or the 200 on the 5, because look how many, and 200 is the dark blue line. Look how many bounces we keep getting at that 200 area. We have not had a closing print south of the 200 on the 5 since the bell rang. Okay, we've had wicks, but that's it. And then V-shaped retracements on every single wick into 424. So we'll see exactly if this one keeps zigzagging or sound waving, as Ram corrected me earlier there, because I felt it was kind of a little bit sound wavy. So we'll see exactly what we get, and we will not get upset on our MSFT trade. But look at Apple right back into near high a day again, now knocking on the door again of 196 HOD on the day, 195.97. We're printing 83, so we're smidge away from that key level. It's also, you know, just a skosh below resistance level 1 on pivot. So that's hanging out at 196.10. I'm more inclined to look at the whole dollar level as that key area of resistance to see if we can make it down. It's been 2 straight days now for Apple of lower highs and lower lows. The best day, I mean, the peak, if you want to call it the crest, is going to be June 5th. And then we had lower highs and lower lows on June 6th. Today, it's not over, but we definitely have lower lows. We'll see if we don't get any higher highs. To get higher highs than yesterday, we got to print above 196.5. We were having trouble with 196 right now. So we'll see that if it comes. But remember, WWDC coming up on Monday. I'm personally expecting to be a sell the news event unless something absolutely novel and market shattering happens. You know, if it's just what we anticipate, a couple of additions to Siri, maybe some AI software here and there. But I'm going to have my orders layered on my personal account to add at every $5 level. That's how I'm going to play this. So AAPL at high a day as we speak. And we can see here that the majority of these Mag 7 names are all curling up on a futures balance, really saving except for the monster, NVIDIA. This one's still trading below the 50 on the 5. The 50 on the 5 is hanging out at the 1195 area. We've been kind of, you know, consolidative below 1195. There have been a couple of outlying prints, namely the IB high over here that we got, which is 1198.40. So we'll keep eyes on these names, but I know everybody and their mother's third cousin wants to talk about these two names over here, GameStop and AMC. And AMC, you know, I was looking at this one when the Katina man was short, because this, for whatever reason, was having quite a dalliance with 5.5. You can see here the umpteen amount of bottoming tail candles, a little bit above 5.5, a little bit below 5.5. That's what we're right back into that level again. We did dip into 5 1/3, but look at that rounded bottom to take us right back into the volume weighted average price on AMC. So we'll have to see if this one can get above and stay above that volume weighted average price, because it's been awfully consolidative on the day, but it has done its fair share of volume, guys. AMC has done almost 100 million shares. Obviously, GameStop having done way more, 144 on that side of the meme world, Obi.
Yes, sir. I am just watching this lift here. So lift is kind of interesting to me. Why is that? It's kind of a day 2 play. We had some news yesterday in the pre-market, a little bit of a catalyst there. Let me just pull up what it was right here, because I am kind of forgetting. But okay, so it had a. I'm trying to remember, where is this? Anyways, there was a strong relative volume and buying pressure off of in the pre-market right there yesterday. Okay, so let's go into compound annual growth rate. So yeah, exactly, about 50%. So sorry, what was that?
Kager, yeah, I love Kager. Compound annual
yeah.
growth.
So a good outlook, right, to the future on that. So it got a nice little bid off of that news in the pre-market. Again, strong volume, and then we faded off. Today, we kind of come right back in. But as of right now, we are testing yesterday's lows. So again, strong relative volume day, and we are coming in right into these lows after doing a significant sell-off off of these highs. 1681 right there, and then we've come down about almost a point, about almost 7%, 6.76% over the past hour or so into yesterday's lows. So I'm kind of watching the tape here, just looking to see if we kind of hold this level from day one off of the news, or do we kind of continue this trend to the downside that we've been having? So I do want to take a little bit further of a look left and see what we've been doing on the daily as well. So on the daily, we can see that we kind of topped out at just underneath 21 over the past couple of earnings, and then we've been downtrending as well on the daily off of that. A little bit of a pop yesterday, but comes right back in. You can see again interesting stuff here. When you start drawing some lines on the chart, you can see that I had one here as well from yesterday. But overall, kind of trend is holding as of right now. So I'm curious to know whether or not we're going to push past this day low here, and maybe there's something potentially there for the trade that I'm looking for. Maybe a little bit of a reversion, maybe a little bit of a pop off of these lows here.
Reversion, man.
Maybe, the reversion man, for sure. When is he talking again? I think
He's blacked out until Monday, right? Because they got, not Monday, Tuesday, the FOMC meeting, right? So they have that blackout period or whatever.
Yeah. So he'll the reversion man himself will be gifting us with his presence on Tuesday with the FOMC. Coming out then. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm watching right now. What are you guys watching? I know everybody's watching GME at 37 now. It's as it kind of comes right back in. I did we talked about those anchored VWAPs from those high volume days or bars right there. Those are these two bottom ones. Now there's also VWAP on the day, right? So this is VWAP on the day over here. So now it's a little bit of a battle between like the swings and the intraday volume potentially there as well. So what is this VWAP at? I have it at 40.74 here. So we've been kind of pinballing in between these two anchors as of right now. There, we attempted in the morning, we come right back in, and now we're kind of making a leg towards those highs. It's interesting that this little wick is just at the same point where volume expansion started happening yesterday around the middle of the day, again, in and around this 33, 34, 35 price, and then price really started accelerating with that volume coming in to the ticker. And as of right now, we are in that place where we saw buyers yesterday as well, and it seems like we are ticking up on that quite aggressively. You can see the tape right here. Tape speed and aggression is something we talk about. Shout out to Wayne right there, who kind of coined that term on the floor. So speed and aggression on the tape is definitely a great indicator, and we are definitely getting some speed and aggression into the ask right here in the book and on the tape there. So let's kind of observe this for a little bit. Let's see if it can get to VWAP right there at that 39 level here on my chart on PPRO, but I have it at 40.73 here on this other chart. Now this chart kind of takes into account some of the pre-market action as well, so the calculation it can be a little different as well. So I like to watch a little bit of both the VWAPs there. So 38 coming in, potentially 39. Let's see if we can test that 40 mark right there. I'm still kind of watching lift to kind of potentially lift back up and go for a ride on that one there.
You're gonna make puns in Adara's place, eh? Oh, you're gonna drop puns now. I love it.
I know I haven't been here for a while, but there was a time where where the chat wanted us to do that competition, that poll for who would win a punning competition.
You or Adara?
Yeah.
Oh, bro, look, you know how much I respect you and I love you as an individual, but Adara will murk you in the back.
You know what? Yeah, she definitely is.
Pun competition.
Very talented at the puns. That is for
yeah,
sure.
she's really good at it.
But
Sean's calling Obi.
Would win. All right.
All right, he's on the Obi train.
The confidence. I will do my best to bring it in and be as punny as possible. But like I said, looking for a bit of a lift on lift over here. What are you watching?
Well, Ram first and foremost wants to know, should she start a pun jar? So you drop some puns, we throw some money in the jar.
Yeah.
Adara throws some money, we throw. I mean, she throws some puns, we throw some money in the jar, and then
We can throw puns in the jar. We can throw money in the jar. You can throw a little
we
bit
can
of
throw
both,
whatever we want. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that'd be pretty cool. Now, again, I'd have to come up in the back and like shout the puns because I'm not sitting here every day.
Yeah,
you know
exactly.
what I mean?
It's a little bit
I would
unfair.
definitely, I might be a little bit of a competitive person when it comes to that kind of stuff. So that jar will definitely fill up. There is no doubt about that. Let's see what.
I just want to cover AMC real quick. I'm long AMC at 66s. I wet my beak there at 75s, or sorry, 73s, excuse me. I'm looking for continuation. I'm cognizant of the fact that the closing print is at 77s. The volume's dropping off a little bit here. We're going to see what we get. I wanted to see if we would squeeze a little bit here on AMC. We're about, I know it's a GME related rally because of Roaring Kitty, this, that, and the other, but obviously these memes run together at times. And so I wanted to see if we were going to get a bit of a squeeze here on some of these names prior to Roaring Kitty coming live. He's scheduled to be live in about 18 minutes. From what I gather in the chat, there's over 100,000 people waiting in his channel, whatever, for that live. So we'll exactly wait for that and see what comes. But now I'm out of the money now as it breaks down below my entry at 66s. We're now 64s. I want to pack my patience a little bit here to see if we can hold up at these levels. There was a long area of consolidation. You saw Sean short this earlier at that 55 level. I'm talking about 555 to 560. So now that we've cleared 555, 560, I want to see if we can actually use it as support. So I don't want to paper hand this trade super quick here just because we came back into support, formerly resistance. We'll see what we get, but it looks like it is coming down now, and perhaps this is a time to add at this level, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm adding at this level over here, and to see if we can wet our beak on some more profits to the high side. If it does break the $0.50, that is the end of my trade on this AMC trade here, Obi.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. The show is not over when it comes to AMC, and the game has not stopped when it comes to GME. So we are definitely awaiting potential continued volatility and continued moves. Again, it seems like these are tickers that are pretty. Again, we talk about volatility, but opportunity. What's the word I'm looking for?
What are you looking for?
There's lots of opportunity, right?
Oh, yeah.
They're filled with opportunity. Let's say that on these tickers. But yeah, let us know in the chat how you guys have been trading. Have you guys been trading GME and AMC? How have you guys been trading? Are you guys going long? Are you guys going short? Like, what is the move? What is the perspective there? And there are definitely other tickers that are still trading in this market. So I know that people may not even be trading the meme stocks because they're like, yeah, that's not part of my playbook. So that's something I don't touch. So that's definitely very valid as well. So let us know in the chat what you guys are up to today when it comes to trading, and we will definitely look at that plethora. Definitely, internet enforcers. Yes, plethora is a good word, and definitely fits what I was potentially looking for as well.
And we also want to hear back from the chat, Obi, about what they want talked about on the afternoon rundown, where they get to have their say every day between 2 and 2:30. Get into the chat right now if you want to see how the Katina Man and the Neil traded GameStop, AMC, and all the other meme names. You gotta go in the chat. You hit exclamation point, then the word join, space, followed by the $, and enter the ticker of your choice. Hit GME, hit AMC, hit Hood, hit Vana, whatever. Hit whatever you want, but go into the chat, have your say. Otherwise, we don't cover the stocks that you want covered. And I mean, really, we're here for you. So if you're not voting, we're kind of not getting the full experience here. So get into the chat right now, have your say. And no, J-Lo, Stash is not an acceptable ticker. It will not show up. I tried to get Brendo yesterday, put it on the rundown, but Stash times 2.
Yeah,
today,
Stash squared today, right? So
yeah, because we got the Kenob with his own stash today.
Have you seen my old? Have I shown you my pictures? I had a full-on handlebar.
No,
with the hard curls.
Are we able to get pictures of them?
I might be able to pull.
All right,
up on
we'll
my
do it
phone
later.
A little later,
Yeah.
but yeah, no, that was I was definitely a little bit of a mustachio man there.
Love it.
In the past, but I had to sadly cut off those ends there, kind of, you know.
Sadly.
maybe a little
So
bit,
you
make
did it
a little bit more
begrudgingly?
tame. Yeah, I did not. I had it for years.
Oh,
So
okay.
you know, and it took years to kind of grow it out. It was nice. I might have been a little proud of it, but
Took me a morning.
yeah.
I'm just
I mean,
joking.
no.
It takes forever.
Honestly, if I shave this off, this will be back by like next week. But
Yeah, yeah.
having it grow out to like a nice handlebar kind of
Understood.
curled mustache. But it was very like it was very high maintenance. And I was just like, you gotta wax it every day. Otherwise, you know, it kind of just
Really, eh?
dangles there.
No
But,
way. That's intense
yeah,
work.
Yeah, you got to take care of it. You know,
The beard was a lot of work, which is one of the reasons I got rid of it
definitely,
as well. Yeah.
Definitely, yeah.
All right, guys. I feel there's a bit of a hidden seller here at 65s. We're long on AMC to defend this 60 penny level, but every time we make it up into 65s like we are right now, look, there's not that much size hanging out in the book here, and I'm live, so I can see all the gateways. And yeah, so I feel there's a bit of a hidden seller at that 65. Let's see if that iceberg is really there. The reason I'm long and defending 60, there was a long area of consolidation there in the morning, and so I felt that this was an obvious area where there was either a buyer or a seller. In either case, I want to look to use that former area of resistance as support. We'll see if that manifests. I've got my first beak wetter hanging out at 70 pennies there. So we'll see what we get. And we will not get upset. Shout out to Neil Roberts. This other one over here, CLEU. Look, this isn't no GameStop. It's no AMC, but it's a good looking name on the day. 52, 53% now. It's absolutely respected anything to do with the 20 period on the 5. Look at the umpteen amount of wicks that all respected the 20. Initially, it was more aggressive holding at the 10. The more, you know, deeper retracement held up at the 20 here, about 2 3/4. So let's see if this one continued to go. 350 essentially HOD, 347 to be exact. But there you go. It's curling back up, looking to test that area. I think I gave you the deets on this earlier. It is $10.33 million market cap. It's a Chinese company, and it has about 3 million share float. And I want to let you guys know what the short float is here on CLEU. Okay, so 1% short, nothing really to write home about there, so we don't really need to concern ourselves with the short float, but I do like that chart pattern. It's one hell of a chart pattern on the day, you know, but as we always say, these ones are around for a good time, not necessarily, though, a long time. Back to AMC here, as I really am trying to pack my patience for this 560 defend and pop. We did make it our way up to that 5 3/4, held up below the closing print from yesterday. Yesterday's closing print on AMC, 579. Here we go again with 565, and as we see it again, we are unable to break that 565 and again come back down into 6.4. The iceberg remains there at the 65 penny level on AMC. It's down 2 3/4, but I'm playing a technical level there. So we'll see exactly what we get. Big Kyle Burdett in the house. Sharif, I'm not even reading this, bro. I'm not even reading it, Kyle.
What did he say? What did he say?
Enzymes and hormones. What are we talking about here? This is meme day, Big Kyle. Let's hear about your trades on these memes. No, we know Big Kyle ain't about that life. He's about what you're in right now. He's about that SPY. He's about that ES, and he loves to go short like you are right now too.
Somebody in the chat was like, because I just asked just earlier, what are you guys trading? And I was taking a quick read. People were long GME. People might have been short GME. I saw a couple other names as well, and someone said SPY, and I was like, huh, what is the spider up to? And look at this, the spider definitely climbing up the spout off of this morning dip here, all the way from what was this? This was 8 o'clock in the morning, 9 o'clock. Right here, 531 all the way to 536 halves, holding VWAP as of right now, but making a little bit of a lower high as well. So I'm watching the futures as well. We did retrace a good part of the move, a strong bid on the day. But yeah, I'm gonna try out a little bit of a short here, see if it kind of works out there on the spider. But I do want to go back and keep my eyes on Lyft as well. Lyft with what is this? This is a 15-minute chart here. So let me pull up what I'm talking about for you guys here, so you can see as of right now. First little green candle as of now, but still 9 minutes left for this 15-minute candle to print. So I'm gonna be a little bit patient here for this candle to close, and we shall see if
There it is. Nice.
it kind of comes in. What's going on?
AMC broke above
AMC.
that level. Yeah, there we go. Nice. Are you in it, Katina Man? He's long. The Katina Man is long 35 and 37, guys, on GME, obviously. So shout out to him. He printed. They both broke there. Sorry to interrupt the one that can know, but AMC and GME both kind of broke out through their funk. We had a 37.5 break there on GME, popped up into about 38 and a quarter. We had about the 100th% of the move on AMC as it broke like pennies as opposed to dollars on this name. Again, it really doesn't matter all that much about pennies or dollars. It really depends on how much size you have on the trade. And so if it moves pennies with 100,000 shares, it moves pennies with 100,000 shares. If it moves dollars with 10 shares, you get the point. So keep your eye out. We're still below key technical indicators for myself here on GME. We're below VWAP, which is hanging out just pennies below $40. I believe like in the mid 80s. I think if we get a claim of VWAP on a closing basis, that could be a good look for GME. I'm not saying we're going to move parabolically as we did yesterday in the aftermarket. And if you want to see a parabolic move, an uninterrupted parabolic move due to the fact that there are no volatility halt parameters after 4 o'clock. This thing moved, and it moved a whole bunch, and here's the look. So this is the closing print from yesterday, right there, that's 4 o'clock. And then from the 4 o'clock print where we closed at 46 and a fifth to the highest print, we moved up 46 and a third % on GME in the aftermarket yesterday. And that's because there's no halt parameters. So you kind of need to know about that. And it didn't move higher than 67.5 on Blue Ocean, but it was doing plenty of volume, believe me, on Blue Ocean last night. So these things are just not about intraday trades. It looks like here, Ob. They'll run in the aftermarket. They'll run overnight. They'll do what they have to do.
Yeah, I'm just setting up for I want to listen in to what the kitty has to say. So I did pull up the stream on my phone. I will be kind of listening in while he's talking. Again, it is an event that I've been waiting for since we found out that this was going to happen. So yeah, GME is still holding that 38. We are kind of slowly trickling up into daily VWAP here. Let me pull up the chart, bring that back for you guys here. That we did some charting a little bit earlier. We're holding some, I would say, some levels of significance on the dip, a little bit of a wick, and we are kind of maybe just pulling back up into that VWAP. Let's see how far we can get. 38s are printing right now. You can see the tape right here. No real significant size showing up on the book as of right now. But again, definitely a lot of volume going through. It has done 150 million shares traded on the day today. So definitely a little significant there. We're talking about that volume expansion coming in. How many shares did we trade yesterday, you may ask? I am also asking as well. So let me just go to the daily chart here just to take a quick, make a quick comparison of yesterday's volume versus today's. So 206. So very similar to that day one, right? We talked about 206.9. Yesterday, it was 206.6 million. And today, as of right now, it's not even lunchtime. We still got 6 minutes until noon, and we've already traded 156, coming into 157 million shares on the day on GME itself. So yeah, I am kind of still in this SPY short, just watching the market. Let's see, the NQ is definitely bidding up. And a friend that I know a lot of people have been talking about in the past few weeks is NVIDIA. We know that NVIDIA has been kind of pushing to the moon. Now again, next week, starting Monday, is the split day. So NVIDIA right here, you can see the split. Is getting a 10-to-1 split, which will be implemented on Monday. I don't know what time that comes in, but I think maybe potentially right off the 4 a.m. print. But I have no idea. But yeah, we can expect it to be trading if it kind of closes in and around these prices at 1,200. We can expect it to open up in and around 120 on Monday, and that'll definitely be interesting to kind of see. Now again, NVIDIA, I have my anchors here. I do like my anchors. Shout out to Brian Shannon there. I do like my anchors every now and then, and strong volume coming in off of that earnings. You can see that we've been holding that at the average volume, some of those prices as well on NVIDIA. Let's go to a higher time frame here, and let me take that anchored off the chart right there so we can see a cleaner chart, of course. On NVIDIA, you can see that over the past couple of years, definitely, we know what AI has been doing. Everybody is trying to get on the AI train, and by everybody, I'm talking about significant market cap tickers, Microsoft, Apple event on Monday as well. So we'll see. So, and these are the guys who are selling the shovels in this gold rush towards AI. So definitely, they've been making quite some bank there, and that sentiment and that pressure has been showing up on the chart here, that buying pressure over the past couple of years, 2023, 24 being quite extensive, and yeah, really kind of pushing up right there. I'm curious to know what this looks like even on a higher time frame. Look at the 6-month chart. Holy, let's go down to a three-month. And yeah, so very, very strong trend. Look at those bars kind of just like running up. So this will be interesting to see what it does after the split on Monday. Again, lower price. It will become a much lower price stock right there. But 3 more minutes till the kitty is meowing. I don't know about meowing, Sharif. Oh, definitely roaring with this kind of action there.
2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Buddy was what, over unrealized last night. I think Jimmy hit a high of 67 overnight. 67.50 is the high that I'm seeing here. Unrealized, over $1 billion on the position. So definitely some hard swings there of P&L. But again, if you're trying to make the big bucks, you got to swing. You got to be able to kind of stomach the swings as well, right? Yeah. So that's a big part of making the big money. I do believe in that. And Kitty is definitely a prime example of that. He's a smart man, to say the least, I think.
Oh yeah, you can't be dumb and be doing that kind of stuff. All right,
he was calling this stuff out years ago.
Yeah.
Years ago.
Look, right? Man, I mean, yeah.
There are mechanics to this trade. I think that, again, are way above my pay grade. But you know what? The move is the move. The trades are there. The opportunities are definitely a plethora of opportunities.
I love how you're on that
chat. Yes, sir.
All right, crap stock. Just a quick question, bro. Will the ATR be affected with the NVIDIA split? So I did a little research for you, my man. No. A stock split itself doesn't affect the average true range of a stock. The ATR is a measure based on volatility, not the absolute stock price itself. So hope that helps, and I hope that that figures with you however you were looking at trading it. All right, back into AMC. I think the end of the trade for me on AMC is going to be this B quoted that I have up here. You can't really see it for whatever reason. It's yellow. I'll change the colors on this chart, but I'm looking for a break-even retracement on AMC, and break-even on the day is a little bit below that 580. So if we can defend 560 and curl up into 580, I'll be looking to take out my position there on the remaining amount. I also don't want to disrespect Carvana, because I was in the sim earlier today when my live account wasn't back up yet, and I was trading this to the high side, to the north side. And Obi, funny enough, sat down. He's like, "Are those shorts?" I'm like, "No, those are logs." It was actually profitable, funny enough. But here, there's a gnarly looking double top at that 111 area. They're both topping tail candles into 111. So I feel like there was aggressive shorting or profit taking into that level, kind of a random level with which to have resistance. In any event, it hasn't manifested any double top other than having 2 crests over here, because it's still holding the 10 period on the 5 to the downside here. It hasn't broken below it. So good look on Carvana. It's up 4 3/4, heavily shorted name. I'll give you the short float on Vana in a second. CVNA, let's see what the updated float is. 24.5% of the 115 million shares is shorted. So that's a fantastic look. All right. We did get a move up there into the high 60s, but still nothing happening right now. We're waiting for Roaring Kitty. It is now 12 o'clock. I've got the stream up. He's not live yet, so we're going to it says, waiting for Roaring Kitty. And let's see how many people are hanging out in his chat. 233,111 people. are in the chat right now waiting for Roaring Kitty to roar up a storm, and we'll see exactly what he has to say. Here we go. AMC is now breaking 60. So let's see if this is just a couple of wicks or we're gonna tank here, sell the news kind of event. I've already got my stop placed. I'm not gonna adjust anything here in case it's a quick wick and move back up. But yeah,
It's hitting the halt band.
it's hitting everything. Yeah.
It's about to halt down if this kind of, whoa, what was that?
Are you talking about GME?
Yeah.
Yeah, GME at 35.50. It's about to halt at the $half level if it hangs out there anymore. Let's keep eyes on GME. Let's see if it's going to halt. Not halted yet. I'm still waiting for that H and the blackout of the screen to come in. We're still at 50s. It still hasn't halted. I'm still waiting. Let's see. It hasn't moved. Nope. Up into 62. So it looks like a fault halt there. And AMC retraces right above into 60 as well. Lots of volatility on the name to be expected as we anticipate his arrival. And, fashionably late, I guess this guy is, because he's got 250,000 people hanging out in his channel over here waiting for him. And so we'll exactly wait to see what we get there, but nothing new so far. Back to 35.50 again. 500,000 now.
400
oh, wow.
people
I literally just saw 200 something, so I bet you a bunch. Oh, wow. Yeah, it just went up by 200,000, Obe. So yeah, 429, 334 people waiting. You guys get the idea. A lot of people are waiting for him right now. And down goes GME again, Obe. You want to cover that?
They keep. I feel like the band keeps on resetting there because it's not. It's looking like it's going to halt. It's looking like it's going to halt, and then it doesn't really halt there. So it was happening at 35.88s, and then we kind of maybe we reset the timer, we reset the bands, and the bands are definitely making it dance over here further down. And there we go. There is the halt right there, 35.11s, all the way from 38. So yeah, a little bit of a late show, and maybe participants are like, oh no, what's happening? He hasn't shown. And just everybody rushes into the bid there, and GME is now halted. Are you trading AMC? What's AMC up to?
It's fine.
AMC
I'm like 2 pennies out of the money. No,
okay,
no. It came right back into that 60 level. Obe, if it reclaims 60, I'm going to stay in this because that was my line in the sand. That's the level that I looked at as a key level of resistance. It can't claim it right now. So if it remains below 60, I'm going to cut the trade. If it can reclaim 60 quickly, we'll get back in. Otherwise, the stop is through the break of 50. So yeah, a lot of interesting stuff happening over here, Obe. Back to Roaring Kitty. He's still not live yet. We're still waiting. Yeah, but AMC did not make the same kind of aggressive move as GME, and that's probably why I'm in it. But now 6 pennies out of the money. Got to look to get out of this, I guess, if it keeps heading down.
Yeah, we'll definitely be waiting for that. So the halt time I see here is 12:02:36 was the last print. So we're going to be waiting plus 5 minutes on that. So 12:07:36 should be the time that it should open up. But again, I was talking to Yanni about this yesterday in the back there. I was like, okay, the 5 minute is kind of the time when these tickers should be halting. That's kind of the regulation or the rules or whatever you want to call it. But what we kind of noticed was it's not perfect. It's kind of sometimes it's a little bit over, sometimes it's a little bit less. It's been kind of weird there on both GME and AMC, and I don't know what's up with that. We know a couple of days ago that the whole NYSE exchange had that problem with the glitching and kind of the book being all over the place. The data wasn't necessarily coming through. That was interesting.
Berkshire was
as
down
well.
93%.
Yeah, you see that Berkshire.A slap?
It was nuts.
Oh,
it was nuts.
Nasty,
It had
100K to
people
the upside,
freaking out.
illiquid. Somebody definitely slapped the ask on that one when it came to Berkshire A. Definitely putting the A in the Class A shares with that one there.
Come on, Ram.
So yeah, I guess we'll just wait for this GME to kind of open up. The game definitely has not stopped there. Let's take a look at some of the sympathy plays as well, some of the other meme stocks and what they are up to. We know this season was distinctly different from the last when it came to sympathy movers. Now, of course, AMC being the closest one definitely has been moving maybe in steps, sometimes a little disconnected. We know that Sharif is in AMC long as of right now. It is trading at 549. But another name that was kind of running along with these tickers there, again, short, heavily shorted being kind of the theme, was NVAX. So let's take a quick look at Novavax here and see what Buddy is up to. Novavax just trading sideways there. Now, we know that Novavax had a bit of a squeeze over the past few days as GME and AMC kind of pulled back. Novavax held some of those levels and pushed even further, and we did have some squeezing action right there. So another potential liquidity trap happening there. You have the initial couple of days, strong volume, and on low volume, doesn't necessarily even consolidate, it just straight up starts trickling up. Now we know that Novavax is a heavily shorted name. Let's take a quick look at what the short float on that one is. Novavax sitting at 33.97. I have here from one of the sources. So 33.97 is pretty wild there, with a third of the float sitting short on Novavax, and that one has definitely been in a bit of a squeeze. So consolidation on low volume, we talk about that, and then a nice little trickle up and volume kind of picking right back up as it starts to accelerate and maybe potentially exhaust. We saw it in the pre-market yesterday, highs of 27s, straight flush off the open. Maybe that buying pressure is a little bit done for now, but it is still holding prior day highs. So with only about a minute left there, Sharif, for GME to open up, what's your plan on this trade? I know you're in AMC. Are you going to be taking fills on GME? That was a good short on his lack of show, and he still has not shown his face.
No.
So the kitty's not really roaring. Maybe he's taking a nap. Maybe a little bit of a purr.
I'm reading all these
there.
hilarious comments in the chat, like his internet is out, or E-Trade kidnapped him, or Morgan Stanley sent their people. Like, we're obviously tongue-in-cheeking it, of course, guys. Just trying to keep it light here. But yeah, in all seriousness, okay, so now I am stopped out of AMC. It did break my level. Am I still positive on it? Let's find out. On AMCA, I'm still positive on it, so it's all good there. So
open.
Okay, so GameStop is open. Time to look at the monster GME. Where is it? There it is.
Right back.
Here we go. Here's the look at the book. All right, down to 3.25. There seems to be some support at the $0.25, so it did bounce off that 33.25 right back above 34. A bit of a hammer candle forming right now. Still definitely towards the lows. Let's see if we show that 33.25 again on the ask. We're at 34.25 right now, but I did see big size there when it was down at the $0.25. As you can see, obviously, this thing's moving a million miles a minute, or tape speed, or whatever you guys want to call it. But what I see on the chart is one hammer candle forming. Now, you don't want to put too much stock into one hammer candle, but all the two subsequent hammer candles in the troughs before it all looked really good, and they all led to positive moves. I'm talking about that one over here and this one. So if this one closes, is it now time to go long GameStonk at this level? So we're at 35.5. This is one hell of a hammer candle. I'm going long at, okay, let's see if we can get filled over here, if we can get a bit of a dip. So we're long GameStop. It's going to have a 34.75 hold. All right, so we'll take some out over here on GameStop. Nice. Let's go up a little bit more. Let's see if we can get some up at the 36s. Having trouble with the 36 level. There seems to be a bit of, it might halt to the high side here. Here we go, 35.95. I'm going to hold into this halt. Let's see if it halts into here, halting at 95s, a few more seconds. Let's see if we've had multiple false halts today, and it looks there. Halted. It's going to halt.
Nice.
It halted. Nice. So I'm in the false halt. I'm at 35.49. Sorry, I'm in the halt, guys. Relax. Okay. 35.94 at this level. Let's see if we can move up a little bit. We have a local area of resistance at 38.
Yes, sir. So yeah, definitely we dip. So we talk about those anchors right there. We come right back into that initial day anchor, and then that buying pressure still shows up. We halt down, which was pretty interesting, into it, and then halt right back up off of it. So a little bit of a dance that we are doing with these anchors here. I'm still kind of shorting the SPY here. Still waiting for Kitty to show up. There still hasn't shown. It's been about 10 minutes past the time that he said he's going to be there. But you know what? Fashion me late, as Sharif said, is maybe what he's aiming for there. That chat is going absolutely wild on that channel. So absolutely crazy there. How are you guys kind of poised for this trade? Are you guys going to be taking that GME or AMC? I know a lot of people were saying long, buy in the chat, and some people also kind of maybe on the other side shorting as well. So yep. Just kind of waiting there as it chops around this anchored VWAP and the same prices that we consolidated off of yesterday in and around the low 30s. So it should be opening. I have the last print here at 12:09.21.
Yep.
So it should be opening at 12:16.21. So let us wait and see. Sorry, at 12:14.21. Sorry about that. It should be opening in and around that time on GME. Is AMC halted at all?
AMC, our friend AMC.
I don't think it's really doing halting.
It's really, we had a decent trade on, but it's not the same thing, you can tell. I mean, these two used to run in tandem a lot together, but I think because this is such a GME specific move with the roaring mouse or whatever, anyway. People will call him the sleeping kitty in the chat. I don't mean to belittle it, but hurry up, show up on time. No, seriously though, I don't think AMC is gonna manifest into the same thing. It really hasn't had that kind of parabolic nature. To be honest with you, what was it up the most yesterday? Like single digits, right? AMC, like 9%, 8% at the high?
It wasn't
It
too crazy.
didn't move in the same way, no.
So it's a little, if you're looking for sympathy, it might not be as like the same magnitude, right? But yeah, GME is definitely one of the main focuses here on the day. I just want to go back to, it does not trade on the NY, it trades on the NQ, to lift here as it is potentially getting a little bit of a lift to the upside. Again, off of yesterday's lows, high volume day yesterday, bit of a catalyst. So I do want to kind of keep this on watch as well while I'm watching some of these other tickers at the same time. So we shall see what that is up to on lift. Let me just pull that one up. We were talking about this earlier. I had an alert at prior day's low. We kind of are getting a slight bit of a bid with the first green 15-minute candle. What's going on, Sharif?
So one of the chats like, here, kitty, kitty. Here, kitty, kitty.
Yeah. Maybe you need to, you got to do the pss, 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 pss,
you have two cats, Ob. How do you get them to come over?
Literally that. I think that's the universal call to kind of bring in the kitty is the pss, pss, right? Is like the repeated. Pss, pss. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's like you sound like a mouse or something.
Yeah.
Maybe
I don't
that's
know.
what it is. It's like maybe slightly squeaky. But yeah, maybe we should all go pss, 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 and he's gonna show up. I have no idea.
Good vibes
Again,
today.
We were talking about cats just a couple days ago, right? We were just like, I love the nature of cats. A little nonchalant, zero F's given kind of attitude, and that's definitely. I like to embody that mindset. Definitely when it comes to trading, like what's the next trade? Not really too involved in one trade or the other, right? Kind of apathetic in a sense, and just moving on to the next one.
You're just gonna drop that word super quick like that, just to undercover, huh? I like it.
Words.
Ob. We got halted on GME 12:09.21. That means we're slated to open at 12:14.21. Here, 12:14.21. That's 10 seconds.
Okay.
Let's go. Let's see what do we do here on GameStop. I'm in this up halt. Let's see if it continues up. And what the situation is. So right now we're moving down a little bit. They're right back down to 35. So I'm gonna have to get out here, and obviously it moves right back up. So it's all right. We took a little bit of profit there. Am I still positive on it, or what's the situation? Yes, very positive on it. Good. All right. So let's see if we can get back in somehow again. And weasel our way into this trade, because the reason I don't want to give up on this name is because this was one hell of a hammer candle here on the 5, and the prior hammer candles all led to nice moves up. So this hammer candle I'm talking about, this one as well, and this is the one that I'm looking at right now. So if we can get something here, but yeah, it looks like it's headed right back down again. So that was good out. 34 is about to break. There was support at 34 there. Let's go back into the trading screen here, because there seems to be support at the whole dollar level. for how long. I haven't had eyes on the size, and it did break momentarily, but right back above. A bit of tug of war happening right now between buyers and sellers at that key $34 level. Not a level that I had earmarked, I'll tell you that, but I guess you got to look at all these whole dollar levels. We give the break of the whole dollar level quite aggressively. They're on our way down to 33 LOD on GME. 32.03. We're $1.50 above that right now, trading at 33.5. This is the lowest print on the day, guys. That right there, it was a hammer candle, which led to a huge up move from 32 all the way up into that top of 38.5. So that's why I was looking at this hammer candle as such, but alas, it was once, twice, and not OB thrice on this last hammer candle here, Ob.
Yes, sir. So a bit of a maybe a change in behavior here on the lift. So I did get a slight bit involved, but yeah, GME coming right back into that 32. Now that 32 is low of day, so I'm curious to know what we do in and around that 32 price as well. So again, it's been halting up, it's been halting down, but we kind of talk about potential levels here, so we are trading a little bit below some of those anchors. But again, just an indicator at the end of the day. Support and resistance and volume. I think, again, volume taking the most priority here. It is holding prior day consolidation, and even the day before that, what were these highs right here in around 31, right? So I think if you're really looking for a potential long, if I was looking for a potential long, again, I'm looking at some of these things I'm considering potentially some of these things before I execute on that. But yeah, it's still holding that 34, so still chopping around that 32, 33, 34, 35 area. Again, being that volatile, I think it makes sense to give it some room, because what are the chances you're gonna have the perfect price? You know, like what's the probability of that happening? It's I don't know about other players, but I know that I'm definitely not perfect. So I like to kind of ease into the move and give it the space that it really kind of deserves on that. And I think that 31, 32. Let's see what we do in and around there before I really kind of do anything with that. But lift potentially coming in there with the second
NVIDIA's moving.
Second green candle happening. You're saying NVIDIA's moving.
It just popped up aggressively.
Spider might come to bite me here on that position that I got shorted if the market continues to go up there. We know that NVIDIA pretty much is the market as of recent. Again, what, 3 trillion yesterday or something like that? Yeah. So definitely working its way up to a much larger market cap, and I did get stopped out of the spider there on that move. So, all right, that's fine. What's the next trade? I think I'm going to be focused a little bit more on lift, and obviously keep SPY on watch as well. Again, fighting the trend a little bit, but I was looking for a potential more lower highs there on the spider. But if the market is going to take up, the market's going to take up. The high a day here on the ES being just above 53.80 here. So GME still holding that 33, still kind of holding on. And the kitty is still not here. So definitely interesting stuff there. Apple, maybe potentially a slight little pullback on Apple. NVIDIA, yes, NVIDIA broke out. That's what you were saying right here. Back above that 1200 mark on NVIDIA. So are we going to close strong into the end of the day here? It is a Friday, Sharif.
It is.
Yeah, so maybe.
Do you know that Apple's above 3 trillion and NVIDIA's below 3 trillion again, given that latest pump? So Apple right now, the dead one, sitting at 3 trillion, essentially just 3 trillion and change. NVIDIA sitting at 2.96 on that latest drop. But who knows, by the end of the day, that could be a different story over here. Here is the monster NVDA, and I gotta tell you, this bamboozled me, because what we typically see with these charts, and again, this is probably a lesson in market context and not to rely heavily on chart patterns. Here's what I mean by that. This could either be construed as a bear flag or as a compression pattern preceded by a downtrend. If that was the case, if it was a compression pattern preceded by a downtrend, then it should resolve to the downside. If it was a bear flag, it should also resolve to to the downside. It did neither of those. It broke to the high side and quite aggressively breaking through that 1195 like it didn't even matter. That 1197 like it didn't even matter. Look at it on the way to 1205. To go green has got to break above that 1210. That's $5 away. That's like 2 seconds of trading for NVIDIA. No, kidding. But you guys get the gist that it is a quick mover. So NVIDIA, really, you know, I wouldn't have had any right trade on this given my system. That's kind of, I guess what I'm trying to say is, maybe market context, you know, just is so much more important in the context of this type of stock than any chart pattern or anything that you can see technically. This thing has a propensity to want to go up rather than go down. That's just the feeling I get anyway. 1205, let's see if it can make its way up to 1210. Not like I'll have a short waiting at 1210 or anything. I just want to see if it does encounter some resistance there. Is there going to be any profit-taking selling at the closing print from yesterday? So NVDA on the way up. And I got to tell you guys, if you don't want to trade this $1,200 name because it's too rich for your blood, there are a number of other kind of derivative products that you can trade. There's NVDL, which I personally happen to like. Wow, a lot more expensive than when I traded it last. This thing was $40-something. Now it's almost 70. So you can do that one, NVDL. There's NVDS as well, which is the short one. There's NVDX, which is more expensive. I believe that was on the Amex. Yep, that's $165. Last time I saw this one, it was like 90-something. So again, another lesson in context, but be careful with NVDX. Look at that, sub 1 million volume, 901,000. Let's see what NVDS was doing. NVDS on the NASDAQ. This one, 1.3 million shares, so still not that good. NVDL, I think, should be the best of them, though. Yeah, almost 12 million shares done on NVDL, so you should be able to find some liquidity. 3 penny spread, 4 penny spread. Again, going back to that lesson that we did on the futures, when you have triple or double levered products, the spread by definition is going to widen given their leverage, okay? So when you trade these levered products, expect a bit of a spread. That's just kind of the nature of these beasts. Anyway, finding resistance now at 1207 and a third. Bit of a topping tail candle coming in here on NVDA. Let's quickly look to see if the roaring one has made his way to the chat. No, he has not. Still not there. Still about 434,000 people still waiting. He's over 20 minutes late. Yeah, and that's kind of the way it is there. Eddie R, I'm starting to feel this is a prank. Yeah, we need some, we need some Adara-style puns. Don't worry, we got Obe. He knows how to pun too, don't worry. Scott H, it's looking like Roaring Kitty got... I'm not saying that. Oh, come on, Scott. Don't be so bleak.
There was a comment that was like, he's like, oh yeah, high on catnip. No, they're like, yeah, in anticipation. There was a comment that was like, oh, cats like to play with their food before they eat, before they kill it. So it's like, all right, he's definitely maybe potentially playing with the food there. I did get a quick long there on GME, and then it came right back in, stopped out. Pretty much instantly, trying to keep the risk tight, right? Just a tad bit there, as it is quite volatile. Again, coming back into that day low over 32. I was risking like 50 pennies, which I don't think, I guess, makes too much sense on a name like this. But I am gonna be trying to kind of take tighter shots, I guess, on this name. But yeah, 32 potentially coming in. 32 is the low of day on GME. Let me just pull this up right here. So yeah, we are headed right towards that 32. So that was like, yeah, if we get below that, get into that low 33s, yeah, it's probably gonna hit that day low, and maybe we get a lick grab of that. But who knows? He's still not here. So. But the ticker is selling off, and you got to watch out for those halts, right? We talk about the downtrend. We talk about it's below the VWAP on the day. It's below both those anchors from the high volume days that we marked off of earlier. So as of right now, again, going back to the lesson we were talking about, we are below the average, the volume weighted average of the average participant, right? So the price of the average long or short participant underneath some of these prices. So let's see what we do with that. He is still not here. No. Let's see what does it say here on this thing. It says, "I'll wager with you. I'll make you a bet." That's kind of the memes that he has going on his
I
screen
like that. I
there.
saw that.
But yeah, what's going on, Sharif?
All right, guys, we are brought to you by Vantage Point Software, created by the world-renowned trading software pioneer Louis B. Mendelson. Vantage Point forecasts stocks, futures, forex, and ETFs with a remarkable proven accuracy of up to 87.4% using artificial intelligence. Vantage Point's patented neural network process
starting 10 seconds.
predicts changes in the market trend direction 1 to 3 days in advance. Scan the QR code to learn more on the screen. Shout out to the folks there at Vantage Point. Sorry, guys, just had to, you know.
Oh, it started.
There it is.
There's
He's
some
here,
music.
guys. Here we go. So
The
it
kitty has
started now.
arrived.
Yep, he's going. So now the roaring one has gone live. Keep your eye on GameStop. Now we could see some crazy volatility. AMC's just flying up right now. GameStop's going down. AMC just pumped from 530 into 567 quicker than you can say, how do you do, baby? And it's about to break that key level that I got out at 5 3/4. For whatever reason here, AMC's moving. And it's up big. It's about to halt at the $0.75, guys. AMC is going to halt at 574. Let's see if this halts over here. Good move up, now down 1%, right back into that technical area of resistance. Let's see it halts. Okay, so AMC halted 574, halt right now. The Katina man is long on AMC. Shout out to him. We have a GameStop short halt. We have an AMC up halt. Oh, baby.
There he is.
Oh, baby. That's
I
all
love this
can
intro.
say.
People in the chat are like banger music. Yeah, definitely banger music. There's a bunch of like cat videos going on. He's watching a cat jump and catch some snow right now. This is absolutely wild. The game has just begun. Let's see what he has to say.
And he's
Okay,
got his
all right, yeah,
disclaimer on
disclaimer's
now.
up. All right,
Yeah,
you gotta keep it real. Gotta keep it real. You know, GME is halted as of right now to the downside, so it'll be interesting. Last print was at 12:24:45, so about 5 minutes. It should open up at 12:29:45. So we will wait. Right now it's 12:27, so a couple more minutes until that happens. So just that disclaimer happening as of right now. Over 500K watching. I'm seeing right now in the chat there on that stream. So yeah. Definitely going to be interesting.
Nuts.
I'm curious to know what he has to say. Again, he was calling out this squeeze last time around from a long while back on Reddit, right? So he definitely
Here he is.
Potentially knows some things. There he is right there. I love the look. Long hair with the shades and the white. Oh
His
boy.
arm is broken.
Here we go. His arm is
Why is
broken.
his arm in a sling?
Because the arm is, I like that.
He got roughed up by the Morgan
Oh.
Stanley people. No, we're kidding.
What's
Of
he
course,
saying?
we're just
He's type-
joking. We're just joking. But his Armin is in a sling. What is he doing?
I love this.
Hilarious.
This is
I don't know what
absolutely
else
hilarious.
to say.
No words have been spoken.
This has
No
been
words
one
have
of the
been
best.
spoken.
Yeah, this
This
has
is
been one of the best
absolutely
days
crazy.
on the show. He's got GameStop up behind him, and it's
The
showing
memes.
it's down 32%. I don't know what kind of look he's going for here, but it's a downward chart. He doesn't seem to care. He looks like he's high, to be honest with you, at this point.
Yeah,
right?
we don't know what's going
Yeah.
on underneath those
Yeah.
glasses, man. Those
Yeah.
glasses are definitely hiding. But I like the look. Definitely swag. What's going on there?
What is
on
this
his
guy?
Is he holding something in his hand?
He's-
Yeah,
okay,
he might
yeah,
be waiting
good
for the
call,
halt to
good call.
open.
I think
Who
that's
knows?
true.
Oh, here we go. There's some noise.
He's
Okay.
gyrating.
I love this.
He's gyrating
The
for some reason.
The memes are on. This is absolutely beautiful. History is being made here. He might be having some sort of convulsion as of right now, but he's attempting to reach for his mouse. Here we go. He's laughing. Words are
This is
maybe
too
starting
much,
to be
dog.
spoken as of right now.
Come on.
He's saying, "Oh
He
shit,
muted
what's
his-
going on?" All
You're
right.
okay.
He's "Am I okay, buddy? You are definitely okay."
All right, 40 seconds till the halt unopens. Yells Brenkels on the trading floor there. Keep your eye on that. We halted on AMC 12:26:08. On GME, we halted 12:24:45. So here we go, very close. Say again? The tap is 34 now on GameStop. It halted at 31.63. As you can see there, the tap, I'm being told, and I can see it right there. You can see it on my screen. Theoretical auction price, 34 bucks. I'm just listening to what he's saying. He's, he's, he's referencing the chat. He's referencing people.
and he's talking about how this is all working out and stuff like so. We'll have to be able to kind of listen to him in and out, but waiting for this this halt to open up on. Here it is. There it is. It opens up big, and here we go. It's headed to the high side again, Katina man. So what do we do here? Let's go. Let's see if it's going to pop up, and there it is. We're long on GME. Let's see now if we can get up a little bit higher. We're long at 65s. Let's see, we're printing 47s down into 30. So we're gonna have to get out here. So we take a little bit of an L there. Oh, right back up. So we didn't get out, and right back into that area again. 37s showing up here. Let's see if we can get up a little bit more. We're long 36. No, if it breaks 36 again, I'm gonna have to get out everything at this level. But let's see if we can make it up into 38. A lot of buying and selling. I don't see any big move on the tape. Let's see if we can get some 38s, baby. We just got into the high 37s. A lot of orange coming in on my tape. Are you in it?
Yeah, I'm trying to get in it, yeah.
I'm sweating from all the talking, bro. All right, so let's put out some in the 38s over here. So I'm going to put, oh, there we go. 38. We'll put 38.05 on this. So let's see if we can get that print. And there it is, OB. Okay, we got the print.
Nice.
Go, GME, go, baby. All right, nice move up. I'm having the best time I've had on the show in a really long time. What a day it is. The roaring one is on. GameStop is moving up to the high side. Is AMC unhalted yet? No, not yet. So good day today for everybody. I hope everybody's having a good time.
Yes, sir. So yeah, I got stopped out on the initial one right there, but for about a two-point loser before I could even throw in my stop. That was absolutely wild there. Little push, pulling right back into 36 and popping right back into VWAP right there. We're talking about that VWAP being 39.71 as of right now. So let's see if we can make it up to VWAP, or we kind of just stay chopping and churning right there. Boom, right back in. So I stopped out on that one once more. So yeah, a little bit of volatility. So you gotta watch out for this one, as it is quite volatile, coming right back into that 35. But again, real risk down at that 31, 32 level. We are halting down now. So glad I stopped out of that one.
He's commenting about it.
I stopped out in that halt. He is starting to have more conversation right now. He's asking how everyone is doing. So yeah, he's definitely hanging in there on that one. But all right, so.
That was quite intense. I'm not
okay,
gonna
his
lie.
arm is fine. He's saying it's not a real bandage. He's fine. He's just messing around. So we know he's good. We know he's safe, Sharish.
Oh yeah. Sorry about that. I was just trying to listen to what he said. So I have a live caption here because he doesn't have closed captioning turned on his channel. So I've downloaded this caption thing here to be able to kind of see what he says. I just have to refresh his feed. There we go. Okay, so now I've got it. So I'm going to leave this up here so you guys can see the words that he's saying. It's closed captioning what he's saying on there. Not if you really care, but I'm just going to leave it up on my screen. You guys can be able to see it. Guys, you know, memes are not the only thing that are moving. Amazon is at high a day. Apple just printed high a day. NVIDIA is at high a day. Meta just printed high a day. So things are moving here. Aside from these memes, like there is another market, and a lot of these Mag 7 names are printing at day's highs. We could be back near 500 again on META soon. We haven't been at this level on Apple all day, since yesterday anyway. We mentioned with respect to Apple that we would be getting lower highs today, at least it seemed. So we'll exactly watch what happens here. AMC also opened down aggressively. What beer is that? I can't guess. What is it?
No, you can't see it because he's
yeah, he doesn't want to show you. He's got a beer in his hand. He's asking you to guess. He's having a good old time over here. We're trying to trade, bro. Let's go. So, all right. Okay. So he's excited here. He's not talking about anything fundamental quite yet. So we'll pack our patience here. See if we can throw this one on every screen. There we go. So now you guys can see the closed captioning on all my screens there. Yeah. I don't know what else to talk about here. Eddie R. So he is just showing up to say hi. Yeah, I guess. Well, we just started the stream, brother. Let's see what he got to say. He just opened up a beer. I know he's doing like a whole Austin 316 thing here. He thinks he's in the ring and everything. So we'll keep watching that. What are you looking at, Ob? Obi?
Yes, sir.
What are you looking at?
Yeah, sorry.
It's all good.
He's like introducing himself, and he's just like starting to talk. He's just like, yeah, he's pouring himself a drink. He's like, it's 5 o'clock somewhere. Yes,
Perfect,
sir, it
right,
definitely
right.
is. And if there's anyone who deserves a drink, it might be the Roaring Kitty right there. Sipping Kitty as of right now. But yeah, AMC kind of coming right back into the low of the range there. We saw the halt up, and then it kind of opens up. Not really halted right now. Is it halted right now? No, it's not. It's not halted right now, trading at 532.
No, it's not.
So still holding that range on the day, just going sideways pretty much. Yeah, we've had a little bit of volatility off of that, but nothing too crazy as it's only been going sideways in about a 30-40 penny range right there. But GME still halted to the downside. Last print at 1232.07. So 1237.07 is going to be the print. Right now, I have the time as being 35.21. So still about a couple more minutes there until GME opens up there. But yeah, while this is happening, what are you guys trading? Are you guys trading this craziness on GME? Whew. I attempted a couple of trades there, but got slapped for a couple of points there as kind of attempts to halt up, and then it flashes back down. Glad I got it at the down halt, but again, this was wild. Halted down, going into him not showing up, clips the low a day on right into 32, opens up all the way at 36 halves, and then attempts to push with like a 2-point wash. Now we're halted down at 32. What was that? 30. Was the last price printed was 35.41. So yeah, we are halted down just above that 35 mark, within the range there. 35.41. You can see here on my tape, a lot of volume was sitting up there on the ask. Kind of stacked offers right there. There's the gray out finally. But yeah, no. I know something else that I'm watching. There's an IPO today, Sharif.
Oh yeah, Way, W-A-Y.
It's again, the tap is hitting like 22 as of right now. $1 billion IPO.
Yep.
Some decent underwriters as well. We got JPM, we got Goldman Sachs and Barclays. So you know, let's see if the boys there want to defend some prices on that IPO. Seems like a decent IPO. Nice little weight as well. On the IPO, he's
talking
some jokes. Yeah.
Right now, he's talking about whether he feels like he's being censored or not. Whether he is free to say what he wants. It looks like he's getting into the crux of why we're on here. He's like, I just want to jump on, and he's trying to say that it's himself. Okay, GameStop is open at the moment, so we're going to have to flip back here to GameStop below 35 here. We know that there's a good level of support at 32. We had one trough, and then the down halt was a little bit below 32. It looks like 32s are coming in here because we just broke 34s, but the bamboozlement, it is fast and it is furious. It's hard to trade this. I don't trade these halt names very well. Kind of hard to be able to control emotions and gauge levels with everything moving, dollars at a time on this name. And look at the tape speed. That is serious tape speed right there. And book speed. Here comes the break of 33. There goes the break of 33. Let's watch what happens at 32. We know that there was price action support at that level owing to these two halt, one trough over here, and then the halt brought us to that level, but it looks like it's going to halt at the 2/3 of a dollar if we don't get a fake halt here. 65 showing up, 64s on the bid. Let's see how long we hang out here. Nope, up we go again. So it doesn't halt there, and down we go. So the Algo's playing with this one. A little bit above 33, a little bit below. I'm still waiting for that 32 price action support to show up and show me what it's going to do there. Show yourself, 32. Coming soon to I guess the theater in here. That would have been probably better for AMC rather than GameStop. But here comes 32, and there's a buyer at 32.02. No, that's going to halt at 32.03 if we hold up. No, up above we go again, and there goes 32 OB.
Yeah, this is absolutely wild. There, it keeps resetting the halt band right there. Again, there's a timer for the halts. It has to move in a certain percent range within a given time. But if it doesn't, if it retraces, that band kind of resets and goes down a little bit further right there. So that little mechanic is definitely, I feel like, being played around with. But 32 holding as of right now. We kind of talk about that 32 level might be a little interesting. Might have some some support there, but definitely a support and resistance level that's kind of shown itself over the past couple of days. We saw that yesterday. Day lows were in and around that 132. Let me just pull it up on the chart so we can see. Take these anchors off. Let me take that VWAP off as well, so make the chart a little cleaner. You can see that low day right there, in and around that 32, holding prior day levels here. Prior day high before yesterday was 30.80, just underneath this shy of, or not the prior day high, the consolidation high. The high definitely was a little bit higher there as we bid up into the close and printed right there at that 32 mark. So I think, was that the closing price right there? So the close on June 5th was 31.50. So yeah, just in and around there. What's going on?
Okay, so he's actually talking now about the fundamentals of the company. He's basically saying, you know, what's the move here? The company, after obviously the retail focus of things, where does it become? He's talking about the futures of the company. He's talking about the reinvention. He's talking about believing heavily in Ryan Cohen, his vision. So now we're starting to get into the crux of why he was here. I mean, let's see what he's got to say. Let's, I guess, maybe reserve judgment, but you know, from the fundamentals perspective, it's kind of hard to justify. Technically, obviously, an entirely different story because we're trading price action, but he's making the fundamental case now, and let's hear him out. Let's see exactly whether the market, you know, agrees with what he has to say or is going to show them exactly what they think by maybe tanking the stock. So we'll watch. And we're still getting, by the way, guys, Ram, if we can show the chart, we're still getting price action support at 32. You'll notice that we really haven't broken 32 decidedly, not saying we won't, but we're below it right now, but a little bit below it, a little bit above. Let's see what we get here. This is going to take us into low a day if we break this area. And now we are into low a day, 31, 32, LOD. We could halt here if we hang out. Let's see if the algos play with the halt parameters here and reset it. We've been here for a few seconds. Let's see. Nope, there it goes again. Right back to the downside. And it's going to break 31 now. And there goes 31.99 showing up here on the bid, 31 on the ask. It could halt here as well. But if this has been kind of the false halt galore, so to speak, on this, and this looks like it's going to be another false halt. Possibly. No, this one's hanging out a little bit more. And there it is. We all halted at $31 exactly. The tap also showing 31, but this is a NYSE name, so sometimes the tap is not as accurate as some of the NASDAQ names. Anyway, still listening to what he's saying, but nothing really more to report. AMC simultaneously coming down at the same time. We're awfully close to that $5 level on AMC, and in the pre-market, $5 was a good level of support on AMC. Here it is. This is what I want to talk about. A lot of bottoming tail candles all found support at $5. I'm talking about that trading at 6 a.m., 7 a.m., and yet again at 8, all had good support at $5. Also, yesterday's trading, you could see the low on AMC yesterday all had $5 support. So that could be an interesting trade as well on AMC for that $5 bounce. But again, this isn't really the main one. And so I feel that there is a degree of risk in AMC really not following through some of the moves. But I guess maybe better than tanking because GME, man, on the way down. And I didn't have eyes on this, but this looks like a good area of technical resistance here, guys. The 50 period has done quite well to kind of shadow some of the price spikes up on GME. So I'm going to keep my eye on the 50 on the 5 from going forward here, Ob.
Yes, sir. So again, we were talking about potentially looking at that short on SPY right there. So let me pull up the SPY. Some interesting action here as of right now. Bit of a double top here potentially. Let's see. We still have about a minute for this 15-minute candle to finish printing. This morning we had the jobs opening number at 8:30, and you can see the market kind of tanked very aggressively. That sentiment you can see again on the futures right there. NQ dropping almost over a couple hundred points there, and then the ES making a move over 30-40 points right there. 80s back down to 30s right there. So. And then we retrace all of that, but it seems like that selling has shown up once I thought that this might be a lower high to kind of maybe we chop in the range. It is a Friday. Next week is FOMC. We've had, again, in anticipation, potentially we may not do too much. But again, we are back up at these levels, and maybe I am looking to take another shot at this one. I have no idea, but we will wait and see. Last print on GME here is 1241, so we are waiting for 1247 right here. Sorry, 1246.43, almost 1247. But right now we are at 1244 with the time, so still a couple more minutes till it opens up right there. On GME. AMC, are you still taking anything on AMC? Are you thinking about anything on AMC there, Sharif? Because I know that AMC is starting to kind of trickle down. We talk about that $5 level, which is definitely an interesting level when it comes to stocks overall. But we did kind of slam right back down into that $5 mark. Pre-market lows, though, have still not been violated, as the day low, including pre-market action, is at 496. So let's see what AMC is going to be doing right there. But yeah, do you have any plans on what to do?
Yeah. He is basically advocating for a 3-year turnaround for the company, saying that, you know, his timeline horizon for the revamping is 3 years. He's also saying because the legacy company hasn't announced anything novel, it doesn't mean that they won't. And so basically saying, you know, silence here isn't, you know, tantamount to no plan. So, you know, that's obviously his perspective, and I don't happen to agree with the fundamental picture that he has. In fact, I don't even think that there's going to be a reason to download games anymore. From what I'm reading lately, it's gonna the new technology for gaming is going to be streaming games, and I really mean that. So, like, if you have a PS5 and you go in and you want to play Call it whatever games that I don't game, right? Whatever game you want to play on that system, now you either have to buy the DVD or download the game. You're not going to need to do either of those. It's going to be a streaming game live, and so I don't know what this company does. I don't really care, to be honest with you, because this is a technical trade. It's an intraday trade. I'm not investing in the fundamentals of the company, nor do I have an interest to learn anything about the fundamentals of the company, so I'm not dismissing it outright either. In any event, I know for a fact that it's stopped at 31. I don't want to take any longs right now on GME unless I see a technical level. The level I'm very interested in, though, is this $5 level on AMC. And if I said AMC for the other one, I didn't mean to. I meant GME. Now I'm talking about AMC. I'm looking for $5 here on AMC. It's at 511. That is technically the low of the day. I'm definitely interested at 5. Here we go. 505 now on AMC. And GME is unhalted, and here it is. It's low. It's going to halt again. It looks like it's caught in a halt parameter at 29.44s. Huge size at 45s, and it's halted again to the downside. 29.45 halt on GME, halted to the downside again. Let's go back to AMC because I want to see this $5 area. Very interested here at 5. Good, decent size on 5 here on the book, but here comes 502, 501's incoming as well. I just don't want to stand in front of a freight train. It's going to have to prove its support at 5. Otherwise, I want no smoke from this name here. It's getting a good amount of support. 502 low. We're printing 505s. We still haven't gotten anything on the curl back up. It's got to show me something here for that level. 2,000 shares sitting at 502 for whatever reason. So oh, wow, you could see that. You could see the sellers following it down, and you saw that at 502, and there goes 5. That's why I didn't want to sit at 5. No, show it. This is why I didn't want to sit at 5 for that exact reason. Now let's watch what it does. Does it wick down below 5 and retrace right above? Just a specialist breakdown, so to speak, is what they call. Decent size at 5 right here as we come back up to test that whole dollar level. Here we are again at 5, and no. So the sellers overwhelming buyers at this level. I have shorts on AMC. Neil was nice enough to get them for me. And, you know, we can use them if the setup is right. But right now, wow, nice tug of war between buyers and sellers. Back up above 5 we go. Is this going to be a quick wick? Thank you, ma'am, and up we go, or what the situation is. So let's keep watching here as we're back above 5 while GME halted at 29.45. We're watching its sister Meme stock AMC, and AMC, let me tell you, has done a plethora of shares on the day. 120 million shares on AMC. I know Rory and Kitty ain't talking about AMC right now, but the market definitely is talking about it because it's bouncing off said levels, and it is bouncing off 5, and there goes 511. So what's the situation, Sharif? Why aren't you into it? So I'm going to look to get in on a dip trade here to defend 5 to get a better cost basis. I think we're a little bit past 5 right now. I don't want to chase it to see exactly what we get. Ob, what's your look over there?
He's saying, he's looking at the stock. He's like, I think it's halted. It definitely is halted, Kitty. And yeah, no, he's going for he's going to show his portfolio. He does, but he doesn't want to do it while it's halted. So last printed price was 1248.43. Right now it's 1249. So it's just freshly halted. We've got to wait 5 more minutes for this to open up, and then maybe potentially he's going to be showing us some of his portfolio, his positions as well on the ticker. So I did get a little short into that 30 breakdown because we did break some of those prior day lows going into that 31. Bit of a chase for me getting it so close to 30, but we did kind of break past this multiple halt downs, this 32 as well. The bounce into VWAP kind of failed, but let's see what it does. I do want to stay as nimble as possible on this one. We are tapping 29.45, but yeah, he wants to show his portfolio on after it's open. So he's still talking as of right now about I think he was talking about, like, before this he was just talking about like disclaimers. He's like, no, the way he trades is very aggressive. You should not be following anything. None of this is financial advice. You know, same kind of spiel that a lot of people kind of give on that stuff. So. Yeah, definitely. It's a different like he's a different trader. The idea is different. You should never be copy trading. But yeah, you got to find your own trades and find your own edge, find your own style, and trade kind of that way over time there. So I got stopped out of that spider once again. What's going on?
I want to remind everyone to get into the chat right now and vote for your favorite ticker. And it's decided by you guys. I see Neil, I see Sean. I know for a fact they're looking at GameStop. I know for a fact they're looking at these memes. So if you want to see what they have to say about GME, if you want to know what they have to say about AMC and any other ticker of your choice, get into the chat right now. Hit that exclamation point, the word join, then hit that space bar in the middle of your keyboard with the $ after that, and enter the ticker of your choice. You have 1 more hour to vote, guys. Cutoff time is 1:50. Is it frozen, Ram? Oh, there we go. Thanks. Cutoff time is 1:50. Get into the chat. Enter the word. Enter exclamation point join space $ your GME, AMC, whatever it is that you guys want the big kahunas to talk about. Get going and vote for that now. Otherwise, they may not cover it. Now, chances are they probably will, because there's going to be a lot of you guys looking for that name. So let's see exactly what we get here, Ram, because we're back at 5:15. All right, GameStop is open, but I'm looking at AMC. You want to cover GameStop?
Yeah, sure. Okay, so it's halting up right now. I'm trying to. Okay, so I got to get out of this. Okay, all right.
Want me to cover?
No, I got out of that one. Okay. Thankfully, going into the up halt as of right now, halted up. So that's good. I got in, it halted down, instantly opens up, halted up. So don't necessarily want to be involved in that if it's going to do that off of that 30 mark. Got out off of that one there. So yeah, we shall see what happens here. Did I actually? Let's see. I gotta check my order log there because it happened so quickly. But yeah, he's talking about it is unhalted. Okay, yeah. So I guess I switched long for a quick second and then sold that as well. So okay, cool. We did pretty much get out of that one. On that, yeah. People were saying happy birthday to him. Yeah. So
no way.
I don't know if it's his birthday as of right now.
Is it actually?
So he said it's his birthday. So it's halted again. He says. Yeah. So he's like he's gonna show it. But when it's open.
This guy is such a troll, bro. I love it. He doesn't take himself very seriously, which I kind of like as an individual. But at the same time, like, there's a lot of people really relying on him here. So I don't know. I have mixed feelings about this whole thing. And part of me likes it. Part of me says, You know, anyway, we'll see what we get at the end of the day. I should probably keep my opinions to myself. I'm keeping my eyes here glued on AMC. I'm having lamented not punching in at 5. It's cleared 5 by some distance, but I'm seeing a little bit of resistance here, and I do have these shorts that I want to use. So I'm not really entirely sure of how to get in on this. Yeah, this is kind of just tough trading here. Not something that I'm used to. Yeah, okay, so we're halted at 30.92 to the upside on GameStop. Not that that really has any reflection on AMC. I'm trying to trade AMC technically, but yeah, interesting look. Let's flip back to some of these large caps, see what the regular market is up to. And yeah, we're at days high in a lot of these names, guys. Amazon just printed another day's high. Meta's at days high. The soft one just moved up as well into 420, into high 425s. Apple's off day, like very close data. Say again? NVIDIA is at 1210 again. It's inching into 1210, 1209 HOD. The closing print again on NVIDIA, to remind you guys, is essentially that 1210 area from yesterday. So it's right back into those highs after defending the 10 period on the 5 over here. You'll be able to see in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. So yeah, the general market is doing this. It's not just about AMC and GameStop, but we understand that you guys are obviously very excited about these names, and we're here to cover some of them for you, obviously. So that is the look. So a bit of a doji candle came in on the 5-minute chart there at 1250 on AMC. So candle of indecision. And yeah, it's tough decision. I think I am going to go long here. I'm going long on AMC. I'm looking for a curl back up, possibly into the volume weighted average price, maybe at 50.50 if I'm lucky. We're longs at 15. Obviously, a break of 5 ends this trade, so we're risking 15 pennies here, Obi.
Yes, sir. So, okay, so I want to stop fighting the trend there as the market is pushing for high a day. You know, that Apple is breaking out, Softy is breaking out, Amazon is breaking out, and there goes NVIDIA as well, high a day as well. So I did flip long on the spider, tried a couple of shorts there, not really holding above VWAP. The trend is to the upside, so I don't want to kind of continue making that same trade when it's showing me that it's clearly getting bought up and it's pushing for that high a day right here at that 536. We talked about that pre-market price right there as well, both on the futures as well. So 53.80 is that reaction high, that reference high from the jobs number this morning. So let's see what we do with that in and around there. Long the SPY right now as Softy attempts to push high as well. So yeah, a lot of the large caps, but Goggles. The Goggles is still kind of ranging sideways. That's definitely interesting. I think that maybe if that can get a little bit of a push, we can get some more oomph to the upside there. There goes the NQ. Are we going to break higher on NQ and ES? We have yet to find out there, Sharif, as Apple is almost there. Softy is almost there. Softy high a day. I guess the pre-market highs as well. Let's count those. 426.47. We're trading at 426.10s right now on that. And yeah, Spider's high of the day is 536.39, and we're just trading at 536.30. 32s on the ask right now. Let's see if some of that strength comes in, we break through those highs, or do we pull right back into VWAP? I have no idea. But GME is going to be opening soon enough. As of right now, it should be opening in a few seconds right here. 3, 2, 1. Is it going to open? There it is. Open higher 32s. I'm glad I got out of that short at 30 as it opens up almost 2 points higher on that one. Okay, so he's saying it's open. It's unhalted. Buddy, it's going to stay halting if, yeah, he's like, I'm going to do it. All right. So
you tell him, Ob.
Yeah, well, he's obviously not listening to the stream, but yeah, no, he's got a bunch of windows open. There's his E-Trade account as of right now.
Oh, he's gonna get suspended now.
All right, so there it is. I gotta look at that one. The quality on my phone is absolutely garbage right now. I gotta pull it up to 720p right here. Okay, so let's see. He's about 54 mil with a 50% gain on his on the shares, and on the call is about 92 mil.
Wow.
With 135% up on the trade right there on his position. So for a total of 146 on the day, 84% up. But he's down.
What?
His day's gain is negative 235. on the day. So he's like, still not, but he's fluctuating over the past couple of days, I guess, with the volatility that GME has had. But he's holding some shares. He's holding 5 million shares and 120 calls at that. I think it was what was his strike price on those calls? Let's see. Is the price is at 13 right now. But yeah, he's I think it was $20 strikes that he's in. But look at that. It is halting back down on GME. So we went to 34s and then comes right back in. What is happening right here? He's okay. So he's showing like the code of the website just to kind of, I guess, to prove that it's real or something.
Oh, yeah.
But we are halted back down.
Okay.
So absolutely crazy.
That's nuts, yeah.
We just keep halting up and down, and I keep kind of getting clipped both ways on this one. So I'm going to wait for it to kind of settle down. No need to kind of punch in irrationally on that one. But yeah, taking a look at this chart, we talk about this area right here. We are kind of chopping underneath both of those anchors and below prior day lows as well. Again, yesterday being quite a significant volume day. We talk about that. What was it 206 million volume as of yesterday. Right now, it is doing 195. 195.
Wow.
So 29 million in cash.
He's got 29 milli in cash. All right, I'm AMC $5 defend here. It's the size getting eaten through on AMC. I should really flatten out here. Oh wow. So I have my stop 1 or 2 pennies below here. If we keep going here on AMC, I added at 503. I took most of it out at 520. Let's see if we get stopped out here. We're really close to getting stopped out on AMC as it did break 5 decidedly, and there it is. Now we get stopped out for the remaining amount. That sucks. I really wanted a 5 defend, but I still like this level. I know that it's going to be a little bamboozling, a little bit above, a little bit below. If we get above 5 and defend 5 again, I know that level was important in the pre, it was important yesterday. It's giving way now, as you can see. But yeah, we'll continue to watch said level on AMC. What else we got over here? Holy cow. All right. I'm running out of energy. I know I keep talking a lot.
It's been quite a wild day there, Sharif. So I do not blame you. The market's kind of pulling back off of that level as of right now. So yeah, let's see what we got in store for us here with the markets pushing up near highs, but it's still well within the trend here on the day. So let's be a little patient to see whether or not that this trade kind of comes in there. Along on the SPY, I do got to give it a little bit more room, I think, just to be fair. So let me just throw in that stop on the spider here. Okay. Oh, that is not the price that I want. But yeah, no, still halted down. Last print is 12.59 here on the spider. So, or not on the spider. 12.59.27 on GME. I'm getting confused now, Sharif. Definitely, this is with a crazy volatile day like this. Definitely slightly a little exhausting.
No question.
For sure. But again, we're in it for the grind. We're here. We are. I guess I know you don't. You said you don't game, but I'm definitely a gamer there.
No.
Spending hours in front of the screen at times, grinding out the games. But yeah, I haven't done that in a while because I'm just like, yeah, I'm spending a lot of time in front of the screen trading as well. Again, a little bit more ranked gaming, if you want to call it.
If you game the way that you chart, then you must be a hell of a gamer, bro. Because this dude, look, I mean, there's some traders that come in the morning, but this guy's consistent every day and coming at 7:30. I have to come early because we're on the show, obviously, but that's kind of my job. This guy is doing it, on his own accord. And not only that, I don't stay till 4 o'clock every day to find out when everybody leaves. But according to the Katina man, he's one of the last people to leave every day. And I'm assuming you're doing a lot of charting because you're not here filing your nails. You know what I mean?
I chart some, yeah. I do a lot of charting like on the weekends, I guess. But like I'm like journaling, kind of reviewing the trades for the day. Kind of looking at my entries and exits, just reflecting on the day, writing the journals, and stuff like that at the end of the day there. So that's kind of that is what I do. Taking screenshots as well. Of course, that takes a little bit
Are
of.
you still recording the tape, or is that over? I remember you were
uh,
buying hard drives on hard drives on hard drives.
Well, I bought a couple of hard drives, yes. No, I guess I haven't been recording tape as much because I find that, again, it kind of slows down my PC a little bit, especially with the tape. That it's been moving that fast. You know, sometimes like with this tape right here, I definitely need like 120 hertz. 120 hertz refresh rate to effectively see this tape, because 60 is definitely not enough for how fast and aggressive some of this tape goes. But yeah, no, I've been clipping some tape, but I don't watch as much as I used to. I remember talking about this. I used to go home. I used to record the whole day and then go home and watch the whole day back.
Oh yeah, wow.
And that would definitely take a few hours. Again, you know, like eating dinner. It's open right now, trading at 30s.
Yeah, there it is
on GME. So again, I'm gonna stay a little bit more patient here and practice some more patience as GME. Maybe I'm gonna wait for it to settle down, but it is kind of bidding a little bit lower there, and I kind of wanted that short below 30. But let's see. I'll wait for it to calm down before I kind of exercise more trades on that one. But again, it rejected VWAP. What's going on?
A couple of super chats that we missed today. I'm so sorry, guys, but as you can see, we got our hands full. Big Kyle Burdett, $2 super chat. Dixie DXY, new high of day and pushing. Two-year yield pamping as well. Yeah, not really surprised about that, Big Kyle. We kind of got that on the back of the jobs number today. Obviously, the dollar popped up. The yields popped up as well. Keep your eye on the 2, the 5, and the 30. Sorry, the 2, the 10, and the 30, excuse me. And they both were up well over 2% today, some 3%, some a little bit higher there. So we'll keep an eye on that. I'm involved in this AMC long. I'm looking for a 5 defend, but now looks like...
He just goes, it's going down more. I see technical analysis. It's so funny.
Well, what do you mean? The technical analysis is pointing down.
Breaking down.
Why is he making fun of technical analysis? It's lower highs and lower lows.
Yeah.
I mean, the trend is intact. Anyway, I'm looking to defend 5, but I think 5 right now is a bit of a resistance level on AMC. My stop's already in place. I've given it a wide spread in case the bottom really does drop off. AMC, here we go. We're getting prints above 5 now. Could we trend up a little bit? I'm waiting at 510 to wet my beak. We're long 498s. Let's see if this 5 level is what I think it is, which is a good level of support. It's been that way for multiple days. Doesn't have to stay that way though, guys. Support levels give ways, and that's how you get newer lows. So we'll continue to watch this. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of selling at 5. This might be a temporary or not a temporary, but a short-lived trade here. Guys, I want to remind you that you only have like 40 minutes, even less than that, to get your vote in every day. Get in the chat right now. Hit that exclamation point, join, space, followed by the $ and the ticker of your choice. Have a look and see how the big kahunas traded GameStop, how they traded AMC. I don't know if they traded AMC or not, but yeah, have a look there. Make sure you're voting every day right now. It is, again, the short version of it. If you want to have a look at NVIDIA, Apple, whatever, we have WWDC coming out on Monday. Widely anticipated, you know, that we'll have some volatility in Apple ahead of that event. That includes today and Monday morning, of course. It is slated to take place in California. So because of that, it's Pacific time, so it starts a little bit later. I don't know if it's going to be on the midday or what exactly is going to happen, but Apple also in play. So yeah, have your say every day. Go in and get that vote in now, Ob.
Yeah, we definitely want to know what you guys are interested in. Matthew Booth saying, join OBI. I don't know if there's a ticker with that's OBI. Let's take a quick look. Is there a ticker? Oh, okay. What is this? 01, it trades on the LSE, Ondine Biomedical Inc. Okay, very illiquid.
You're punching
I
on?
would say, well, I don't know about that, but it does an average volume of 430. Here, let me pull it up right here. So this is Obi right here. This is Obi talking about Obi right now.
Obi talking about Obi.
Average volume 430K, but yeah, it does not trade in on the U.S. markets there. What market is this? So yeah, in the London Stock Exchange, right? So trades on the LSE. So yeah, not that interesting. But I don't know if we're going to cover tickers in other markets right now. But no, definitely NYSE, the NASDAQ, and even OTCs, right? OTCs, and maybe some ETFs as well. So Amex. As well. But yeah, nice little trend here. Take a look at this trend on Apple, Sharif.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Talking about technical analysis.
Oh, that's a beautiful
We can definitely draw some lines on this chart over here. Apple straight to the upside. No bites taken out of this one today from the short side, as it is a strong trend up to maybe all time. Sean, we were talking about what can get to 200 first. Seems like you are winning this bet as of right now. We're only about 4 points away. What is the ATR of Apple? I should know this off the top of my head, but I think it's around 4 to 5 points, if I remember correctly. Last time I checked. Let's take a quick look. The ATR on Apple. Okay, so it's 2.91, and off of the open right here,
about right.
We have done almost an ATR 2.36. So quite a strong trend. Put a line on the chart, call it technical analysis. And yeah, so 196.90 are the highs as of right now from Wednesday of this week. So we know the all-time highs is in and around that what do you call that? 199, I think 199. Let's take a quick look on the weekly right here. So yeah, 199.90, 62 is the all-time highs as of right now. So yeah, look, some more lines happening here on the Apple chart. We are stepping up off of this prior kind of consolidation, whatever you want to call it. This is a weekly chart here. And then stepping up on that one, 168's holding, pushing for that 200. But yeah, a nice little range here. So yeah, of course, when this range breaks, the probability of that 200 coming in, I think, is pretty decent, as the highs are 199.60, only about 40 pennies off of that level there. But yeah, what is this guy up to? I think. Is he going to exit stage on this one, or I don't know? I think he was maybe mumbling about end the stream. Yeah, he's talking about ending the stream now.
Oh,
okay.
We're gonna stop that.
So as it's halting down, and he's laughing about something right now. He's like, yeah, he doesn't. He's like, oh, don't want to halt it down, but yeah, okay, there it is. Halt it down. He's like, okay, now we're restarting it. He might be a little undecisive. He's like, let's restart the stream. That's absolutely hilarious. Okay, so I can't wait for the next stream.
Let me just take over for a sec because Ram has to kind of do her thing for a little bit. All right, guys, we just popped up on AMC right into 508. I didn't get printed. I was sitting at 510s. I was looking to de-risk a little bit. Right back down to 495 we go. Below 5 again, but we're just a smidge below 5. It's a trade that I have on right now. I'm also looking at another trade, and it goes by the name of Meta. We did a 20-period retracement on this name, and it's been strong on the day, so I am interested in going long on Meta here at this level, 497.75s, give or take. Let's see if we can get something in and around here. I'll have to give this one a little bit of room. We're long Meta at this level. I'm going to be looking for a 498 break. That's where I'm going to sit on the other side of 498. We'll sit in and around there. My line in the sand is going to be that 495.70 or 50, excuse me, 497.50, 497. We'll give like that. 497, and then we'll go like that. So now we're up, knocking on the door of 498 over here, so we'll see if we can get that decided break. I'm on the other side of 498, so if we can get that push up. But yeah, so this one, the reason I got into this one, 20-period retracement after basically hanging on to the 10 all morning long, so looking for a little bit of weakness to come in, and that weakness usually sometimes manifests at the 20. We're printing above the 20, even though we wicked a little bit below it. The point of this trade here is to try to catch this one on the way up, if it is to make its way up. Yeah, so I did get stopped out, sadly, of AMC. Very sad about that. Could have gotten out a nice little profit there. I insisted on 10s, and then Huadunk went the dynamite. That's my bad. That's really on me there. Should have been wetting my beak on something that was as volatile as that. That's on me. So we'll continue to watch and deal with this meta trade, looking to wet my beak on the other side of 98s at 98.10s. Right now, it's showing me a mid-90 prints, but we'll see if this one can head back up. That'll be
Somebody asked him, so he just chugged his drink. He's about to end the stream. Somebody asked him, what's your drinking strategy? He's like, what's that? That's pretty funny. Yeah, okay, so the Roaring Kitty is about to go take his nap right now and ending the stream.
Okay.
So that was pretty interesting. We chopped around a little bit there.
Oh, did we ever?
Some halt ups, halt downs. We did break day low, and it is halted right now at 27.65. He's saying, have a good weekend. Yes, sir. You have a good weekend as well. Take it easy.
Bye.
Adios to you as well. Oh, he's still there. But that chugging of the beer was nice. All right, peace. He is done, and those are the closing music right there. Let's see, we got more of the cat videos happening right now. I love that. It's absolutely awesome. So he did kind of drop that. So let's kind of go over what happened during his stream, right?
Yes,
so it's
go
like
for it.
He came in. With the arm broken, kind of the sounds
Looking
of the
high.
chat, the sounds of the chat. You know, he said really woke him back up, brought him back alive. You know, so that was pretty funny there, and. Talked about, you know, he had some disclaimers. He talked about you shouldn't be following him. His trading style is very aggressive. He takes hard swings, and again, your trade style and account may be slightly different than what he's trying to do. So definitely a good disclaimer on that. He talked a little bit about how Ryan Cohen has has plans, and he kind of likes the guy, trusts the guy on some things, taking the company forward, and. He also was like, yeah, GameStop is obviously kind of being strategic with looking forward and maybe trying to make something out of this whole situation going forward and trying to stay alive, trying to keep the game going on that one. So it was definitely interesting. His arm is not broken. That was definitely good. Arm halted up and then halted down. I don't know if that was on the news of his arm being broken and then not being broken. But
Did it actually? You're kidding.
No, it was
arm halted.
Yeah, it halted initially, right up into that 5, and then it came back in, and then I think it halted down as well.
Oh, I thought you meant arm, the stock arm.
Yes, no, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it did, but I'm not.
Really?
Okay, yeah, you can correct me on that one. Yeah, but his arm is fine, is what I'm trying to say. The arm is fine. Arm is still well within its consolidation range off of the open right here. We can see. On that one, so I think was this maybe the whole. No, that's sorry, not ARM. What am I saying? AMC.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's what I meant.
I was like, really?
I apologize for that. Not ARM. I'm thinking about his arm.
Yeah,
it's
all
AMC.
good.
Yeah, never mind. AMC halted on that. On
GameStop is halting up, guys. Yes. Apparently, according to Katima, 28.56. I was about to say ARM. GME about to halt. But guys, I mean, like the fact of the matter is, you want to talk technical analysis, this is one hell of a downtrend. Multiple respects at either the 10, 20, or 50. Take your pick. The deep retracements over here, you can see at that 37 to 39 area, all bounced and rejected off the 50, I should say, not bounced, and down, making lower lows, lower highs. There could have been, you know, some price action support at that 32.5. We were talking about that with this hammer candle. It didn't matter in the end. It just kept heading lower and lower and lower, and that's looking like where it's going to go. So unless something's going to change, or you're going to scalp this in a way that I don't know how, this is a downtrend. So let's see if we get on it. Right now, though, I'm personally involved in Meta. We're printing 498s here on the ask. I'm sitting at 98.10s waiting to get printed. It's up 0.87%, but it's really having trouble with this 498 level. There's definitely a seller there. Hidden on iceberg, you can see 1, 1, 1, and 1, and it's preventing the print above 498. So I'm pretty convinced there is a seller there locally at that 98. So we'll see if
if we can print anything above that, and right back down we go again. So trying to pack my patience here for a 20-period retracement on META. That was the precipice for this trade. It's going to have to hold up above the $0.50. Otherwise, I want none of the smoke. But yeah, we'll see what we get there. Printing 98s again and not printing above it again. Definitely an iceberg in and around there. Let's have a look at some other ones. NVDL I've got uploaded on trading screen. I'm pretty sure I do. Do I? No, I took it off because of AMC, and we'll take off Apple, and we'll load up NVDL, because NVDA just printed HOD 1216.92, essentially 1217. It's above pivots. It's at the high day as we speak. That takes us up into above 69er on NVDL. That's also up 0.84, trading at $69 and change. We'll see if we can get some sort of retracement into 1210 on NVIDIA. That was an interesting level there that it topped out at 1210 and then continued to move up. All right, let's go into Meta, and there we go, baby. We get the print on Meta. Nice 25-penny winner there. We're long 84s, got the prints at 10s, so happy with that. Let's see if we can get a bit higher on the Zuck train, baby, because high a day on this monster is 498.91. So that's well above where we got in. Here we go. We just printed 25, so happy about that. We're printing 30s now, 37s, okay, on the ask. Pleased with this. Let's see if we can get a dollar banger out of this. We'll take that out at near the high of day. If we hit that 498 mid-80s area, that would just be, I would be pleased as punch. For that. Shout out to Dara on her vacation, but we'll pack our patience here with META.
Yeah, I'm still kind of, I gotta lay out watching all the chips here. I'm watching NVIDIA, AMD, Intel, SMCI, ARM as well, TSM. I got SMH and SOXL on watch as well. So yeah, a lot of strength in the chip sector as of right now. And again, constituents also very, very strong. Apple to the high side, Spider pushing for those highs. Let's see if that comes into fruition right there. Still in this lift trade as it's starting to kind of trend up, but again, that's just that has nothing. That's not as significant as like the overall trend that we've been having from the day highs right there. So we are still underneath the VWAP, and this high right here stopped right underneath this wick low. So prior consolidation low potentially there on lift. So let's see what we do in and around here. Can we get back to VWAP? I have no idea, but I will trail this one a little bit there as it kind of works there. Why is Mara flushing? Asking Julia C. So let's take a quick look at Mara. I know we haven't really taken a look at too many stocks that you guys have been mentioning, of course, other than GME, AMC, and a couple other ones, but here we go. Yeah, Mara coming back into that 20 mark, right below that 20. It's trading at 1993 right there. Let's go up to a higher time frame and kind of check this out on the hourly here. So that's what I want to do right here on the hourly. I get some more lines, technical analysis right there, some support and resistance, potentially a bigger picture range on the chart, but we are well within the middle of that range, so I'm not going to take those off right now. But yeah, a little bit of a downtrend here. We know we made some highs here at 34s in and around February, March. Again, we know that Bitcoin was moving crazy earlier this year as well. But as of right now, as over the past couple of weeks or so, we've been incrementally making lower highs and lower lows here on Mara. But bit of a range here, like high 21s to just below 20 in the 19s on Mara. But yeah, we are selling off quite trendily here on the day. 21.44 being the high, we make a lower high, we break that low a day, we come back in, can't really make a range on the day, break that low as well. Prior day lows are being broken, but just looking left over the past couple of days, let's see where the bid has kind of shown up over and over again, maybe in and around this 1950 level here. We saw that we saw that on Tuesday, that was day low, and we bid up from there. We saw that on Wednesday as well, that was in and around day lows, and we bid up from there. So maybe that's where we're headed to. It seems that there may be some demand in and around that 1950 over the earlier on this week. Let's see if and when it comes down into that, if those buyers will sustain that pressure there, or maybe they're done. Who knows? But buying pressure on the market for sure on the day after that jobs number kind of gives us a nice strong quadunk right underneath. Breaking below that 19, but then we eventually hold that 19, and we are steadily trending up to the upside right there.
Obi, we have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
From our friend Elon. He's not actually Elon Musk, but one of the very active participants in the chat. Says, "Hi Sharif, are you trading live today?" Yes, I am, Elon. ORCL still up every day into earnings next Tuesday. How do we tag OB? Happy trading.
Oracle.
Yeah, I just want to, so I'm done my meta trade here. Very happy with this trade. We just got printed there at 55s. Whoop. We went long 84s. It was a 20-period retracement on the 5. It had been very strong all day, trending up and to the right. It basically, the majority of the time, it had absolutely had that magnetic effect, as the one that Knob always says. And what I've noticed lately is the deeper retracements on an obviously trending stock come into the 20 on the 5, precipitated me to get in, even though I didn't have the best entry. And now we got a nice winner on it. I'm very happy about that. The Mag 7 are all very strong. Apple, high a day. Softy just printed high a day. Very close to high a day on the NVIDIA. We are printing high a day on the NQs. Goggles is asleep. Meta, obviously, we just traded that very close to high a day as well. Like the same thing with the Zon, up into that 186 and a third. We're printing 186s. The Mag 7 names, for the exception of Goggles and Tesla, all very strong right now. Even Softies at high day, and that was kind of like, it was like a, what is it called, Bram? A music wave? Sound wave. I should know that better. Yeah, so they want to know about Oracle.
Oracle, okay, yeah. The market is ripping to the highs there, SPY fresh highs as well. Yeah, Lyft kind of coming back in, so I got to keep an eye on that one. But yeah, let's take a quick look at Oracle. Oracle's that's a name I haven't heard in a while there. So let's take a quick gander at this one on the hourly higher time frame. Okay, so that's a strong earnings that we had in March. Earnings is actually coming up on June 11th, so I guess next week. Yeah, earnings is next week on this ticker here. Yep. On sometimes I get lost in the sauce. On Tuesday. Today's the 7th. All right, I was like, what's the date today? So yeah, on Tuesday, happening earnings on Oracle. You can see, yeah, very strong trend to the upside. Is this been, let's take a quick look on the daily as well. How's the volume looking? Steady volume, so pushing up on steady daily volume. That's interesting as well. And a lot of gapping that happens off of earnings, it would seem, on this chart. That's absolutely wild. So yeah, this is definitely a gapper on earnings, as, what is this, 1, 2, 3, 4, pretty much every earnings I can see going all the way back to 23s here at the end of 23 in June. So a lot of gaps, a lot of hard gaps on this one. So let's see what we're poised to kind of do here on Oracle. But yeah, a strong trend on the daily. What is it doing on the intraday? Continuing that trend, looking left here. We are, okay, so there was some strong selling here, 126s. So we're going to be pushing into that if we go another point there on the Oracle. But yeah, no, this is not really on my radar. I don't think it's doing, is it doing RVOL today? I guess it's a little bit above 1. It was doing RVOL in the pre-market. But yeah, that was a really strong earnings last time around there, going from 114 all the way up to, I guess, pre-market highs there. We can count out 134s, but consolidation flush right off of the open. We can't really sustain those levels, and then kind of in a bit of a downtrend there on the bigger picture. But multi-day run, let's see what we have in store. Tuesday's earnings should be interesting. Now, I don't know too much about like in terms of fundamentals or the news that they've been having, but we can take a quick check and a look-see for the news here. So I think, you know what, I'm just gonna go to this right here. So yeah, let's see if they've had any significant news that kind of started this. There was some relative volume here on the 28th of May, but sold off of those levels. But yeah, I don't really see anything too crazy. Maybe it is a run up into earnings. Maybe people are anticipating certain things. I don't really speculate on those things. But the chart is showing an uptrend. Yes, that is for sure. Over the past a couple of weeks or so, it seems like it broke out of this shorter term downtrend and then started pushing up quite nicely right there. Range, though, so I do have an anchor that popped up. I think that I guess it's from prior earnings. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, prior earnings anchored, and we are pushing right back up into that level. As of right now, we attempted to push and hold in what mid to end of May, couldn't really do it, and we're back at it at the end of the beginning of June right now. So that's I guess how I see Oracle. Again, not really not really any advice or any real, I'm not a technical I'm not like a technical analyst or anything like that, but the chart is a chart. We're showing an uptrend over the past couple of days on sustained volume. What's going on
NVIDIA
there?
just flushed $6. It's at more, $8 now. Okay, nice move down for the monster. 1216.92 HOD comes all the way back down into 1208 and change. This is that 1210 level that we kept talking about. That was yesterday's closing print. We didn't reach it first time around, rejected, came back into the 10, then took it on second time around. Now that we've cleared it by $6, do we use it now as support? Can we look to, for a balance to come off this level? I'm not going to just sit there on NVDL at the equivalent level and have a resting order. I need to see some proof that it's going to print a little bit higher, and if that means missing a better entry, then so be it. I need to see it on the back end, as Neil likes to say, to curl up and show me a couple of green candles. But yeah, big move down. Well, big relatively speaking. I mean, $6 name on a $1,200, $6 move on a $1,200 name, right? So it's above 1210 right now, bit of a bottoming tail candle, showing you that there is a bit of tug of war between buyers and sellers at that 1210 closing print from yesterday. So we'll have to see if that level gives way or not. I won't be trading NVDA, I promise you that. I'll be trading NVDL, and that's what we've got loaded up right here. And this is price action support. So as previously resistance, you could make the argument that this 68.40 is the equivalent of 12.10. I'm not saying it is, but it looks awfully like it on NVDL as it is on NVDA. So now, if that is the case, what kind of smoke are we looking for here? Are we looking for a move up, or are we looking for a move down into possibly 67.60? That's the bottom end of this range over here. So right now we're getting a whole bunch of buy prints above that 40-cent level on NVDL, and it's almost exactly equivalent with 1210 because we're at 1210 right now on NVDA. A bit of a lag, obviously, on NVDL, as whoever has to basically get this position to jive with NVDA. So I'm going to go long here. I'm done talking about it. I'm going long. Let's see if it fills me. It's going away. It's not filling me. So, yeah. Dang it. All right, we'll see if we can get filled on the way down. But, yeah, it's going here without me. So I didn't get the fill. Where am I sitting? I'm sitting at 59s, printing 66s. So it looks like it is defending that price action support, and it's going to go without me here, unless it comes back down to retest it. But yeah, NVDL up 1/4 point. NVDA not as much, only 0.2 for that name. So we'll watch. Yeah, it looks like it's going to go without me here. Oh, it looks like I missed a trade.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what you were trying to get along there.
Yeah, so this is,
dip.
to me,
exactly,
that's price action support, and I want to get in to defend that, and I didn't get it.
I mean, it might not be over. We talk about like the market being in such a strong trend. We did pull back significantly on that NVIDIA, and I immediately went over to the SPY trade I have on. Again, watching that, I do have my array of constituents kind of watching those as well. But yeah, no, Apple is well within trend. Amazon as well within trend. NVIDIA, yeah, it's fluctuating quite heavily, but again, still well within trend. Let me pull up the charts here. I do like that long look there, Sharif. Again, using that prior consolidation high to look for that resistance turn into support. Right. That's that. Again, I got to get better with my trend trading. I'm still kind of working. I got to work on that playbook. Haven't really been focused on that in terms of playbooking trades, but again, playbooking some other movements instead as of right now. Just try to get good at like one or two things first, and then build more on that playbook, right? So yeah, NVIDIA has strong trend to the upside, and things have been trending quite aggressively over the past few days. I think again, NVIDIA is going to be splitting 1 to 10 over this weekend, right? So that's not necessarily over this weekend, but on Monday we'll start trading in and around that 120 mark if we close around this 1200, as it is a 110 split starting right there. There you go. Monday 10th June 2024. 10 to 1 split. So what that basically means is that they will split the price of the stock and mediate that with kind of I guess issuing more shares. But like if you're holding 100 shares at 12, you're going to be holding 10 times the amount at 120. So it doesn't really affect your I guess position notional. It doesn't really affect your notional there. What's going on with you? Are you looking for NVIDIA continuing?
I'm staying mad.
Because if you're staying mad. Yeah, no, that NVIDIA could continue to go. But I have no idea. We did kind of pull back a little bit. Alpha, you know what pulled back a little bit?
What?
Goggles.
Ooh.
So
Goggles is a hell of a range. But I don't know how you see this, but I see that as one
trade.
hell of a range.
Yeah, definitely. I think definitely Dara would be all over this one. As look at this beautiful range, 76 to 77s right here all day.
All day.
No real trend on this one. It did a bit of a trend yesterday, but yeah, trending 177s to 176 and change. Absolutely beautiful. It hasn't really gotten out of that range. But yeah, if it maybe breaks that low of the range, we know that Google is a pretty strong constituent. If you include both Class A and Class B shares, the GOG and the GOG-L, right?
It's a monster. People forget that there's two.
There's two of them, and both of them composed is like 6-7%, if I remember correctly, of weighting in the constituents. But yeah, let's see what we got going on here.
Let me read some.
Very strong. Let
me read some out. Big Kyle loaded, big size on the SPY short again. Bring it on, boom! Shout out to you, Big Kyle. Pinch bull. Hood also pulled back. Yeah, I was trading Hood today as well. Let's have a look at the hooded one. It did pull back. It was a decent trade, Ram. To start off the day, it had a big red to green move there in the pre. It tanked at 830, consolidated, then really got going there. But here we go, right back down again. Look for price action support at 2260. Look at that consolidation area top over here. I'd say look between 50 and 60. It's about a 10 penny range that we ranged there in the pre. There was obviously a buyer there. Low volume or not, bottoming tail candles are often indicative of aggressive buying. So keep your eye on that. I know we are at local lows on Hood, but I still like this 2260 to 2250 area for a possible price action support dip. Now, the other thing that I want to do is I want to load up Goggles, because Goggles looking awfully good right here.
Yeah, you're gonna look into that range there?
Oh yeah. I was looking at that before. I was hesitant to take it because the volume really hasn't been there on Goggles today. But you know, what do I got to risk here? 15 pennies, Obe, right? You know what I mean? Like
low day 176.20.
Yeah, exactly. So this is the move here, in my opinion. I'm long. On Goggles, the break is going to be the out is going to be the $0.25. I'd like ideally a retracement initially for a beak wetter into 70s. That is the closing print from yesterday. And then I would ideally like an out at the whole dollar. If we can get something like that, then I'd be pleased as dang punch. So let's go ahead and hang out there and see what this one brings. Guys, this one is a really slow mover. And you can see that by how it's traded today. So, you know, I'm going to have to really pack my patience on this one. Let's go ahead and put the stop in now of 176, and we're going to put it at the $0.25. And yeah, we're going to get out everything. I'm going to give it, as I typically do, just a bit of room there to make sure that if the bottom drops off, I'm still able to get triggered, because I don't use market orders. I use wider limit orders. And that's kind of just like my own little move there. What else is going on there?
Dell is saying,
go ahead.
Bigfoot is saying Dell looks interesting, Obi. So yeah, let's take a quick look at Dell here. and see what that's up to. We know that I was trading it past couple of weeks. Going into earnings, we know that they had that event in, I think it was in Las Vegas, presenting a bunch of products, again, AI-related products, trending up since this kind of dividend, I guess, date here on the Monday 22nd. Kind of, we were sideways before that, strong trend up, and then I think it was either during and post a little bit as well, the events, we trended up quite aggressively, 130s all the way to 185s there, Sharif. So yeah, in the pre-market,
Way is open.
Hit that level. What's going on?
Way is open.
Way is open.
Yep.
Okay, all right.
The IPO is now open, guys.
IPO is
Yeah, you wanna
open.
cover it?
2050. So let me pull it up on the tape here so we can take a closer look at way.nq. NQ is the one, so I'm going to pull it up here. Where is the ticker? If it'll show up. There it is. Boom. Okay, so I'm going to go to the 1 minute because, again, I like to use a 3 minute, but it just opened, so not a lot of data on the board right now. Not a lot of data on the board, so I'm going to go over to the 1 minute. There is a bit of a bid sitting at 2050s. Let me just enter that in again so this updates. I guess it's not going to, it doesn't want to update here. So I will pull it up on this one as well. Okay, cool. So right there, so you can see 100 lots right there on 2050. Let's see what it does around there. It's done about 6 million right off the bat. Let's see, patiently waiting to see any sort of significance right there. Let's see what we do with that size. Does it defend that level? Yeah, I think there was a couple hundred lots there initially. This book right here is duplicated. They're both the same. Okay, so that 50 holds, and then we pop right back up. So definitely some defense running on that one. Again, we talk about underwriters. The underwriters, quite some big boys on this one. JPM, Goldman Sachs, JPM, and Barclays are the underwriters for this one. Again, $1 billion IPO, almost $1 billion, so 900 million something. And yeah, holding that 2050 for now. That's where that size still is, about 150 lots. Maybe that was a refresher. Maybe that was maybe not Spoofy Man because the buddy stayed there and held the level. So let's see what we do off of this 2050 right now. It seems like a good place to maybe base an idea off of here on Way. So I will be watching this to get involved. Spider still chilling around where we got in initially. Might have been a bit of a chase taking it through the high day there. NQ and ES still well within trend. And Lyft going a little bit sideways as of right now, holding that prior day low. So let's see if we kind of continue back up maybe towards VWAP, or we break the low. Who knows? I'm just trying to exercise a little bit of an idea. So we snapped up to 21s. Oh boy, look at that. 20 halves hold so well. We snap up 50 pennies and we're holding once again. So might have missed that one right there. That was an aggressive bid there, Sharif. I thought that bid was gonna crack, and then instantly I blink and we're trading up in the 70s and the 80s on some of the next prints there. So that was pretty wild there. 21 half with 700 lots. I hope you guys can see that. Did that show up here? Okay, buddy kind of went away. But no, there is some size at 21 halves. Let's see if we can get up there. We did snap up all the way to 21 here on Way. Again, you know what? Here, I guess we can talk about how I look at IPOs, kind of looking at them before they come out. I'm still waiting on this one. Let's see what we do. Size at 2075 now, so I wonder if it's stepping up on this previous size that we saw before. So Way, I like to take a look at the S1. You know, you got to go to the source of their filing, right? So what did they file for? So this is them right here. Is this the one? Yeah, Waystar Holding Group. So let me pull that in. So Waystar Holding Group, this is the S1 form. You can find it on the SEC.gov website on the Edgar page. So Form S1, everybody has to file this before they kind of, for their IPO. And you can kind of go down, and usually on one of the first few pages, you will see who the underwriters are. So right here, you can see big and bold, JPM, Goldman Sachs & Co., LLC, Barclays. So they kind of talk about their mission statement and what they do, who they are, and a bunch of other information as well on the S1 filing. So that's something you definitely want to check out if you are attempting or getting ready for trading IPOs. Some good information on that one there. But yeah, I guess we were talking about Dell. Dell, to go back to that one, Dell kind of sold off of earnings there. Did have a run up into that event, but sold off earnings day one. Sorry, going into earnings, pretty much wiped all of that bid off of the earnings report, and we have been trading lower since. So yeah, it is definitely interesting. I forget who kind of mentioned it, but yeah, Dell was interesting a couple of weeks ago, and then off earnings, it seems like we are going on a little bit of a downside trend there. What's going on?
All right, we have 10 minutes left to vote for the afternoon rundown segment where you have your say every day. The big kahunas are going to be locked and loaded, ready to look at the names that you choose for them. So get voting right now. You've got exactly 8 minutes. This is exactly how you do it. I know there's been a lot of speculation about how to do it in the chat, so let me just do it for you guys here live. So we're going to go into Google Docs. I'm going to show you exactly how to do this. So it will load up here. Let's put there you go. So, sorry, there it is. It's exclamation point, join, space, and the ticker. Just like that. There's a space in between here, guys. I see you guys not putting in the space. It won't register unless you do. So get into the chat right now. Vote for the ticker you want. Is it GME? Is it AMC? What is it? Is it Tesla? Is it NVIDIA? What do you guys want talked about today? The big kahuna's locked and loaded, ready to give you their take. So get onto that. All right, goggles. We're long here at 30s. It's printing 41s. Time to, no, I'm going to hold on to this trade. I want to see if it can make a move up. I like this trade. I want to see if it can continue to move up into a better range. The trade that I'm in trouble with, though, is this Meta short. I was super close to getting filled here at the $0.25. It's still below that. I thought it was breaking below the 20 on a closing basis. This is a lesson in context. Don't jump in unless you have confirmation. I'm still making these mistakes today after 4 years. And yep, I'm about to get stopped out because it's going to break 498. A little disappointed with myself on this trade. I could have definitely covered a little bit here to de-risk, but we'll see if it breaks above 498. 498 is already my out there. Let's go back into goggles. Definitely getting some resistance here at the $0.50. There was a consolidation area bottom at the $0.50, but that isn't the trade. The trade was this sound wave, right? We want to be able to get in, or we want to get in at the low to get in near the midpoint at least. That's what I'm gunning for. Anyway, maybe 176.90, the volume weighted average price, somewhere in there. I don't want to paper hand this trade. I think I have a sound level right here on Google at the low end. It's just going to be whether I get stopped at a Meta or not. And right now, you know, I'm seeing definitely some support at the third of $1, 4.97 and a third. There is 3 hammer-looking bottoming tail candles, essentially, that hold up at that level. And if that is the case, then, you know, I might be in some trouble here. These are the candles I'm talking about. There seems to be a bit of a buyer in and around here. Look how many times we dip into this level and there's somebody buying it. The only thing that really is helping me is we still haven't printed any higher highs, right? It's been a while. We've been putting in the rounded top, so to speak, and that's kind of really what I'm relying on this trade. But let's call a spade a spade. It is a counter trend trade. Meta was very strong to the high side. The fact that I'm smart enough to call the tops, maybe not a good idea here. So we'll see exactly what we get. Short Meta, long goggles. Let's see what this brings. I mean,
Nice.
Yeah. I didn't mean to do that. You know, I'm just so used to saying that.
No,
you know how it is, right?
No, none taken.
You did. Neil called Brendo a dare at one point. Said, I don't feel that bad, right?
I did get a little long on that on the way the new IPO there. Size showed up at that 20.5, stepped up to 2070s, 75s, and then you can still see about 200 lots right there at the bottom of my screen. 200 lots sitting at that 2075. Let's see if we kind of hold and kind of continue up. That bid did step up about a quarter there on that pop. And again, that initial pop quite aggressive. We are holding VWAP right now. Now again, hasn't really printed too much information, but opening range high seems to be 21.23s here. Let me pull it up just to make sure on this one, on this screen here. So Waystar Holding Group 2121 is the high on Waystar. Here we go. There is a 3-minute chart right there. Not going to have RVOL because there isn't 5 periods of information to really print those RVOL candles on that indicator. But again, go to the 1 minute, you can see that it is kind of holding some of these lows. 2050 was a low there. Let's see if we can break past some of this level right there. Bit of selling coming right back in. VWAP in and around. Let's see where that is. I got 2086 on this one, and maybe a little bit higher on the P Pro there. So in and around just below the 90s is the VWAP. Let's see if Buddy with size at that 75 sticks around or kind of gets taken out. Let's see what happens with that. But Spider holding its levels as, again, everything is still well within trend here, Sharif. We know NQ, ES, so a lot of the constituents, Softy still holding. Yeah, we are pushing all-time highs here on the Spider as well, right? So let's not forget that these markets are pushing all-time highs as of a few days ago. There it steps up. 21.16s coming in. There's 1,000 lots at 21 halves right there. So 1,000 lots, 1,045 to be precise, going into that level right there. So let's see what we do in and around there. Just if we break that 2050. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to try to get maybe a little bit of a breakout of that one. Just cue this in right here, real quick. 21. Shout out to 21. I know Adara's always shouting out 21. I haven't really heard too much of his music, I think, but I would assume he's pretty good. I kind of fell off the scene when people started, oh, what was that wick just now? Up into 30s, okay. The whole mumble rap scene, I was just like, I don't know, what is this stuff? I might be a little...
Ram's gonna get upset.
Why? Why? She loves the mumble raps or what?
She loves all that kind of stuff.
Okay,
man.
okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a different taste, I guess, but interesting music nonetheless. But yeah, here we go. Okay, so that size. Okay, so let me pull this up a little bit wider here. So I don't necessarily see the size at 21 halves anymore, but we just saw size at 23s. So are we going to grab some of that lick there at the 23s as this IPO again with the bid stepping up? Quite interesting stuff there happening right off of the open on this IPO. Again, we know who the underwriters are. Definitely some big boys, some strong banks underwriting this name on this IPO today. So with a strong market, we only got about 2 more hours, 2 hours and 10 minutes left until the close. Sharif, do you have any ideas for the end of the day? Any trades you're looking at? Anything setting up? I know you were talking about that goggle range trade. How is that going for you?
We're good. We're like 15 pennies in the money. Nothing to write home about. But it's really having a whole lot of trouble breaking and staying above that 50 penny level. And so I'm not really surprised because you see a consolidation area bottom over here. Even though it is on the 1 minute, it's still bound to give you trouble. So I could, take the profits here and walk away. Alas, that's kind of not the situation at the moment. So we're long goggles, and I'm also long Meta now. I flipped long on Meta because it was showing me umpteen amount of bottoming tail candles. So we'll look to wet our beak at the third of $1. If it does make it up there, 498 and a third, I want to see a 498 hold. There was so many bottoming tail candles. I just really did feel that the buyers were going to overwhelm sellers. And then you ended up seeing that 498 break and another candle to make that new high above that level. So I'm trying to pack my patience right here, Ram, with this level and get printed at the third of $1, but it's not coming quite yet. So there is now no time left to vote. The voting has now closed. You'll have to vote again on Monday if you want to get in on the afternoon rundown, where every day we basically tally up the votes in the chat. The most voted 4 names are going to get mentions and get talked about at the big desk by Neil and Sean. They'll give you their levels. They'll tell you how they traded it, if they traded it, if they didn't, what levels they're looking at, and the like. So if you want to have the big kahunas look at your names, you're going to have your say every day in the chat. So make sure you are aware of that. And you're going to have to watch a midday too in order to be able to vote. So,
yeah,
not bad for us there. Anyway,
hope you guys got those in.
Yeah, I really hope.
I was watching a bunch on the chat as well. A lot of names coming in, of course. GME, I think I saw FFIE as well. You know, that one's been a bit of a runner over the past couple of weeks there with that meme craze there. But yeah. Pretty good there. I like the new session. I like it. It's more interactive, you know, with the audience, and definitely you guys get a chance to voice your opinions on what you want to see. So definitely always make sure you kind of participate in that. Bid kind of stepping up here, sitting at that 21 now. I think I saw like 200 odd lots at 2130s as well. But look, that 2150, a little bit of a decrement there. I don't know if we printed some of that. I gotta scroll back and see. Okay, yeah, so we did print. Okay, yeah. Damn. All right. So let me pull this tape in here with the filter. We printed some decent size. We clipped about half of that 1,000 lots right there, and we're kind of holding it as of right now. So definitely part of it was taken out, not all of it, about half of it right there. So let's see if it kind of holds and pushes back in. We know that bid has also been stepping up, but this ask has held, and some of it actually decremented. And again, the market is strong as well. This is, I think. Technology services is what it is what they kind of the sector that they fall into here on Waystar Holdings. So let's see what we do with this kind of price action. There's Spider pushing up as well. Well, not really pushing up, but still holding within trend is what I want to say. But Apple, oh boy, has that been strong. Again, you pull up like the 30-minute, we have just been trending up so cleanly on some of the higher time frames. So some of the higher time frame players definitely taking advantage of that, hopefully there. We are kind of getting closer to this 2150. Let's see if we can take out the rest of these lots, just shy of 600 lots sitting at that 2150 on this IPO. And again, I'm going to pull up the book a little bit more. Some more size sitting at 2350s. We saw some size at 23s as well earlier. Let's see if we can start taking some of this stuff out. Again, $1 billion IPO. Here it comes in. Let's see if we can kind of read some of this tape here and see how well or how far we go off of this 21.5 break if that size can get taken out. But I'm kind of waiting here for the Spider to make a move. Let's see if we can kind of push a little bit higher there. I'm getting some flashes on the tape. Memex printing, a lot of deep prints here. But yeah, holding above that 2130 size that we saw a little bit earlier, that I saw flash for a little bit. So let's see if that level kind of gets taken as well. But yeah, what are you guys trading? Are you guys trading this IPO, or were your eyes mainly on GME today? We know that GME, again, one of the main focuses on the day, definitely in play, but holding that downtrend off of the share offering, right? So they had 75 million shares to offer this morning, so that definitely did not get dealt with all right away, but it seems like we are in quite a strong downtrend overall on the day. Yeah, sure, we had some strong pushes to the upside, but we failed yesterday's highs pretty much on this clip right off of the open, 48s being the high of intraday right now, and then 67s were after hour highs, pre-market highs in around 64. So we've only been downtrending off of some of those prices. We've wiped yesterday's range there quite significantly, broken below, doing more volume than yesterday, about 20 million shares more than what we traded yesterday on GME. And now, of course, can't talk about GME without taking a look at AMC here. So let's take a quick look at AMC as well. So we had that little pop there when he posted his E-Trade account balance, or the trade that he was in, and we consolidated, popped up. But we are attempting to test some of these lows here of that consolidation, 464s on AMC. So this size is still not taken right now. The buildup is very, I guess, anticipatory here, as we're pretty much, the range is tightening, and we are making higher lows. Here we go, taking out 300 more. 300 more, and the size kind of reloads. Is that a bit of a reload? Like I said before, my book here has some multiples here. I do have to fix that on this setup, on the show setup here. But again, that 300 is not 600. It is just one gate. The NSB and on this book is doubled. So okay, so we took out most of the size. Only 80 lots sitting there. Yeah, both of those are NASDAQ book. You can see the same number there, 94. So maybe some reloading size there. Maybe there's more to sell. Okay, yeah, size is reloaded, 100 lots again. So stepping up a little bit there. But they were initially 1,000 lots. You guys saw that on 2150. Let's see if we can kind of break this point here, as it is aggressively getting taken out now. But Buddy keeps on refreshing. We got a refresher on the ask right there, popping back up. Okay, 50 lots left. 50 lots left.
Come on.
Is there 100? Is there 100 going to come back in? There's the 100 coming back in. Oh boy, is this exciting stuff? Not as exciting as the GME, of course. That tape was absolutely wild. When I say I want a screen with at least 120 hertz to watch that tape effectively, I don't even know. At that point, do you even watch the tape? I don't know. You got to have a lot of filters on to kind of filter out some of the more important stuff. Maybe that might be potentially happening, but.
All right, I just want to,
towards the highs.
because I got to take off, so I just want to mention my meta trade. We're what are we, like 50 pennies in the money on this trade? Here, we just wet our beak at 33s. The next place I have is 48s. The stop is going to be the break of the low over here, but I probably have to flatten out the trade because I got to get up now, and I'm not going to leave it here. The spread is not to my liking at this level. That's it. I'm going to have to cut it here. So we'll take 25 pennies on the other one. The last one here, I just want to mention this trade on Google. I could have executed this a little bit better. Rather than getting stopped out, I should have been adding to the position. And then we did take a nice 30 penny winner or whatever that was there. No, 25 penny winner on goggles. I could have held this one a little bit longer, obviously, but you didn't execute the trades all the way that I wanted to. So done with those trades. I'm positive on the day. Thankfully, first day back from the sim in live, and I'm happy about that. It definitely was very refreshing to be able to get there, and I'm happy I canceled this Google all my trades now. Just make sure that there are no pending orders. But this meta short, by the way, this is a lesson to clean up your stops. Because that triggered me in because I was in a stop. It was a stop for my long, and I didn't clean it up, and I found myself in some trouble.
You definitely have to be aware of that. Residual orders in the market. Again, maybe you said you weren't in the position anymore, right?
No, I got out of that.
The stop still sitting there. Yeah, you definitely have to be aware of that. Apple pushing for some fresh highs.
I'll see you guys at the big desk.
Right now, Sharif has got to go to the big desk. But yeah, we only got about a minute left. But yeah, thanks for spending time with us at the midday on the midday show here, how to trade. And yeah, today we covered a bit of a liquidity trap there. At the beginning of the show, we show some examples, some potential examples, but GME obviously being the star of the show over the past couple of weeks, other than NVIDIA, of course. But with the whole meme craze going on, prime example of a potential
a little bit, yeah.
Of a liquidity trap coming into play over the past few days. But yeah, no, definitely it is something to watch out for.
GameStop?
They're pulling back a little bit here on Waypoint. But yeah, thank you for joining us. They will be covering the tickers that you sent in a little bit earlier with the big dogs just now, as I pass it over to Sean and Neil. Sorry, I'm lost for words. But to Sean and Neil, to the big dogs, and Sharif with the market recap, and Brendo at the big desk. Take it easy, guys. Have a good one. We'll see you on Monday.
Welcome to the segment where you choose what we talk about every day, the afternoon rundown, the big kahunas. They're locked, they're loaded, they're ready to take your requests, and what a day it is to submit your votes. We had all the memes running. GME, AMC, Roaring Kitty was on YouTube. There was 500,000 people watching him at one point. Very exciting day today, but we'll start off with the futures. Coming off highs here, guys. We did get right back into those all-time highs again, but as you can see on the triple Qs, we're coming down quite aggressively now, so we'll have to watch for an afternoon sell-off, but it was a very, very interesting day here with the first ticker that we've got, GameStop. What a day. Everybody knew that Roaring Kitty was going to be on today at noon, and this one did not lack any volatility. Ran to $67 yesterday in the aftermarket and was trading on Blue Ocean yesterday overnight, and then this morning it didn't disappoint as well. What was your look, guys, on GameStop?
Okay. So before I mention anything about the
reverse
stock,
roar.
No, before we get into anything about the stock, here's what I'm going to say about that, about whatever the stream was that happened. You will find more entertainment, useful information about what to do in financial markets, about how to conduct yourself in life, how to get yourself better. It's way more value in the first 3 seconds of any one of the clips of the Freedom and Wealth podcast than you will have seen. And I actually don't know why I expected there to be some insight that was worthwhile. But I did. And to be honest with you, I'll tell you this right now in the podcast, when Brendan and Sean are going to give you great and fantastic advice, and I know for a fact that if they gave advice that they felt, oh, you know what, I didn't say that right, or it didn't come out right, or I didn't communicate that the right way, they wouldn't think it's a joke. They'd do better the next time. They wouldn't laugh when a stock they liked is going down, or a stock we recommend and say, this is a good investment. If it went down, I'm not laughing at it. I'm actually feeling bad about that. But at the end of the day, we're here to be positive and give you guys some resources. So make sure, let's get it to 1,000 today. Because I feel like a lot of people, if you were disappointed by today, let's get to 1,000 subscribers, because I know we've got a fantastic community that all supports each other for real, unlike what I saw in that stream. So let's get it going. It's a Freedom and Wealth podcast. We got to talk about GameStop. I'm not going to pretend for a second that GameStop wasn't the worst trading experience for a lot of reasons. Some of it was, if I had done only the regular things that we would do in big cap tech and normal trading strategies, like pretty much everything else was good. But GameStop, there was one good trade today on GameStop to the long side, and it was the initial halt at the open. Yeah. And I think if you had that, you could have just walked away. Ever since that move, it's a trend down. You're going to see a lot of green and red, which means I was only going long, and you're not going to see much separation between the green and red, which means I wasn't actually making much. There was one halt up here, which actually made money, which is the last trade I did, but everything else was a loss, a loss, a loss, a loss. I'm adhering to my stops, but there's just a heck of a lot of them. I'm not bothering to count. It's still trending down. The only positive news I would say is at least somebody's still in the money at 20, because it's hanging on to this $28 level. So the $20 calls are probably good for another couple of weeks. That said, there were no real insights on that on the stream, and it's been essentially momentum down. I got to take a fill, and then you'll see the only position I'm in right now was actually AMC, which at least when it turned short, like that was the $5 level was something. But anyways. That's that. We'll see what happens to this next week. It feels pretty dead today on GameStop.
Yeah, I think it seems like it's just going one way right now. We were sitting here during the whole stream. Look, as Neil said, the morning's the morning. You saw us all trade that. I have some fills up here at 46.50. So that was the first play. Everyone excited. All these little breaks are all the halts. I don't know what the halt counter is, but as we were going, we only had one opportunity to go short. That was when we were going through 36, and we actually made a little bit and got out. But as Neil said, it's just a bunch of stop outs. Like this one at 30 halt up to 32 or 33 when he was showing his account statement there. I feel like maybe for the first time, a couple times maybe he did it, but that was the good bump. And then once everybody realized that he's just like not pushing the button to buy more calls or not really doing anything. It's kind of like exactly what Neil was saying there. Not about that any of us were logged in to watch the comments and try to educate ourselves, but it would have been nice for him to have said something other than like, I really, really trust Ryan Cohen. Like, I really think he's going to turn it around. Like, yeah. I don't know what else the guy's going to say. And then I was talking with my wife when we went for the walk there, and I said, like, I'm not sure how much for the people this guy is when he's showing a cash balance of $29 million. The thing is that, like, all of his GameStop positions can blow up to nothing, and the guy's sitting on 30 cash. When you have 30 sheets sitting in the bank, I don't really...
Of course he's chilling.
Are you really the people's trader? Sure, he's got to that level with the stuff that, he's gotten there with. And that was a great run for him. And this is also a great run for him.
That's off.
And, so I tip my cap, just like we do when we play at Hyde Park, hip, hip, hooray, hip, hip, hooray, hip, hip, hooray. But at the end of the day, put some of that money to work, and GameStop goes back upside. I feel like that's what he's going to do. I feel like he's going to have another stream, and then we're probably going to get this happen to us again, and he may do better at that point. But again, what do we expect? Honestly.
It's like I said,
mean,
I
he's
don't
just
know
a
why
citizen.
I don't know why we expect.
Right, he's not trying to
don't know
say
why
that
we-
he's not a registered broker. Like,
No.
he's just doing what he's doing, man. He cracked a beer. I mean, my hat's off to the guy, like I said.
In fairness, so when he originally was posting, like if you go all the way back to like those early posts on Reddit, like there was a sort of a deep dive into the math and you know, potentially what could happen. This is why, blah 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 blah. There was not much of any of that. I think, you know, it is what it is. So it's time to. Oh, I guess AMC's next. So.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say, yeah, I'm waiting for that one.
Right back to AMC because this one as well moving around. Let's go back to Sharif and continue the ride.
Yeah, great segue, Neil. AMC, no specific catalyst for today, but we know it's the sister meme stock of GameStop, so a lot of eyes were on this as well. $5 is a very important level from my estimation on GameStop. I tried to take it long with mixed success. You can see the big kahunas both in it short at the moment right now. Guys, what is the look?
Well, you said it there.
Yeah.
That said, I had a really bad long in AMC, which ruins everything. So it doesn't really. Like this is probably one of the, I think it was when he came on the stream eventually. Pretty sure that's what it was. Like the stream was delayed and GameStop was halted down and then the stream started, which GameStop was in a halt, so AMC starts going up. So like a genius. Okay, fine. This actually wasn't that bad getting like I think I got 550 something and then I added to it 560 because I'm getting really excited. Like we're gonna halt upside and start squeezing, right? And then, of course, on top of that, I end up punching some at the absolute high, which is stupid. I instantly realized that was dumb, and then trim some right at the high. So like right when it goes into the halt. It then opens up, looks like it's about to break out again. I end up adding those shares back in, again realizing it was stupid, trimming some, and then stopping out underneath VWAP. And then from then, I just shorted down under here, like this $5.10, $5 area. I think the sympathy play is probably, it's a relatively easy trade when we get those halts and all that kind of stuff. However, I broke a huge rule today because my sympathy play was in BlackBerry. I was short this thing the entire time. And it should have been, like it should be my best stock of the day, except for the fact that right here, not only did I get long in the other names, I covered my short in BlackBerry at that same moment. I'm like, oh, we're going squeeze. I convinced myself to abandon my plan and say that we're going squeezing, and I covered my short in Black, and I never got back in because I was trying to go long on the other two. Well, not AMC, I'm trying to go long on GameStop. And then it just continued to flush. It just flushed all day long. Every single pop in this without it breaking the high was a short, and I covered it flat. So, you know, we always talk about sticking to your plan and all of that good stuff. And it really does matter because if you have a good idea, like I said, I hadn't even lost ever since this GameStop run, shorting BlackBerry off the initial top and then just holding it for the rest of the day. That's worked every single time. And I abandoned that plan because I got the whole googly eyes FOMO of GameStop.
We're in a new position, Meta, but if we're going to talk about AMC, first of all, I'm going to, hold on, I got to do some damage here because I've got shares on Meta, and unfortunately for me, well, fortunately for me, hopefully this goes down and we'll be able to capture some profits in the 60s here with that name. Okay, so you see we're in position now on AMC. Look, we started the day short. It was really good. It was my number one stock. Then we went in and out again at noon. Like Neil said, we thought it was going to break higher there, so we actually took that buy and ran that through, only to get stopped out. We got stopped out, but we were punching out. It just once it didn't go, we started getting out, break back through VWAP, so that's a 30-cent hit. Then the shorts came in, and we're still short. So AMC's been fine. GameStop hasn't been. So we should have either stuck with one or the other. We had to pay for both of them. So, all right, Meta. We just got a nice little fill there on Meta. I know Apple's next, and we'll get to that. But right now, we're 50 cents in the money. Come on down, Meta. Just like Neil said, like we're up on Tesla, up on Meta. AMC, Robinhood, they're all right here right now, but let's just find out from Brendan what we're going to talk about Apple, because Meta I see on the docket for fourth. So good trade there. We're now still short AMC, and let's just wait for the bottom. I don't know, 80s, something like that. Here comes in AMC.
WWDC on Monday. Make sure you are with us all day. We'll be reporting about this essentially on every show we have. Worldwide Developer Conference has been the lead up here for the AI story for Apple. We've heard nary a thing from Apple about AI. We've heard some rumblings. Maybe they side with OpenAI, maybe with Gemini. We will find out all that and more on Monday, hopefully. Today, Apple up on the day. Did you guys have a look at Apple?
If we had a look, we probably should have traded it more, no question about that. And in the chat, someone's like, don't beat yourself up so much. The reason I harp on it is because we're all just trying to get better, right? So, you know, when you talk about like the mistakes, why they happen, how they happen, it gives you something to look out for. So that the next time, you kind of will stick to the plan. Like we'll get to, NVIDIA's not even on the list, but we'll get to NVIDIA.
Meta.
Like NVIDIA was my best stock today. But then I didn't even get the trade I talked about. It was actually chased it a little bit further. Apple, it's a very strong upward trend and a potential double top break. If the market, well, the market's rolling over. So I was going to say if the market can get back up, I think Apple's the one for the long. But everything else is flushing right now because the NASDAQ is dying. Apple going into the event has not yet taken out this previous high on the week, 197. But this is what's happening over there in the NASDAQ, as you can see.
Yeah, we almost just took $1 right there on Meta coming back in. Someone told me, stop messing around with these garbage stocks and go back to some real stocks. So shout out for that one. And there it is, man. We are back in the building as John Travolta goes, man, what the hell are you doing sometimes? So we'll take a nice little win there, shorting 495, back in into 494 there for Meta. Yeah, I mean, look, I had Apple written down on here as the #1 trade to go long today. It's 100% the great call, but we're not in it because, again, we're looking at other things. So there's Apple. It came into 193 off that jobs number. Had a nice dip into the 50 period. That's a buy every single time, but we were looking left, not right. So Apple, I like it. I feel like it sells off on WWDC, but I'm already very, very short the market. I mean, now Meta's a dollar club, right? We just put this one on. So there you go. So we'll go 1 for 1 here in the afternoon. We're holding on to our AMC. We're short Meta. Meta just climbs up the ladder one more time here. And as Neil said, we're not beating ourselves up, man. There's barely a trader that's positive today. So it's like that was a risk that was taken in there. I feel like a lot of us tried to go long. If you went short, great. A lot of traders gave back what they made early on that, including myself on GME. So we just go back and now we look at other things. And if GME continues to move around, we'll be there. We're on AMC. We're on everything. Tesla's #1 for me today. And we're going to go over and discuss Meta as we were just looking at it.
Yeah, Sean, no headline today, but as you can see from that chart right there, a hell of a double top at 499. This one's had trouble with 500 as of late. Again, no specific headline. I tried to take this one long off the 20 period. Initially, it was a good look, but Sean's in it short right now, and he's in the dollar club. What is the look, Sean?
The look is, let's get to the downside right now and let's start getting a little bearish action on this. My favorite animal to look at the zoo is the polar bear. So...
Yeah?
Yeah. I don't know. I love the polar bear. I think we've had
I like the
discussion
big
before.
cat.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The panther that's there is sick as well. But all right, we get bearish, and there it is right there. Let's props it up. We are now $2 in the money on this Meta trade, and yeah. I mean, I don't know. I'm waiting for lower. I'm waiting for 492. I don't know why Meta's on the run down there. I'm not really. I like the short breaking through VWAP there. I wanted to try a short into what we see here this afternoon. I just feel like the market gives it up. We put it on. We just put it on now, breaking through VWAP. $500. I love Meta. I think it's one of the best stocks that you can own right now. But buy the dips, but that dip is going to hopefully continue the rest of the damn day as we are short right here. Let's go, Meta. I might just put a bid out right here. If we can get this I'm going to cancel the 92.25s that we had down there. See if we can get something in the 80s here. Nice flush down for Meta. It is instantly right there. Doses for that trade on Meta. Take it if you want. Let's see if there's lower move coming here. Meta downside? I don't know, but nice little bounce off 493.
1900 just bounced.
Yeah, 1,000. Yeah, close.
So 19,000 bounced. I'm looking to short pops. Google looks just as bad, but Meta, I still love the stock, and it's still, okay, it was green, but it just turned red. Maybe 490 is a bit of a thing, but I think it's a short the pop situation in the market with what just rolled over. But I'm not going to be in Meta, I don't think. I mean, maybe it gets back into VWAP. That could come into play. I think that's where you want to grab it. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Maybe it does. We bounce off 1900 and gets into VWAP. I'm going to probably play Google off of 176 if we get anywhere close as well. That was a heck of a rollover. There was nothing that actually happened in the market just now. But if you were to look at, I mean, Chung just went over Meta and he's in it, so I'm not going to bother. Like, what's the point? But Coinbase down 3%.
Boom.
Bitcoin 69, broke 70,000. Mara's getting absolutely destroyed, down 7.5%. Like, there is some serious rollover happening across the market, right? And there was nothing, like, I haven't heard anything in my ear. There was nothing obvious that's causing this turnaround in the market.
Just technical.
Yeah, it's probably just a technical breakdown. We sat there and did nothing all day long, lost 19.1, lost 70,000, you know, level like 20 breaks on Amara. It's looking pretty weak in here. I'm going to get on the bid at the low of AMC, only because GameStop is suddenly deciding that it wants to do nothing, which it already was. But if AMC can't break 480 close, then I'm going to take a little bit more out. But I'm going to try short some pops in here. I do like Google, I think, the most because it's very weak. Mara, I want to see how far it can bounce and if we hold on to underneath 70,000 before looking at a short in that name. But ugly, ugly afternoon for a lot of things here today, not just GME.
The SPY next on the list, guys. What a move up initially we had to start the day on the futures. It was really nice, calm, higher highs, higher lows. But as you saw there, right around 2 o'clock, the market really started coming down. And that's why a lot of the Mag 7 names started breaking down here. So good look on this SPY for the shorts, guys. What is the look right now?
I mean, I just sort of was giving my opinion right now. We're now $2 plus in the money on Meta. So, I mean, boom, goes the dynamite down on that one. We still have 25%. 25% of that. All right, AMC continuing to move down. What's the look on the market? I mean, I'll talk about the NASDAQ. I mean, I know you guys want the SPY. We could do that too, but you're just trying to break through 19,000. So this is the level of concern for me. We've talked about this. Bounced up there before. Let's see what happens now. Do I like the stock today of the SPY? Yeah. I mean, I'm not trading the futures or anything right now. Just sitting here trading Meta and possibly looking for another downside push. So let's see what winds up happening here. Meta is the name that I choose violence with, and we just did it. So let's wait to see. I think the futures can hold, though, into a Friday. Not expecting a lot of movement, but we got that jobs number. And, I mean, that was just a disaster. I don't want to say a disaster, but it was a move down. And we didn't even move that far. That's why I have to hold my thoughts there, because we're at 19.1, and the very, very bottom was 18,950. So losing 150 on that was almost nothing. In fact, it was made back and more than that by 10 o'clock. So let's just, like they say, call a spade a spade. Like, this is what it is. It's very strong, the NASDAQ. So I kind of expect it to hold a little bit here. That's why we still have that 20-25% left of Meta. But let's just see if it goes down. I still like the short here today.
Yeah, speaking of the SPY, just particularly with the SPY, it's a NASDAQ that bounced off 19,000. There was no particular level that we just turned it on the SPY. It just so happened to be this 533.5. Zoom it out even. Nothing terribly significant about where we're bouncing, but I think this is pretty clear. Like, that's a pretty decent upward move that rejected the highs when the number came out. You get a turn, and wick high, maybe some breakouts were looking like they were happening. Apple had looked really strong at that point. NVIDIA, I'll get to that in a second, was looking pretty strong. And then you roll it over and lose that steep trend. When you have a really steep upward trend that fails a break like that, it's a Friday, it's the end of the week. You know, we have the Apple event coming in here, the NVIDIA split, reasons why there could be some sell the news. And you just could have rolled over technically. So if that's going to happen, I think short the pop back into previous resistance makes a lot of sense. And it's going to be hard for this to go anywhere when NVIDIA loses that 12,000 level back underneath 1199, it looks like. And so I talked about the opportunity cost and all that good stuff. So I never actually got the 1200, as you know, because I was looking elsewhere. It was right as the live stream was supposed to be starting. You got this nice little consolidation breakout from 12. At least I didn't compound it by not taking the 1210 break. At this point, I think you look for the over-under at 1200. If it can hold above here, we can like NVIDIA can possibly rally back into the top, but if it fails, I think you're looking for a fade trade. I would just prefer to be on something that is much weaker if I'm shorting. Like look at the difference between Google, which can't even get to like 175.5, and NVIDIA. AMD, which I also want to talk about, can get into VWAP. I think that's not looking very strong either. Underneath VWAP as opposed to over it when you look at NVIDIA. So I think it's easier to look for shorts in things that are already weak.
All right, we're done. Good. Okay. Yeah, start putting some questions in the chat. Should be a good afternoon. I mean, we can still watch. I mean, we'll still watch GameStop.
Yeah, I mean, if it does something.
You know, our accounts aren't locked out, as you know, so we'll be able to trade GameStop here just at 26.27. I mean, looking at this, like, if there wasn't all of the hoopla around, and there is, so that's actually a good thing, right? I mean, it's creating some volume. We've just really, again, if you sort of look back, this is kind of normal behavior. I mean, if you zoom in and you see what's happened throughout the day and all those halts, did you get a count on that, by the way?
17.
17, okay. So besides that, if you just take a step back, this very bottom's 25. Some of these bottoms that have held earlier on in the month are right here, 25, 26, and that's pretty much been, not pretty much been, you know, I can see numbers here, has been the bottom. 26, 26.50, the same bottom that was held before all of this. So whether or not, you know, you went long or lost money like I did throughout this sort of melee there when it was halting like crazy, it's a good thing we didn't use like a maximum position at any point here because you're just hoping something to happen. That long down here is probably something to look at if you get a chance to buy, like forget about like riding on the coattails, but just as a stock, you know, looking on levels, this 26, 27 area, I mean, it's hard to say that there's something wrong with that, going against it and then using the 25 area that we just talked about as potentially an out. So I feel like that makes some sense even going back to the end of last month as well. So at least there we can discuss it reasonably and potentially have some levels to get out. So yeah, I mean, I like GameStop, not the same way obviously Roaring Kitty likes it apparently, but I think down here it's probably worth a shot at some point. We've been red on it. It's our reddest stock today. So, you know, take it with a grain of salt, but I still do think there's an opportunity to buy this. You just got to be smarter about it.
Yeah, absolutely. I just realized we don't have free locates on Mara. So I'm going to go and guess that here at Real Trading, it's going to be 1/8 of 1 cent per share because that's what it always is, to be able to pay for the right. Or the ability, yep, 1/8 of 1 cent per share. So I'm just going to go ahead and lock that in because Bitcoin is weak and Mara is weak. That said, it was just pointed out in the chat. Oh, where is it? I saw someone just mentioning a firm. I'll get you in a quick little second. But it's important, right? If you look at relatively weak stocks, like I'm pointing out things that I think are relatively weak that I want to try to play this curl on to the short side. Hit confirm because I want those shorts. Here's a firm actually curling underneath $30, down 4%. Obviously not good. There's it trying to bounce and failing both the 50 and the 200 or even to get to that point. A lower high got put in, trend down. Yeah, I like that. You can take a shot, short something that is weak. I have Mara now. I'm trying to get into the 50s on Mara. So I'm going to pop the offer in there on a firm. I think that's a great looking one. Mara doesn't even get into the 50s. It just turns right here at 30. So if that wick high is going to be 40, take the curl that you can get, or if you're shorting pops, if you're going long dips in a strong stock, you play the one that you can actually get. You don't always get the price that you want. It's going to turn where it's going to turn. The buyers will show up where they're going to show up. The sellers will show up where they're going to show up. You just have to pick your direction and then get the entry. So if it breaks 40 on Mara, I'm getting out of this. I'll keep an eye on Bitcoin, but it's healthily is not a word. So it's well below.
Oh shoot! What happened?
70,000. I don't know. I really
bet
don't.
It was Roaring Kitty stuff again.
Yeah, like I'm not sure. I can't really draw a line between anything that happened or said on that stream that would actually cause Bitcoin to go down. But if you really look at past 12 o'clock, like it was already, Mara was weak. And you can certainly say Mara was already weak. It was at the low of the day. It accelerated after that. And if I'm going to look at BTC, here, let me bring up a chart of BTC as well, so you can see, because at Real Trading, we have this and others. it was already at the lows and pressing lower. It accelerated at like 1 o'clock. So I'm not really sure what actually caused this big acceleration down. It's in the bit of a bounce. So as long as it doesn't get back above like 69.5, I think there's a chance for these shorts to play back in. NVIDIA might be a different story if it can hold over 12, which it's definitely trying to do. I think Apple's the other one that might be a long off VWAP. Really strong move on Apple today. I mean, look at it hug VWAP. Like if you, let's just imagine this was a regular day. It wasn't. Clearly it wasn't with GameStop. You see at the open, a little bit of a bounce, dips back underneath, holds an easy higher low. But after that, hug VWAP. It's 10:30. You get that dip. You get this one at 95, even $1.95. Either one, you just play the trend. You'd still be in the trade. Now we just got to be patient, wait for it to dip back into VWAP one more time here. That's about it. You know, like I knew today I was going to be trading a lot of GameStop, so most of my executions are going to be there. I made more executions on that by far than anything else. Had it actually been NVIDIA today, I would have had 2 NVIDIA trades and 2 wins, and I wouldn't care what happened in GameStop. But you can't turn back time. Look at the consolidation. Now it's doing absolutely nothing. So we got a firm. We've got Mara. We're still in AMC. I mean, if AMC takes out the low, we'll let you know. But when GameStop is doing this in a 50-cent range, AMC is not going to do much.
Oh, you're long Cardano, eh, Larry? Okay. I like
Okay.
Cardano. Okay, I like that. ADA. All right, so I'm going to average back into Meta at VWAP. I mean, we've already taken it to the downside right there. Pretty good trade getting out at 493.20s or something, maybe 493.12s actually at the bottom. So if it comes back up, we will average it back into 495 and see if that can help. 496 will be our out. That's where the 50-period moving average is. If it goes back up, I mean, we're trying to, you know, we're trying to make money. So let's wait to see if Meta gives us that opportunity to do so. Someone in the chat earlier, I saw, and I own this stock, which is like, this just goes to show you that I'm not like checking my account on a daily basis. And join us on the Freedom and Wealth podcast as we talk more and more about this kind of stuff as well. You know, looking at your different assets and figuring that all out. But like, what's up with that? Oracle right now, I mean, they had a nice move down, and I was like, oh man, I got to just wait for Oracle. But it's been nicely done. And we were buying this name down in the hundreds or low, close enough to 100. I think it was. We don't exactly have all of these bounces, but we had liked some of these levels from Oracle, old tech becoming new again. Nice dumps into 100 and change and then back up to 130. And then I was like, oh man, we got out, or we didn't get out at all, and we should have. Bounces off to 200, bounces off of this again, and then straight to the upside. And then it was like, wait a second, what they've reported, right? They have not. June the 12th. So sorry, that's Broadcom. Hold on a second. Broadcom was going to be a good trade. We'll talk about that either. June 11th for Oracle. So, I mean, they're coming out next week and with earnings post-market on Monday. So we'll find out what exactly is going on with Oracle, but I don't know. It looks like it might beat to me. So we'll see if Oracle could take out this 126. Maybe today, maybe not. We were already sort of there at one point before dumping off, but still ways away. We'll look for that as a possible breakout. Could have used this as our trade idea for next week, but you know, I like Broadcom. But I like this right here at 125.30. I mean, that's a great level down there.
Yeah, like how about
That's what I was saying. It bounced there and there. That's like.
How many times do you need to see
I wasn't
the 200
buying
period?
that. I'm not buying that dip anyways.
Yeah, it wasn't one of the stocks that was on my list. I was like, if I didn't get the dip in like Microsoft, if I didn't get the dip in Meta, like I'm probably not going to put one in for Oracle because it wasn't that high on my list. Oh, the other thing, there was an IPO today. So the way was actually, yeah, again, it's like if you just do all of the normal things that we kind of talk about as day traders that are in the toolbox as a strategy, it opened at 21, actually tested lower, bounced off of a massive size reserve at 20.5. You would have heard Obi talk about it. I probably didn't have enough faith and size down on it and just went long on the way back up. Didn't hold long enough. It's even holding a higher low now. This is decent enough volume at 10 million shares, but if you just waited for that size to show up and then went long once it held, it refreshed. It was about 100,000 shares, got down to right around 8 or 10,000 shares that were left, and then refreshed the order for a little bit of size and never ended up breaking it. When you see that happen, you're like, okay, well, this is an iceberg order. You just go long on the move back up. If you were really quick, you could have punched 55. And then after that, you were getting 65 or 70. I got 70 because old man hands and all that good stuff. What else we got going on here? I don't really see much happening. I mean, the firm's pretty much right where we got it. So is Mara. NVIDIA does look a little bit stronger. It's consolidating over this 1200 level. No breakout, really. Let me just double check AMD. Okay, AMD's not at VWAP. AMD gets to VWAP, I'll probably look for a short in this as opposed to NVIDIA. Yeah, NVIDIA, I think you got to look for the long. Apple, maybe not even going to get to VWAP the way it's going. Still trend down since that top. Hasn't really put in any higher lows yet. If it can put in a higher low, then I don't mind taking Apple long without getting a trade into VWAP. Rivian Millionaire says ARM looks good. Yeah, ARM's been, ooh. I guess ARM tanked like everything else. Looks okay. That chart looks way better. Like the daily chart on ARM, if you're looking to buy the dip, just buy the dang dip. That's all I got to say. Because I know I missed my opportunity there. But I still think this is, the ARM chart, why I don't necessarily love the long, and it's just the way I look at it. So there's your high, there's your failed break of the high, now you got a lower high. Without the rest of the chip names rallying, like this still feels like a failed breakout with a lower high, with an attempt to put in a lower high at a previous support level. I don't like that as being as bullish on ARM. And it's red, it would need to go green. A lot would have to happen for me to like that long.
All right. I'm still looking for some more opportunities. We talked a little bit about oil before. We could look at some ExxonMobil. Boeing trying to bounce off 190. XOM right now 113 and change. Okay, wanted to have a look at that. Not doing much. Maybe the futures. I mean, we could trade the TQs here maybe. I mean, I'm thinking short. I mean, we're underneath VWAP right now. Yeah, 50 period, all of this stuff. This could be something here. Here we go. GameStop's starting to go a little bit now. Bouncing off, again, those levels that we had talked about, this 27, 26, 25 area. So there it goes, trying to make moves higher now as we go. We're almost out. We got a great couple, I mean, as we were discussing the position, and it came all the way back into those lows again for AMC, we started to get out. So those are some decent spots there to get out on for AMC. Who knows where we go from here on this name, but I'm just going to hold it until we get stopped out above 506, something like that, for that stop out. I think the futures might be a decent spot here, sorry, TQQs, as we go. I mean, we're at VWAP. Let's see if the market really wants to go upside now with that jobs report. Does it want to go up or not? I mean, I feel like we're at some decent levels now. We're just holding 19,000. That's the problem, you know, in going short. We held 19,000 earlier. We're holding 19,000 again. So to go short against support, it has to be somewhere, and we're getting close right now to VWAP. So, yeah, it could be worth putting something on. I don't blame this trade. I don't blame people that take this trade, I don't think.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't mind the short. I'm
waiting for like the right entries, I think, because I'm going to get to Amar in a quick second. Apparently, someone just said Apple heard you when I was saying it wasn't getting to VWAP. Like 2 seconds later, Apple bounced off VWAP. So I am in Apple now at VWAP, but let me just get to Mara, because Mara just came out. There's the consolidation bottom on Mara. It got this little double top at 19.4, so there's your wick, there's me taking the short, there's it breaking out. So I'm out of Mara. When something's down this far, either it holds the trend to the downside or we just get out of its way. So it doesn't seem like it wants to hold that trend. Okay. You can bounce, but you got to flush after said bounce. That's what I want to see. We're still in a firm, and a firm looks like it's going to be absolutely okay. And that move up in GameStop is already being faded. Next time a GameStop makes a pop, if I can reload AMC at 5, I'm just going to do it. Because you're not actually holding any of these bounces.
That's the right
GME.
play, 100%.
So it's like, I watched over them like, yeah, whatever, I'm just going to hold. No, you could have just had like 5s again on AMC, just right back at 490. I'm not saying it's free money, but I mean, GameStop's not going up.
Not saying it's free money, but it's free money.
It can't hold a bid. Like every time it bounces, sorry, I'm looking at a firm and putting orders in at the same time. Like it bounces, there's another spike up. First thing is it fades. And you could have just had in front of 5 again on AMC when that happened on GameStop.
I took advantage of I took advantage there of that bump down to AMC. So we're getting almost out of it. We just took a 90 again. It's going to have the opportunity to run. All right, so the futures just made a little bit of a dump down in there, and we were able to take advantage of that and getting an 07 or an 08 print. But here we go. Remember, we're not going to take this too much past all of these levels right here. So like a 67.40 might be the end of this trade if we break above that. You know, some of the worst trades I put on here in the afternoon have stemmed from fighting a trend into the afternoon where we keep on breaking, and then I'm like, well, you know what? There's no way the futures are getting back up to the high. And then we shorted, then we get stopped out. And then I'm like, oh, well, now we're right here. So we're just going to listen to our rules here and just be polite about it. If it breaks above the 50 period, which is like 19.070 right there in the futures, then we're going to get out. Something in and around 67.40, 67. I mean, you want to up it to the 200 period, you could do that. 67.65, also sort of with this dump spot right there where we sort of got meta and we shorted it then. So yeah, we'll ride with this trade now. We're short right here at 18s. Let's see if it continues to work. I don't know, we already got one fill. We should have gone a little shorter. We are waiting to get more up at 40, so like right there, and then give our stops probably a little bit higher than that, maybe 50s or so. So we'll average it in if we're able to get something at this VWAP and 50 period. If not, we have a position now. It's about half of what we want. So let's see where we go. Maybe it's about 35, 40% of what we want. Let's see if it wants to cook here into the end of the day. Our meta trade is just, meh. I mean, hopefully we can get back into here. I think we'll take it if we can. 493. I think that'll be a good spot because if meta really starts to tank in, then we will really start banking on our futures, I would think. So kind of a hedge, but not really if they're both the same way, right? So let's get something out on meta if it does dip down back into 93s there.
That said, it's like you take, if you like the individual stock, great. But then if you think the move could accelerate and your stock might have reasons to, like, it fell too far, whatever. Like it's not a hedge, but you can like that continuation play with something other than the stock that you're in. I know there's a trader on the floor who used to always do that. Like you'd see him all the time. He'd be in like a couple of big cap tech names, and then sometimes he would add in like the NASDAQ or he'd do the SPY a lot. I just got into Intel as well. Off of support level in there, VWAP as well at 30.5. We're going to jump into that short. Still in Apple. I mean, Apple's not doing a heck of a lot off VWAP. It consolidated one little move. Probably needs to test underneath, and then something can happen. And then NVIDIA, it looks like it might lose that 1,200 again. So if we lose 1,200 on NVIDIA, and if Apple loses VWAP, then everything that's at the bottom is going to be the better stuff, and that's going to be to the short side. Nick Dubb says GM and CVS have nice daily looking charts and moving up. I know GM does because I've been looking at that while I own Ford. Well, I actually don't really have much of Ford. I've been selling, thankfully. Yeah, GM, that's a great looking chart if it could just break out the top. That's a great look, Nick Dubb. I'm just going to put on my iPad GM with the number $46.25 on it because next week, if we take out that top, then I think that's the kind of trade that you want to be interested in. Like when things make breaks of significant price levels, whether it's on the day or whether it's on the week or on the month, that's kind of where you want to be. New prices, good trend into the upside. CVS, I don't know. I haven't really looked at this in a while. How's CVS doing here? Well, okay, obviously it got destroyed recently. I didn't realize it had broken this all the way out past 60. So that is a very good recovery off the bottom. When you get an earnings low like that and a reversal, what did Michael Noss say this morning? He made a good point. He's like, don't buy the dip on earnings, buy the strength after the dip. And I think that's something, we've seen it before. You saw it with CRM. I think that's something you can learn from because you don't have to have the bottom there or there. You could have it as it's breaking back out through this 58. You could have it as it's breaking back out through this local high, 59.5, 60, and you're still good. The key is that you wait for the buying to emerge and then you jump into the long position instead of trying to guess the bottom. If only someone I know had thought about that on GameStop. Oh, yeah, that's right, me.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, that's the thing. You sort of sometimes lose your way sometimes when you're in the moment. But that's what we always say. I mean, that's what I talked about with VWAP. It's not that we short things every time it gets through VWAP. I mean, a good example of this is Meta. We played the momentum back down to the short side. Now the momentum is to the upside. So we will take a very, very small reload. My book is crossed there on Meta. Why is the Meta spread?
Let's see.
I mean, I don't know. There's not that much liquidity here, man. Like the Meta spread right now, as it's sitting here, is 30 cents.
Volumes are low, right?
I mean, the volumes are really low. Like that's why sometimes like we're getting fills, we're not getting fills. It's because we could sit on the bid here. It doesn't mean you're getting a fill by any stretch. You have to be a lot right to get a fill on these stocks because it needs to swipe down. Like, look, you're not. Even though it wants to go down, the next penny is 13 pennies away, so everybody's getting executed in the middle here. So you can't post a bid and get filled unless the move is a good one. So you have to be 100% right here on this. So we'll short a little bit back into that. Again, playing the momentum is a completely different beast than sitting there and getting run over. So here come the futures right back into this level. We said that we'd want to put some more on up here. Still not at the level, but it's getting, well, now the 50 period's all the way down here. So maybe we should start thinking about this a little stronger on where we want to average into this trade. We could take something now. If I would have noticed that, we would have taken a little bit more at a different level, but we didn't. So now we'll take some more here and then see what happens with this TQ short. Looks like, 40s maybe a decent breaking spot now that I see that, we're getting a little bit lifted here on the TQs. So, all right, reloaded back in Meta and trying to get this short in the futures. But again, very, very disciplined way here on the TQQs.
Ooh, I just realized it. As I just got a little bit more in Apple and saw that NVIDIA wicked that 12,000. I keep saying 12,000. It's 1,200. You know what I mean. We're not going to 12,000 yet. 1,200 level, and then right back to the upside. So this is starting to look a little bit stronger. In the same moment, Intel did a little bit of a leg down. So if it gets back to where this move ended, which was 30.30, I'm going to take some out for sure. Obviously, this is negative, down on the day, and all that good stuff. The other thing to remember about Intel is it's had a pretty decent bottom the last couple of weeks. So the higher low is about 30.20, and then you have the $30 level. So expecting more than that, I think, doesn't make any sense on Friday. I think there's no chance this is breaking $30 today. And even the 30.20 level, I think you got to respect that the way that things are going for this stock. So we'll try to respect that on Intel. NVIDIA, I'm still not going to short. I only want to look for a long.
God.
It probably should have been 1,200, but that's hindsight. Now we're back at the 1205.
The spread is 50 cents on Meta now.
NVIDIA's spread's 12.
This is what I don't understand.
That doesn't make any sense.
Here, it's 27 cents right now, just sitting here.
That's weird.
25 cents, sorry, just sitting here like this. And then it just opened up. I was like, oh, the bid's at 61. This is a nice trade. And then I looked over and I'm like, wait a second, but the ask is at 86. But either way, we just shorted more of this. So let's wait to see now what happens. I mean, if the market wants to turn around, we're bidding down here near 94. It seems like a good spot. I mean, this is where we sort of gapped higher into Meta. So we are getting closer and closer and closer to getting stopped out, of course, if this doesn't work out for us. And that is the futures. Oh, did we get more yet? No, we did not. 38s and then 45, 46 is our stopping spot right now. So hopefully we get, oh, we did it. Well, okay, well, we missed it. We're at 38 to try to get some more shorts. So yeah, it would suck if it doesn't fill us at 38 and then tanks, but darn it. All right, but at the same time, we're still in that pocket right now. We'd still rather it go down, but we were at 38 to get some more shares. Hopefully it comes in. Look, I'd rather get filled now that we're at this level. So let's see if we can, there it is. Now we have them. Now we can go down, okay? How about that? And let's see what happens right now with these futures. We just got some 38s. Our average price now, 28. So a little bit of a pullback would be nice here if we can get it. But for right now, we're waiting for 67.45. We're getting close. We're just starting to poke our head now. So here we go, man. Not lying on the sword or laying on a sword here for these futures. If it wants to go down, great. I thought the number today spooked it a little bit. And the fact that we're back to green says all you need to know. We talked about how resilient this market was. From all the way down here to now taking out levels and going higher through 1900 again, 19,000, sorry. So yeah, good little level there for the TQs. It looks like it wants to go higher now.
Yeah, but you know what's crazy? Like this can't, like Apple can't go more than 15 cents, man.
Yeah, I should have maybe shorted Apple then.
No, like I just bought the dip in Apple. It's like it goes 10, it goes like 15, and then it stalls. The futures are at a resistance spot right now, and like I see this move up. Yeah, it's not the right stock to be in. I can admit that. Like, look at the bounce on the NASDAQ. I could put the ES up. It's just I'm happy to look at the NASDAQ. And this is what you get in Apple. Yeah, let's not go to this a third time. It might be at VWAP, but where's the actual move? So it could just be a lack of volume. I'm not here to try to explain why it is or why it's not, but yeah, a little bit of a disappointment. I would have expected that bounce gives you a little bit more. I thought we'd be at like 96 there, but it bounces where it bounces. I keep saying that. Like, it goes where it goes. That was the move. I thought Apple, by nature of its trend, should have had a bigger move up because it was relatively strong. That ends up being the wrong decision. Even if it's a winning trade, I'm sure there was something that bounced even better than this, which is going to lead me to start just scanning a couple of other things. Okay, Microsoft's really not all that strong either. A little good bounce. It didn't just do much. What is Amazon saying right now? That's like eerily the same chart. Okay, well, that's kind of a disappointment. NVIDIA, we definitely like, but that's starting to pull back. I see someone saying there's a big buyer on GameStop. I have a level 2 up, and I haven't seen it. I'll let you guys know, but I didn't see any big flash buyers on GameStop or anything like that. But around 27, you think there's a big buyer? The reverse was at 27, this little wick bottom here, but I haven't seen like a size bid at 27. If it gets down there on the book, I'll let everybody know if I see something on the book on GME, but nothing for now.
All right. So meanwhile, while Neil was going on there, we were able to get more short into Meta. But again, like this market, we're playing the short in the market. So let's take a little piece out there on Meta at 30s. You can see our average price is 50s. We got a 40, and again, the spread worked for us. So we got like a 70 there. So it allowed us to bring it back in, and we could punch out now for a winner. It's 42, so we could just punch them all out if we don't like this short. But let's just sit in Meta for a minute. I know it's greater than the market. I just thought that we could collapse there. We already broke VWAP once. We're getting a nice little jump spot here for the market. So we'll wait on Meta. I'm actually not even I'm bidding some teens to the downside here, but it's really the market. We were able to fall back in a little bit there into mid 30s for the TQQs, and we're able to get some out, but here it goes. It's going to take out the high. We're not going to sit in this one. So we'll have to slap an L on this if it breaks too much more than where we are right now.
It's Google that's moving this.
Is it? I mean, the whole market seems to be going right now. We'll have to take the L on this one as we're starting to go higher and higher now with this TQQ trade, unfortunately.
So Alpha, I was looking over, I'm like, well, Apple's not really doing much of anything. Well, Alphabet just bounced $1.20. So it looks like that could be part of the cause. All that said, I mean, this is the one that originally I'm like, well, can this get back into a key level? Stop talking, take chance. Can this get back into a key level? Oh, I had a stop already. Yeah, I do that all the time. I'll explain that in a second. So I already had a stop in anticipation of a 176 level, and then I get into position, and it's like, oh, we're already above 126, Neil. Let's just punch out flat. So you get into position. I like having that protection. I do it a lot. I think it's one of the cool things about one of the stop orders that we have in here is you can have it before you get to the level. So if I'm trying to go long on GameStop in front of 30, I can put a 29.70 stop or something before it even bounces. So I'm not worried about that mechanic when I get into the position. I just worry about taking the position, the stop order's in there. I can tell you right now, without that, I probably would have lost more money on GameStop going long today. But let's see. I like 176.4. If you hold this lower high that's been put in, let's look at that. Sometimes I think it's better when you draw it. Like if I draw the trend line, like I can eyeball it and say if it breaks 40 that I'm getting out, but it's easier if I draw it for you guys, and then you can see what I'm getting at here. So into Google, giving it to 176.40. If it gets past the trend line and wicks that top, then I'll probably add to the position, showing me that it cannot break above
we almost
that
went
level.
into the money.
Yeah,
futures trying to go down. We were so close to getting stopped out that we're actually just happy to get flat right now and be wrong on half of this trade. So like we're taking an L on half of this, but it's not real. I mean, our average price was, what was it, 32s or something like that? We just took out some 37s. And so it's not like we're taking an L. We're just trying to get less. So we're not completely out of half of it or anything like that, but we are out of, let's just say 35% for about I don't know what it is from a handle standpoint here, but you know, if we were short at VWAP, that would be 60, 61s. The highest it went was 72. So we're getting out now. So about 5 or 6 handles on the NASDAQ, which is nothing of a hit a little bit. But in the TQQ land, I mean, we started this at 30, and then we got an average up there at 39. So our average price is 35s. So we're just kind of flattening it right now. And the thing is that we still have this meta trade. Now, unfortunately, I already have the stop if it breaks through 496. So the problem with that is, you see this is now 30-cent spread. Now it's 20, but it gets into 30 cents. Oh, nothing. Just hearing something about avian flu or something. All right, so here we go to the downside right now for the TQ. So we are starting to get a little bit lower right now in the market. So let's see what happens. We're still short the market, so that looked like it's going to hold out good for us. In the money now on this trade. And pound them sirens again. Who's in the club right now? Maybe Ramin is tonight. I don't know. Going clubbing tonight or?
It's a Friday.
No.
What do the kids do? I've heard, I don't know if this is true, but I've heard
is like
clubbing
way more
isn't a thing
responsible.
anymore. It's not even a big deal to go out clubbing. Am I
Oh, really?
correct?
Tell that to my kid.
Am I correct about that, Ramin?
No.
Clubbing's not a big deal?
It's a big deal.
She says no, but university's
Ramin's old,
different though.
yeah.
University age, what else? Come on, son. University? I'm going to the bar.
Ramin's like 37, 38 years old. This is how you get canceled right away. Yeah. Maybe HR will force me to take time off.
Come on, son. Come on.
Maybe if I get forced to take time off. No, we've already had this discussion on the air about Ramin and Fabian, these two young kids.
They're great.
Running around here for sure. Yeah, let's go, man. And look what we've done for you so far this afternoon. Bang, 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 bang. The bangs are in the building again here as the futures downside. Meta, hopefully downside for everybody. We've just made again, it's going to be PL1 for me. Well, it won't be PL1 for me, but let's wait to see what happens. Meta right now, nice downside push. We just took some out flat 495. Come on, Meta, bring it down here. I don't know. Flushing? We'll see. I'd prefer the NASDAQ to make that move down. We just bounced off the 50 period there for the TQ. So let me just show you that trade, and then I'll throw it back to Neil. So there it is, see? So we have to get out. Whenever we see the 50 period moving average, we have to be starting to put some bids out in front of that. And that's right here at 20. So I'm actually gonna put another one right now at 24, and there it is. So let's bring it down. This is gonna be hopefully a really good trade, but the market has to follow through right now.
Well, it's trying its darndest. There, see, I can use old man terms as well. It's trying its best to get into the downside. It's a good thing we draw that trend line, but sometimes you can eyeball something like that. Like I just look at, this is the significant move, so that's an important top, and then there is the previous top, and if it happens to wick that top, go short. If it breaks it out, go long. So simple. We like the short. We'll take some out there. It's still a strong upward move, so we'll respect it. If we don't end up breaking 19,000, like that's a long ways away. Like we bounced off it once. If you put a higher low off a big level like that, you could still end up going to the upside here. So I want to make sure we're grabbing some profit in there. And Apple, okay, I said I'm not reloading Apple, but it's not really doing much. It's holding a higher low. So I'm just going to give it a break even. If it breaks underneath here, it's not really break even. It would have to break like 60s or so when I have 65. For now, this looks like it's still decently strong. So let's respect it. If it wants to go higher, fine. I don't love the reload given that it just didn't bounce very much when the market bounced as well. So Google looking okay. I said maybe I would reshort AMC if GameStop did something, but then GameStop didn't do anything, so we're not reloading AMC.
Well, that's pretty hilarious. We just, we're up on Meta. I looked over and I was like, what the heck just happened to Meta? We got out, it punched us. We actually got a good fill, so I don't know. I'll have to double check the fill that we got because that was a great one. We actually got 46s on a 46 break. So I'm happy with, like, I don't know how that happened. Sorry, 496 on a 496 break. We got that exact price. So there must have been something reserving. So that's good. So we will take an L on the last piece, but Meta, a positive stock, but nowhere near, obviously, where it was when we were down there at $1. That's why you take that profit. I mean, our next level was the 50 period. We talked about that. And think about the 50 period. Look what just happened here again. We bounced solidly off. I'll try one more reload up here on the futures, but that was not a good sign. The fact that we came all the way down there, that's the daily chart, sorry, right into here, hit the 50 period and made that high again, virtually made that high again. Not a good sign here for the short, but we've already we did well getting out of it, but at the end of the day, we reloaded it up here, so we'd like to see this move back in.
Oh, we do have a number.
We do?
At 3 o'clock. I should remember this. It's consumer credit. Hey, whether it moves or not, thank you, Kyle Burdett. Kyle Burdett in the chat was like, was it Kyle? I think he mentioned it. Yeah, I think he mentioned in the chat that we have a number coming up.
All right, nice.
Will it be huge? I don't know. But you never really know what can move the market. 3 o'clock. It's 3 o'clock on a Friday, so it's power hour start. Regardless, the decision I'm actually asking myself right now is, if this was the rejection of the trend to the downside on Google, and that's the move down, a wick bottom that then holds an immediate higher low, like, should I not consider reversing? Now, it hasn't broken yet, so I still think the short's valid. But if it actually holds a higher low off 76, I don't think it's worth a reload. If it holds this higher low and that's a wick bottom after that strong move, it is not a reload here on Alphabet. If anything, it's almost like a potential breakout through 176. 30, NVIDIA, what else we got going on here? NVIDIA is still stair-stepping up. That's going to help the market get to the upside if this one wants to continue to go. Derek S., Dell low of day.
Oh, shit.
Really? Really? Okay, Dell.
What's up with that?
Well, I mean, sometimes we always talk about this. It's like, where did the stock come from? And when it reverses. So when a stock goes crazy to the upside, like SMCI did, like, you get that first real correction and like it ends up being harsh. I really thought this was going to hold on to 130, this level. Apparently not. So that's nasty for Dell. It's still not completely through this earnings bottom, but you might as well be. If it closes underneath 130 bucks, yeah, this could be really headed for something. The 200 period's so far down there, maybe $100 Dell. That's a really gigantic drop. I thought it was going to consolidate and make a breakout. You can throw that out the window. I'm glad that's not going to be I'm glad I didn't put that down for my idea for a trade next week. Because
it's okay. I mean, it's not next week yet.
Well, it wouldn't have, but the thing is, it wouldn't have mattered because it didn't close above the 50 period, and it would have actually required that it closed above the 50 period, which is definitely not happening now, Dell. Yeah, not good for them. Down 5%. Not good at all.
Oh, no. Yeah, poor Dell. All right, but oh no for that, but oh yeah for this, because the futures are starting to pay us a little bit here as that reload. That was a good one. We did get reloaded there, so let's take some more out at 35. As we're just getting lighter, we want to make sure that we're right here on this play. It's dancing around VWAP. So I'm just always going to try to hold like 70% to see if we can at least get down into where we've been before. So let's put some bids in the mid-20s, some in the early 20s, some in the mid-20s, and see if we're able to get out of that. Here it comes. All right, well, let's put a 28 then. I didn't even put a 28. We'll see if we get something there. There it is. We get a 28 fill. Good job to get that, and a 26. All right, now we'll see if we can go lower. This is a big trade here, honestly. If this can happen for us, I don't know. It's not big now. We'll see if it goes. Oh, we made a keystroke there. We went short there by accident. Is that TQs? Yeah. We actually put some more short on. Let's get some out here at 25. All right, there it comes. Nice move back in. All right, here we go. We're short at 38s. Let's see if we do get this downside push now in the market. I mean, of course, I'm getting excited. We're making some cash, but at the same time, needs to go a little bit lower than this for us to get really, really excited. Meta, yeah. You stopped us out, but we're still positive on it. But see how dangerous this is? Now that I see the spread is like 30, 40 cents when it opens up, for me, that's going to be a puff pass, and not the kind that everyone wants. This is just like, here, you take the stock because I'm done with it. So we'll wait to see what happens there on that one. Yeah, a little bit of 420 action coming through. I would think most people would want to wait until after they're done trading. But hey, I don't know how it affects you.
Whatever
Maybe
works.
It makes you more focused. That is up to you. Maybe Morgan Stanley will turn your account off. I mean, we literally.
Percy Harvin, baby, one of my favorite football players of all time.
Yeah.
Like, he was a.
I mean, he had migraines.
He was a great player. No, he had legitimate migraines. He's a football player, and every single game he needed weed before every game. But he had legitimate.
I mean, that's why it should have been. And then the guy gets banned and all that stuff.
Such
like, it's too bad he's not playing now because I think it's much nicer.
For my money, I actually think he was one of the 5 most dominant college players ever. And I know Tim Tebow. Anyways, a lot of people that are Tim Tebow fans are going to get on me, but the best player on that team was Percy Harvin, not Tim Tebow.
Tim Tebow is.
I own a Percy Harvin jersey as well from Minnesota. A couple of things. One, if the range is just going to be this on on Intel, which is $30.44 to 30.38. Okay, we reloaded it at 43s there, and we got some 44s. Now it's really starting to drop. So it's starting to come down in there. I wanted to thank, I don't know what the name is here.
Oh yeah.
Mixie picked what? Thank you for the super chat. I don't know. That's just some letters in there. Barnes and Noble prediction. Market's starting to come back in here.
Yeah.
Barnes and Noble. I really don't have a prediction for something which might go under.
Barnes and Nobles.
You know, like it's hard to have a call on a company when it's looking like the end is nigh. So it's a short
science guy.
Well, I mean, it's at 18 cents. It's only going down. It's actually at all-time lows in 3 cents from now. So it's been a short till it ain't situation, and I can't really say anything else other than that. Sometimes you get these nice bounces off of like round numbers. I know Mullen did a good one off 10 cents. So sometimes you can make a trade like that. I started out penny stock trading. It was like my first profitability as a day trader. So that used to be a good time. Like you get a stock doing this and it bounces off 10 cents. You go long like 11 or something. And every now and then that would work. But outside of that, I got nothing great I can say about Barnes & Noble. Sorry. It's not looking good.
No, it sure ain't. But you know, a few things that are looking pretty good over here, at least for now, is our trade on the futures. So we just told you that this is the kind of stuff that we were waiting for. So as it collapses in, man, we just cashed out, man. I was not expecting that kind of a move. So we take 12s, we take 04s, we take 08s, and we go enjoy a glizzy at your local sporting event. But there it is. Let's see what happens here to the downside. 67.15, still pushing. We'll hold on, but we did just clean that up. So let's see what's going on right now on all of this. Robinhood, I just saw someone ask in the chat. Yeah, look, weren't we long early on this one? Yeah, so we were long early. That was good off VWAP, right? And then back and forth and out. So that was all good. And then we averaged, and this is where we just lost on it. By the way, the future just came back up like that out there. This is not the way the futures are trading. You have to take advantage, man. When you dip to the 50 period like that, you got to get it out. That's, I don't know if, you know, we got a little bit excited there. But anyways, as you're seeing this one for Robinhood, I just want to explain it in case those of you that are still looking at the sticky note. We tried it at 22.50, which is the level that we wrote down. So, I mean, we're here to put on the trades. You know, it's kind of like Roaring Kitty, but I don't have like $100 million on the line right here or anything like that, where we tell you the price that we're going in at, and we do it. But unlike Roaring Kitty, we hit push that sell button, and we get out once it breaks through our level because, again, we've been here for a very long time and do not want to see all of our hard work get destroyed down to the downside there. So we get out and absorb that hit, but at the same time, Robinhood was good early, bad late. So that's why we're not in that name. And those futures would have been a good reload spot. I feel fine. We still have a good position on. It's about a third of what we had. So we got about a third out sort of at the 50 period and a little bit worse than that. Then a third out at these local bottoms and better than that. So now let's just hold that last third. And if we get stopped out there, it'll still be hopefully a positive trade all in all. But yeah, so far so good here into the afternoon.
Apparently, BNED just went up after I said bad things about it in Barnes & Noble. I have no idea. Look, whatever. It's going to move how it's going to move. I have no idea. They're Dell turning. So I'm going to go over a couple of things, and then I'm going to get to Mobileye, which is I just pulled up a chart. Thankfully, somebody brought it to my attention because it needs to be addressed. So Alphabet, I said I wouldn't reload it because we were holding that higher low. So I'm going to stick to that. It bounced off the same level. I'd almost want to see it show me more continuation. I scalped most of the Intel out. We still hold on to a third of that. AMC, like I said, is doing absolutely nothing. So thank goodness we're not doing much with that. Apple's still gliding higher. If it can break 96, I think we look for the high of the day. But what in the actual is going on with Mobileye? Because there's no news on it, unless I've missed something. And I asked Brendan, and he hadn't seen anything either. It's up 15% today and just broke the high of the day. The market's doing absolutely nothing, and this is flying. I was going to try to think of a pun, but I don't have a good one for Mobileye here. So whatever is going on, this is probably the strongest chart that I have seen this afternoon. Really, to the upside anyways. There's some stocks that have been looking pretty bad downside, but upside, this is about as strong as it gets. Don't like the spread or the volume right now, but if you're in this one, congratulations. If it could maybe bounce off 31, that would look pretty darn interesting. Mobileye does have a short float of 21%. But if you've been following all the names with big short floats, that hasn't been enough for them to go up today. Like Novavax got its clock cleaned. It didn't matter that they had good news. You know, they have a reason why they were squeezing, and it's down when all the other ones were down. That Faraday's to the downside. Like if there's another short name, highly shorted name that's actually going, why specific to Mobileye without a catalyst is what I'm trying to get at. Can't just be that it has 20% short float if there's no catalyst. Seems awfully random to me. Great look, but I can't think of a reason why it's doing this, and punching the top if you can't come up with a good reason to do so doesn't make sense.
That's the thing. I mean, we often talk about our risk parameters before we even enter into a trade. So I feel like we're doing that right here. We'll get some more out on the futures as here's a nice move back in. So we'll bid some 16s on that. But we're hitting that because we have a new position and it's Tesla right now. So we'll go short against here. Against basically 177.50. So it's a nice move down in. Here it is already, man. Tesla already 50 cents in the money as it comes back down. Let's see what happens right now. 176.50. I mean, we just put Tesla on here as a short, and so there it is. Like, you know, we'll put the position on and then we'll trade out of it, hopefully. So we'll put a bid down here at 176.60 or so. Maybe we get a fall in for Tesla. Hopefully we do. Good out on that one. AMC, we're just taking some outs here. I don't expect much. But you know what I do expect? Actually, it's going to be, again, we're going to be down on GameStop today, as I'm sure a lot of you probably are, unless you were short. I still expect something to happen here. I still think we could get a run in this
late day
game.
rally.
So definitely a late day rally possible here in GME and in AMC because, all right, the futures are trying to come down here, which hopefully.
Yeah, I have a stop this whole time on AMC because if for some reason GameStop just does anything and breaks I think it's 507 or 508. I have to double check. It's right in here. Like if it breaks out this top on AMC, I'm just getting out of Dodge. Like no questions asked, right? Like it's not doing anything now, but if it starts to wake up and you start really going, you don't want to get caught. Remember, these are short sell restricted too because of how badly they're beaten up, so you can get that late day rally for sure. And Ramin just pointed out to me, or in the earpiece, that there's a automotive conference or whatever on Tuesday, Deutsche Bank's Global Automotive Conference on Tuesday, in which Mobileye and Ford have some presentations. So maybe that could be leading towards a bit of a squeeze there in Mobileye. It's worth at least checking that out next week. It's a 20% short float and up 15% today. I mean, if that doesn't grab your attention, then, you know, what do you want? And the best part about it is if you want a little bit of a heads up for that and other events, check out the week ahead video, which is coming out on Sunday. So you'll have that in there. You'll have some earnings names. You'll have our picks for the week as well. Don't want to spoil them just yet. Should be in Rivian today, by the way. Not. And thankfully, that's all I got to say. The thing about Rivian is I should have had this trade 11.50. There's no question about it.
Tesla.
At the open, you know what I was doing, and I was doing the wrong thing, which was being all over GameStop. So the 11.50 held. It looks like it's pulling back a little bit, but that $10 level holds all week long. It got to 12, 11.90, and then turned around here on Rivian. As the market's rolling back over, I might just get out of this Apple trade. Cannot break 196. Remember I told you how this isn't moving? Can't break 196, market rolling over. I think we should be getting out. It's power hour. You should be doing some things. It's not doing anything. So we're going to jump out of this.
And funny story, but not that funny. We just got filled on the offer that we were waiting for Meta down here for the dollar winner. So we get it, and then we punch out immediately. Obviously, we've already got stopped out, but that short just shows me that it would have worked. All right, so we're still in the queues. I mean, this futures trade, this will now, and we just put this on, this will turn out to be PL1. Right, so there it goes right there. We'll siren this up. Let's see if it can get a little bit lower than that. Tesla, though, is my first name today, my best name. So this one could get added to it as well. If we can drop down, we just resisted 75s. I'm at 65. Let's just put a bid at 75. I mean, if we get it, we get it. We'll cancel our 65. Honestly, not that much difference. I was just hoping that it would break, but I guess it does not want to. So we'll see about a little bit of a bid here on Tesla. So it's my number one stock because we just went long. We went long early. We really liked the bid here. And was able to take it all the way up. And some of these bids is 177. Look at this, 177 there. That's a 179. So that's like $2. Okay, come on. Did we not get this bid yet? Oh my God, we're bidding 78. I just saw 79 on the bid. So we need a little more liquidity here, Tesla. Maybe Elon needs to sell a couple thousand shares to raise some capital here to buy some more Blackwell, but we'll see what happens to the downside now for Tesla. That sucks. We just missed it by 2 pennies. All right, NASDAQ trying to come back. Let's take that opportunity. We just got some more out at the bottom there, or with the relative bottom for the NASDAQ. We'll see if that can continue to work. Do we go long GameStop now? I mean, what do you guys in the chat think? Because it just keeps on bouncing around here. There's 2 ways this story can end here today. Either we take out the low of the day, or we don't end anywhere near here and we continue to fly. What just happened? Nothing. Okay, come on, Tesla. All right, we need to get this bid, or else I'm starting to get a little nervous here. And the reason why is because of it's getting later in the day. It's 3:10. We're waiting for some news to come thing here. It seems to happen. What about that on the futures? Chemical Reaction Man? I missed that. All right, Chemical Reaction Man, it's a good name. I'm going to put a bid here at 14, or 15, sorry, punch a little bit more out there on the TQs and see what's up with Mr. Chemicals there. But I think that was a good trade today on the futures, shorting VWAP into the end of the day. Again, the futures can either sit here, which if they do, I'm fine with that. We're up on it. Or we tank and we don't have any more bids. So I have no more bids on this. So if this wants to fail, I'm here for that for sure. I just need to get this fill in Tesla. So one little push down will be good. AMC, we just got another fill at 89. Not much happening. GME story is over, says Sebastian.
It might, well, for now it is. I don't disagree with that.
Yeah, I'm just listening to what the guy says there. I don't know.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, like, there were moves this morning. You halt 17 times. It's not like nothing happened. But how many times has it halted, and what's the actual range this afternoon? Like, this to me is the definition of it's done for the day. Could it break out? Could something drastic happen? Obviously. The biggest and best opportunities were pretty much at the open, the long early, the reverse, or at VWAP when the, you know what, if you had actually just punched short the second the live stream didn't start at noon, that was maybe one of the easiest trades in complete hindsight. I just stopped out of a long when that happened, but if you were thinking, hey, he didn't show up, go short.
Yeah.
Like,
by far.
But like in my mind, I was just like, he shows up, stock goes up. Let's be in a long and building a long and see what happens instead. Like I was longing the whole way up. Like I was long here, I was adding to the position, and then even right before it opened up, I was long again at 37 and scalping it. So it's a disappointment, but it's really not doing anything. Just reload Alphabet here. It's still holding the trend. So as long as it holds this trend line, I think it's good. If it breaks the trend, we probably got to get out of Dodge as that one's starting to head back into the downside. GME, Chris J, GME earnings are not next week. One of the big things that happened this morning was that they actually released their earnings early. That was so that they could do the offering. So they announced, they filed for an offering, so they needed to have the report out so that they could file for that offering. Hence, you will not get their earnings next week. That was today, and possibly they got out in front of a move to the downside. I mean, it's opportunistic, and that's exactly what you should do. You got to make that, got to get that money out of that stock increase. So now we're starting to roll over. Good thing we just got out of Apple. That was decent timing as the market's starting to come back in. Let's go.
Okay, here we go. We're here, baby. We ain't going nowhere. Look at this move on the NASDAQ, man. This is the futures trading right now. We said that I think this is P&L 1 for me for a long time is trading the NASDAQ. And I mean, there it goes to the downside. You'll see me get run over sometimes on these plays. You know, and we talk about that, risk managing, things like that. But look what's happening now. Here it goes to the downside. And again, Adara's not here, but we talk about confidence and just being able to say, sit here and put these trades on for you over and over and over again, saying that we like it, we like these levels, why I like these levels, what the rationale was for it, you know, and just putting them on. And then trying to help you guys just learn a little bit about what I'm doing. And there it is right there for Tesla, pull back down in. That's another 50-cent winner. Oh, Canada on that one. Nice move to the downside here for the overall market. And that's a cash out, man. So, I mean, cash out, yeah. That's an out at 67 flat. And then look where we sit, right at the low of the day. So, I mean, or it's not the low of the day, but the low of this recent move, yeah. So there it is, shorting the futures again. And for me, and again, it's about trading stock that we normally trade. And my whole, like I'm red today, and it's, if you just remove GameStop, then that's not the case. So GameStop today is a problem, and yeah, we're here to admit that.
I think that's a lot of people today, but at least it was on the day where it was the biggest potential catalyst that you could have. It was the biggest news day ever for GameStop. It was earnings and it is what it is.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with it. I'm just saying that's yeah, definitely. I mean, GameStop is probably the worst P&L name for the floor today, right? So
I'd be surprised if it wasn't.
no, it is. So so there it is. So that is what it is. Bad name today. Not too many wins here on the floor, and pretty much everybody traded it. So it just goes to show you that very, very difficult in all of this unless you really did believe in the short. And a lot of us, I only have one short area right there. So there you go. I mean, and the short was actually fine. If we just would have got out at that very bottom, great. But again, trying to hold out for that dream, all it's been doing now since he turned off was sit here. So maybe we do wait for him to come through again. Watch out for Twitter, watch out for all of that. But so far, GameStop, good trade, just pretty difficult.
I'd be surprised.
As I look at it.
I think because I'm sure when he was doing the stream, he probably didn't have any clue how it's being received and all that stuff. I'm pretty sure on reflection, he's gonna have some kind of response. You have to read the room and be able to see that there were a lot of disappointed people. We didn't get much more out of it. Maybe his hands were tied and lawyers were telling him, don't talk about this, don't talk about that. I have no idea, but it was just weird all around. What a move. That Dell, it's weird. Dell was really weak and nice turnaround. I was just talking about how it wasn't gonna close above the 50 on the daily. I'm like, yeah, that's not going to happen. And then it made a bounce off the lows. It's still not going to close below the 50 on the daily because that's $132. That seems very unlikely. But that is a heck of a reversal for Dell. When I see this, that hammer candle, consolidation higher and a break, that kind of looks like a long in a VWAP to me off of the 129. So I like what I'm seeing here for Dell. It's not like an SSR bounce or anything along those lines, but I think if it was down 10%, I know I'd already be in a stock that did a move like this. I'd like to see buyers out and about above 129.5. That would be a little bit more interesting. The thing about Power Hour on a Friday is it is Friday. The futures have a 50 handle spread, not a lot. I was talking about Apple and how little that was moving. All of a sudden it breaks. I'm like, yeah, okay, we got out of Apple. We took what it gave us, but we're just not convinced in that move, and really we're mostly short, and it starts to go higher. You risk 10 cents to make 15, 20. It's okay, but I'm thinking that's going to move a heck of a lot faster than it did. And speaking of that move back to the upside, just going to go over to Intel, which might take out this top. So we reloaded this a second time. I think we're just going to jump out of this one. Again, I do not want to be fighting. It might actually give me a chance to get outbid without having to punch out above 30 and a half. So I'm going to see something like this. This is a market that is not moving. Anybody can overtrade if you want to, but I'm not going to. It breaks that top. Instead of giving it the extra to VWAP, I'm just going to jump out. If it reestablishes underneath, then I can jump back into that trade. But this is a very, very tight 10-cent range. Why am I going to lose an extra 5 cents on the way into the other side? It just doesn't make any sense. There's no massive opportunities out there in terms of price movement, so there's no point giving it that extra room. One of the things that I always like to say is you trade the market that's in front of you and not the one that you want or you expect or you're hoping for. Because if you trade the market that you're hoping for, you're always hoping for things to do massive moves. Speaking of which, well, I meant to go to AMC, not GameStop. I'm just going to get on the bid for everything now at 480. If you're just going to do this, it's a complete waste of time on GameStop. Thankfully, Google, and one of the things that I love about this on Alphabet and just in general on trading, I had Alphabet twice. Shorted off VWAP, lost. Short off VWAP, lost. And then you take a couple of chances on one move. I'm going to get off the bid here. A couple of chances on one other trend line trade to adjust your strategy. I was shorting off of VWAP, it was breaking VWAP and then holding a resistance line. Then try something different. Short it off a trend line, and all of a sudden it starts to work. So you can go 1 for 3 or 2 for 4 in this case, and then be up on the stock. I think we get a chance at the low of the day here. So everyone's got to be different, but there are different ways to skin a cat. Usually I love that VWAP trade. Sometimes that's not the way the stock is behaving, and you got to look for something else. I started out a lot of times drawing trend lines when I first traded. I had way too many of them, but I have found when you get a really big move, sometimes that trend after can be huge, or that opening range trend, that can be good as well. It looks to me like Coinbase is still flushing, so anyone that's still in this, yikes. crypto is taking one. Like you're back underneath 69, 5% to the downside. It's just looking pretty bad here. And again, there was nothing really specific to the move into the back end of these crypto names, Bitcoin especially, Mara getting absolutely trounced. But if you see, I mean, Coinbase isn't that bad on the daily chart. Just very quickly here, I wanted to make sure I answer this question because I think it's a good one. If a trader is supposed to trade the market in front of them, why is there so much talking about ifs and past trade over and over? And I'll tell you exactly why. Because you learn from those different past trades, right? So if I take a hit on a stock, then it's giving me information. If I take a win on a stock, it's giving me information. So it's like, if you look at those trades that have occurred throughout the day, like that is your information on the day. You can look at the chart and the things that you weren't trading and have ideas based on the patterns that you see, but the things that you were in are giving you little hints as to what is going to happen in the future. That is the market in front of you. It is the trades that you made. It's a lot easier for me to go over and analyze what made more sense in GameStop because I was taking a bunch of fills in it. So I can really accurately describe, even though I sucked at it today, I can really accurately describe what was going on because I was in it the whole time, right? So it's really simple to be able to say what was different about it. So now we're actually getting tanked down in Alphabet. I think we're going to get lower today. 1900 about to break.
So I heard you guys talking about, like, let's talk about some trades that are in front of us. I mean, we've put on, like I said, the biggest trade right here on the TQs in the last 20 minutes. So we're cooking over here with that trade. We also put on Tesla for you in the last 5 minutes. That's now $1 in the money. We also put on for you Meta here in the afternoon for you. That one, although we're still up on it, so we'll ring the register on Tesla, but on Meta. But again, this name, downside. We've been talking about going short this afternoon, giving you some ideas and showing them all to you. And we're just going to be really, really enjoying the afternoon. It's funny because like sometimes I sit there and I'm like, oh man, I can't even find a winner in these markets. And then we sit here in the afternoon and we just keep on like fading it or whatever. And it just keeps on ripping our faces off. But today, no siree, we take advantage of some of these moves and then really, really bank in the afternoon there. So Guru, says Sebastian, not I, my friend. Maybe Gru, like in Despicable Me or whatever it is there, the little minions. I control the minions. I mean, around my house, we've got a bunch of minions running around, but they don't listen to me. So that would be...
I thought you were going to say the stuffy. We have like...
That'd be the opposite.
We have like one minion stuffed animal.
Oh, yeah. My kids have
still have
like those plush things. I forget what those things are called. My daughter has...
You're talking about the Squishmallows.
Squishmallows. She has about like 5 big ones and probably about 40-something small ones, and then
just keep collecting them.
They're collecting dust, and then we just recently been getting rid of a whole bunch of these other things that we have millions of.
These shorts and this move down in the market and all that good stuff brought to you, this segment, of course, in the afternoon, brought to you by American Airs, trading in the USA under the symbol AIRF, and in Canada under the symbol Wi-Fi, WIFI. This company just announced a knockout punch, a global marketing partnership with the UFC. Airs Tech is dedicated to bridging the gap between technology and wellness. Airs Tech mission is to provide cutting-edge solutions that will protect against electromagnetic radiation without disrupting everyday use of technology. This innovative company has seen consistent revenue growth in both several high-profile customers like Russell Brand and top UFC athletes. Invest in American Airs today on the OTC, AIRF, and on Wi-Fi over in the CSE. You're going to notice, I even just said those shorts and all that stuff brought to you by, but I just tapped on Google when I saw the 19,000 hold again. I mean, on a dime, like it bounced off 19,000 and right back into like 20s and all that stuff. So this is the range. It's bouncing top into the bottom. So whatever stock or you're following tends to be following this move. If we get back up to the top of the trend line, I short the top of the trend line again, as long as we're not breaking out the top in the futures. And then if we bounce off 19,000 and we stay in here, then we do the same thing. Ooh, GameStop just went 30 cents. That actually moved a little bit there.
It's 29.
No, I just saw someone say it's ripping. 28.
Kind of.
Oh, it is. This is the biggest move this afternoon. So it kind of is ripping. You got to really zoom in to make it look better, though. There you go. There. Now I'll say it's ripping. It's $1. Probably worth getting out of AMC if that's not going to go any further to the downside.
So we just took a bid on AMC as well. There is an offer here.
Oh, wait a minute.
on-
There's 400,000.
Yeah, there's an offer here on AMC. So not a huge amount of shares, but I mean, someone's going to have to, that's 400,000 shares. So in order for it to go somewhere, it's going to have to go somewhere. So I don't know if it's going anywhere. Is there enough volume to spank that through? Potentially. That would be a good area to stop out if you didn't believe it. And again, I don't know, the MEMX quote seems to be fine, so we'll trust it. Would rather see it on the level 2 here. If it can come up to the first area, that would be nice. So let's see if it wipes down 92, and then we'll see if that level's there. Sometimes it's not supposed to be allowed, but you could put an see like, okay, now MEMX is there, we don't have the book. So maybe it is a little bit of a wipe down there. We could take advantage of that. We've really been sort of doing as we say here in covering some of these shorts. So heading into next week, Broadcom reports. So I have that as a trade idea for next week, breaking through some of the highs. We get Adobe reporting next week. Join me on the market recap show where we'll just be flying solo there and we'll be going over some of these plays for next week. Adobe coming through, Broadcom, and there is one more.
Cisco. No, Oracle.
Oracle, yeah.
I don't know why I keep guessing.
Also, F-Cell. So, you know, one does not equate to the other.
Well, it's probably got a huge short flow, so there's always that.
Oh, I was going to say AMC. So AMC, I think, like, we'll have to see where that level is, but it might be worth a short until it breaks through 93, where it was. So you could put a stop at 93 and just take the short into that level. But for right now, GameStop is the one that's got sort of everyone's eye right here as it just tries to go through 30 again, just touch 29.20s or so. Something.
Fuel Cell was a really good short the other day if you had it.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
Yeah, like look at how clean it broke. It failed $1. Anytime a stock does this at $1, like the old game is, there's your top once, just see if it does the same thing the next day, does exactly the same thing the next day, where it breaks $1, fails at 2. This is your opportunity right at the open to short it at 99 cents. And then it just falls for the rest of the day, puts in a lower high and falls the next day too. That is the essence of a $1 fail. Remember, you got to keep compliance. Usually you're trying to stay above $1, but they report next week in a 22% short float. Maybe something good happens for them and they break out that high. I think that's not impossible. And just as fast as GameStop was up, it's right back underneath 29 even. So every single pop, it just gets faded. Ike Anderson saying Nikola. Well, you're probably answering somebody else. Nikola's not really moving much. It's above VWAP, but that's about all it's doing. So I'm interested in Google here if it gets back into that trend line. So here comes, it's kind of bouncing now. That's why I bring it up. So it's bouncing. As long as it holds the trend line, I want to short out in front of that. So that'll be like 176. Change is the top of the trend line. So I'm trying to get something in the high 90s on Alphabet.
All right, so we already took that money on the Tesla, but we are getting ready to take a little bit more. Our stop on Tesla is going to be something else on this one. So 177, it's getting close, 177.70. Things have changed a little bit here. So we'll still look to get some short on Tesla, but I'm not like absolutely in love with this play, as we'll wait to see if we can get something. It's at the 200 period. Our stop was going to be a break of this level, so we've already we only were short 12. What are we short again right now? We're short 15s, and we got out at 75, so we took 25, 40 cents. So right now we're losing about 30 cents. All right, let's, I mean, I still like the level, but VWAP is all the way up here. All right, let's take the short then at VWAP and then see about a 178 break. I feel like that's a little bit better. The futures have come all the way up here.
Apple high day.
Yeah, see, so yeah, some of the things are starting to get going here. 177.50, we'll take something and then a little bit higher than that. Just trying it against 177.50, 178. So that'll be the stop on that for Tesla. So just again, just trying to go through what I'm thinking about here. Tesla's red on the day, much redder than the market. If the market wants to retrace back up, great. We've already taken it out. My number one stock today will be the TQQs, as we've already sort of looked at that. Let's see if Tesla can go as well. We're more short now into AMC. Maybe we get a bid here.
Yeah, that offer is legit. And I mean, obviously, GameStop went to the downside. I was trying to get in front of the actual guy, but order.
I did.
Order. No, I was too slow. Oh. I was too slow. I didn't get to the offer fast enough. But no, I'm talking about literally like just.
Oh,
it's at 90. It's at 92. it's not moving enough to not want the actual 1 cent risk. That's the way I look at it. We're going to get early looks in about a second here. That's why I have the imbalance locator up. So individual names.
Forgot about that.
It's 330. Not much. Kenvue's there all the time. Nordstrom's an early look sell of 700,000. I forgot to check in what the heck was going on with that deal rumor. Palantir. Never mind. That's actually from this morning. There's nothing. NYCB sell. TRP doesn't really matter. So nothing big. I mean, the last one of any significance that's over 1 million shares being TRP is pretty disappointing. Not even one of those days where like Visa or something is showing you an imbalance. So I'd say that's a disappointment. No Google fill for me. Let's check in on that one. It's still trying to go higher. I want to respect this trend, but if it's not going to get up there, we're running out of time. I said it before, the curl that happens, not the one you want. So if we're already starting to curl and we're holding the trend line, I'll try to get something in the 80s. Just grab the 83s. AMC is going to tick down, so 93s isn't going to happen at all. GameStop's still trying to put in a higher low. And then Apple did get to the top. So I was overall bearish, and Apple did eventually press. It was not going. It then accelerated late. At about 3:15 after I got out, the thing just started accelerating like crazy. Ooh, that just dipped. That should be good for the market coming down. So Apple got to the high of the day, and immediate rejection of said high of the day. You'd think that would be a good thing. Just going to check to see what's happening with NVIDIA. NVIDIA doing not much at all. So NVIDIA, pretty quiet. Apple's the one that seems to drag things higher at this moment. So if it gives it back, that should be good for the market going down.
Yeah, you might get that 93, man. I mean, I'm literally just putting some bids and trying not to take them all out at 91, but it's not giving me much choice. So again, even if it's just a couple thousand shares, to be able to take it out here at 91 and just make your 40 or 50 bucks, I mean, that's something too, right? So I'm not trying to sleep on that kind of a strategy either. So let's just wait to see if we do get it. I don't know. Okay, there it comes in. Now hopefully we can come back in. We are bidding some 90s with a much bigger bid down into the 80s in case we do finally get a flush on this name. So I like it. We just got an 8 or 90 fill there. We'll see if it wants to sing a little lower. I don't know if it does. All right, we just took some out. Or no, we did not. I thought we're here on the TQs. We're here to get some out at 16. So let's see if that comes back in for us. Tesla not doing anything. Meta. All right, kind of flat right now. You just mentioned Apple. Robinhood is trying to go lower, so that's not necessarily a good sign there either. I don't know. I'm just getting a little bit. I'm excited for the weekend. Hopefully that should be fun. We have baseball. Tonight we have golf with the kids. We'll see if we can watch some kind of a movie. Baseball tomorrow at 9 a.m. At High Park, so that's an early one because there's no parking in High Park. So I
love early baseball. I'm a baseball player. Like it's like you get the early morning,
yeah,
like
you get
the
the
dew
coffees.
on the ground. You get your coffee. It's just I don't know. I've always liked it. I don't like playing late in. I used to play in the men's league, and I used to hate having to play the evening game.
Yeah, next year they play at 8 o'clock.
Yeah, like 8 o'clock at night on a weekend. It's cool. Under the lights is cool, but on a Sunday I just never liked it because then you got the work day. I'd rather play in the morning and you have you finish the game and have a few brews.
Yeah.
Which I'm not doing on Sunday night because I was responsible like that. But hopefully the weather holds up.
Yeah,
We're supposed to get some rain. I want us to be able to practice on
Sunday.
Sunday.
The thing is about High Park, like we have tarps and everything. So
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like you have tarps on your mounds. Our practice, I said
over
this
the
already.
field,
Our practice diamond is
we
so
have
trash.
tarps for the whole field.
There's only one diamond that has that in Brampton, and it's there's one that the Blue Jays have this like special Blue Jay camp, but they only do special events at.
Yeah.
Nobody actually plays there, which is annoying. So the market is trying to go higher, but the trend is still holding on Alphabet. Lower highs are coming through, so we took some out again where it bounces 175.6. With only 15 minutes till the imbalances, maybe it pushes down to the low at this point. I'm still on the offer of 93 in GameStop, but at some point, AMC, but at some point I just cancel the order if I don't get the fill. Apple's now pressing to the high of the day. It was just pulling back 2 seconds ago. I showed you this pulling back. I'm like, yeah, we're probably going to go back down, and the market's going down with it. No, Apple is breaking out the top, looking pretty good. It is super strong going into the end of the day here. Looks like Apple is the king. And don't forget, you got WDC next week. It's the big event. Everyone's waiting for what they're doing with AI. Also, this is your last day. At least I got a trade in on NVIDIA, so I can say that I traded it on the last day. It was $1,000 or over $1,000 because everything's going to be different come Monday. Do not be surprised when NVIDIA is $120 on Monday. No, you're not out of the money. It's just a split. We all know what's coming, and we know way more people are going to be trading this stock, which I think is going to be a good thing.
So excited for that. All right, so we're just taking 3 pennies again on AMC. Our best bet was a little bit lower than that, but we did not get the fill. We got 87s or something on that fill, so we'll wait to see if it comes back in. Tesla's now, unfortunately, we just missed that reload there. We were at 50s, it went to 40s. We could have got a little bit better on that one. Now 26 cents in the money. The NASDAQ did fall in and gave us our 16s, which was the 50-period moving average. Any names you guys want us to cover? I mean, GME. I don't even know what to expect into the close.
It's just not doing nothing.
You know, we thought that we would be, you know, a little more excited about this play here today. And I am excited about it. It's just, it's kind of been dead all afternoon. As soon as we came on board here at 2 o'clock, we came on board, it was 27.75. It's 28.13.
Without looking, what price do you think UiPath is at?
All right, I'll look this way. Well, it was 12 on the report. The NASDAQ's been, I'm going to say 1050.
Oh, you're overthinking it. 12.
12, okay.
No, you know what? I asked that question, and you did the right thing, where it's like, you wouldn't be asking if it was still at $12, would you? And the answer is yes, because someone in the chat, as you were asking what names you're looking at, what symbols can you watch, UiPath is still at 12, which does mean it's holding the bottom at least. We always talk about finding levels or at least allowing the stock to base out. It's doing it. It spent the entire week holding the low and bouncing. So maybe next week UiPath can be something off of this level. Still not out of the doldrums. They had a good day yesterday, but obviously, you know, they got destroyed. They're not the only one. Mongo was not very good at all. MongoDB had just got shellacked. You saw Dell go to the downside. That's trying to bounce. CRM did, I think, really well to bounce. CRM is the best example in the last couple of weeks of an earnings name where it goes down, it hangs out there for a day, and then the second it showed a higher low, bye-bye, just gone. The second it showed any strength, money just piled into it, and then it held the top. So you could have looked at that first day top, immediate support when it was broken. And then it double tapped. That's 230. It's at $242 with a 47 high. This is what we were talking about in terms of don't buy the dip, buy the strength after the dip. CRM's the best example of that this week. Or I guess it was last week, technically.
Yeah, we had CrowdStrike. I like to buy maybe some of those dips. All right, let's just see what happens here with the NASDAQ. We are bidding again at the floor or in and around 67. Oh, we just get that fill. Okay, we got 67.05. So now I don't have any more bids, so I lied. We are now waiting to see what happens here into the close for the market. No more bids. We'll see if it goes a little bit lower than that. No more bids for Tesla. No more bids for AMC. Well,
Crowd's already back to 350.
Yeah, I know. Crowd was 340 the other freaking day as well. So, I mean, that stock just continues to work as well. Again, shout out for CrowdStrike holders. What a good name that was off earnings. I mean, you had to sit there and take it for a minute. I mean, it was down into 270 or something on earnings. So, oh, that was, here it is, right there, yeah. 275, 280, and then boom, to the upside there.
It's one of those candles that if you didn't know it reported earnings, my first thought is, well, let me just clean that up because my chart's got a bad wick.
Right.
That's what it looks like. It looks like, well, it's oddly enough, I've got a couple here. So it looks like one of these. Like this didn't happen today. It didn't trade down to 310. But that's real. That is real, and if you had it, that is spectacular. Sometimes buying the immediate dip ends up working out. That happened on Palo Alto as well. Ooh, I got some wick coming to the bottom now. So the market's not doing a ton. It is rolling back over, but 175 coming into play for Alphabet. I'm just going to quickly double check. Still nothing on the imbalance locator of any interest. 10 minutes to go till we get the official imbalances. Apple is still pressing the highs. Every time this has made a big move down and bounce, it's been like, get out. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to respect what's been happening here, which is if you hold on, if every time it's bounced, holding on to something's made no sense. Every time it bounces, it goes right back up and we get the trend line again. And with only 20 minutes to go, I'm just going to stick with that. Palantir gets, JCB, sports cards. I think Palantir is going to end up in the S&P, but it's not going into the S&P today. With any luck, that goes in the S&P at the end of the year for the year-end rebalance. that would be almost ideal, I think.
Yeah, I mean, they have to figure out, they got to kick somebody out and they got to get that all going first.
I only say that because I prefer it if it happens on like a quarterly or yearly rebalance and not just like by itself. Yeah, I'd rather it get like lost in the sauce of all the other stuff that's happening. Whereas on the day it happens, if it's the only index action on that day, then literally everybody's going to be trying to trade that at the close. Right. But if it happens during quarterly or year-end rebalance, there'll be a bunch of other things going on, and then Palantir might be a good trade by itself on that day. That's just a preference on my, for day traders when you try and trade that last 10 minutes, I'd rather not every single eyeball be trying to take Palantir long. Just better if they're not.
Yeah, I like that.
It's selfish, but it's true.
Yeah, we had Uber enter the S&P, and that's what caused a very nice move back up to the upside there as well for Uber. We're just not doing much, man. I don't really know. Trying to entertain, but at the end of the day, there's AMC. So we got 93s again there.
I canceled. I shouldn't have given up.
Yeah, well. I stayed with it, but again, who knows where it's going to go. So we'll wait to see if it goes upside or downside right now. Either way, we are in this. There it goes. Yes, sir. Give us those 91s and give us those 90s. We like ye a lot right here on that trade. So again, let's go a little bit of a hot dog. It doesn't seem like it's that much, but we're trading with shares here. So it is going to be a nice little win for us on AMC. So we're just like, I'm putting in thousands and just keep on retracing it back and forth. So just taking a couple pennies on that one. So, we'll pay for a little bit of a vino or something there and make some trades off that. So good trade there, GameStop. The only thing left is a movement that's not happening on Tesla. We did have a good move back in again. We could have taken almost that same thing, but we do not. So let's wait on it and see if there is something to be said for this play now on Tesla, and then really just AMC doing nothing. I'm just thinking about what to talk about for the recap show.
I'm surprised NVIDIA has this little action going into, it's like the last day before the split.
Yeah, that's right, we can look at that.
It's inside the range. I guess if you just played 1200, like look at that. It bounced right off 12, that's like 33 or 32, something like that. And right back up to 1210. So not much happening here, especially considering what happened yesterday. Like you get a day like that yesterday, and it just goes inside the range. Sometimes it's not that complicated. Bounce off the double bottom at the open. When it gets to the absolute high. So the reason, when I took the 1210 long, at least, I definitely was like, if it gets up to that top, let's respect it. Getting over 1220 or 1225 is going to be its own thing. But strong move in there for NVIDIA as well. Thank you for the super chat there, Ian Rispetto. Do you know which names are possibly up for inclusion in the S&P announcement today after the bell? If you give me a second, I'm going to throw to Sean. And there's a note that we get. That we get internally. I can pull it up. And I don't think
ask Perplexity.
You probably can. I'm just going to look up the daily note that we have and see if I can find it.
I mean, I didn't even know that was happening today. So we'll see if there is an opportunity for that as well to come through. Nike with a nice move up. Someone just saying here. Yeah, we'll find out. It should be the S&P 500. Obviously, you're talking about, right? So we'll see if there is some inclusion of anything into that later on today. All right, Tesla, the TQs and everything. We're still looking at the same stuff. Let's look at GameStop. Why not? Still bouncing around $28. Here comes the futures right back into those levels. I'm not going to, like I said, we don't have any more offers or bids or anything out to do anything with. So
I don't see anything.
Yeah, there's nothing.
I'm seeing a few things on MSCI that are a bunch of deals that are still just kind of rounding up or winding down. Yeah, that's another deal, DCHP. I'm not seeing any individual names. There's a bunch of stuff going on with like Exxon and Pioneer, like stuff to clean up on deals that are happening, but I see nothing in terms of individual names on the S&P 500. I'll ask our floor manager if he sees anything as well, but yeah,
you can probably just Google it. I don't know. I didn't even realize it's happening. Palantir, yeah. I mean, Palantir is the one
it'll get added. It's just when.
Yeah, I mean, that would make sense. I mean, we've looked at Palantir. We've had Palantir on our buy list all week. And it's just, we've not been able to buy any dips because we stopped looking at it. And even today, dip into $23. I mean, what did we write down? $23. So again, there it is right there. That's 2307, 2305. What's the low of the day? 22.99. Well, that's not true, but either way, 22 right there, 2306. So yeah, we should have had that, and we had talked about it. We like that trade, so there it is, you know. But you got to put it on. We don't have it. So Palantir, a good little look there. AMC is asleep, as is GameStop. So you'll hear me a little bit if something happens. I'm bidding 87s on this name, hoping for a flush. So when we do get the market on close imbalances, which is coming in 5 minutes, let's just sort this now by some size and see what's at the top. So TRP, so nothing to do with anything there. New Bank, New York Community Bank there as well. Kenvue, Nordstrom's, Gap. So just a bunch of New York names. And we do not see on here neither GameStop or AMC. So doesn't look like there's not too much there. Palantir's a sell, so I guess generally they're not expecting an ad, I guess, or an announcement. Not that it's getting added today. And then there's that IPO today of Way being a bid. So some interesting stuff. We'll see what winds up happening here.
Ooh, it's right back at the support.
Yeah, that's actually, that bid is from, what time did it open at?
1 o'clock.
Yeah, so 136. So there it is right there. See,
136.
there's 136 on the imbalance, and there it is right there. Huge move up.
You know what?
And it fade right back into the level again.
To their credit, I think they were at least smart enough to wait for all that Roaring Kitty stuff to be done. Because we were joking around, it's like that's probably the wrong day to be IPOing in the middle of the day when there was that when there was that live stream happening at noon. So they didn't open the stock until 1:30. And look, it ended up going up. Who knows? Maybe it would have gone up anyways. But good for them for Way. I heard someone say short Uber. Don't do it. No, you can do whatever you want to do. It's just that I own some Uber shares still that I keep contemplating whether I wanted to get out of. The irony of Mobileye being strong is, when I was considering if I wanted to sell some Uber shares, my personal account, I was like, well, what do I want to put that money to work with that's automated driving? I'm like, well, I already just dip bought Tesla. I don't know if I want to be buying Mobileye at these levels. Well, had I done that exact trade, you saw what just happened to Mobileye on the chart, and it was an opportunity to have sold Uber like in around here, going into its dump. And if you bought Mobileye at that same time, the chart speaks for itself. But Uber with a nice bounce, and it's back to the 50 period. It's going to be a test here because it already rejected the 50 period twice in this move. And if you were to draw a trend line from that rejection, if you draw the trend line from the actual top, it's no good. Like, it's already broken upside, so I think it's bullish in that realm. But I like the rejection and then that earnings top and then a bit of a double top. If it can take out 70, it looks solid on Uber. 3 minutes to go to the imbalances. I don't think I put anything new on. Gotta be honest with you.
Yeah, we got some out on AMC at 89. Oh, by the way, we'll just do this again right here. Hit the sirens. As we will take that fill on the TQs back down to 67. So we just get that. So we're pretty happy with that fill. So let's just take it and see what happens. Good out for us there. Down at 67 flat. We actually got 67.05, I think it was. Yeah, 67.09, sorry. So just right here. And then Tesla, I'm just going to cancel all of this because we don't need to get run over into the close because there's some sort of an imbalance happening for us or against us. So we will get out of that. If Tesla breaks this high, we're out. 170, it's right here basically. 177.41s. We have such a small piece. This was never going to be a big trade. It was trying to be a big trade, but it never happened for us. It just bounced around. If we had come up and hit VWAP or like hit this, we could have thought about it, but it's just pretty dead. We'll wait to see what happens there. And honestly, we've made back, just by us scalping, we've made back money here in this afternoon and quite decent amounts of it. And just by putting on, not decent amounts, but just by putting on, again, a couple thousand shares. And Sharif actually said something that was pretty important earlier on. And it's like, we don't show you the share size. You're just going to have to, when I tell you what I'm doing and that we're using decent share size, I hope that allows you to understand that I'm putting on a position that I consider to be relatively decent. I mean, I hope that Adair and Neil and all that and Sharif gives that same kind of a feel for you based on whatever they're doing. But again, it doesn't really matter your share size, it's your plan of action. So like, if I were to put on 20,000 shares or 1,000 shares of AMC, my stop would still be this 95 area. But if I was only putting on like 100 shares, something smaller, then you could say, okay, well, because I'm trying to manage this trade a little differently, then my risk is going to be different, right? So until you get to sort of those levels of concern, that's when you got to look and say, hey, what exactly am I doing? We put on bigger shares on AMC here because we saw 400,000 shares at 94. So I was just layering the short in front of it. But now that we're getting closer and closer to the close, there's no point in this with only 10 seconds left. So let's wait to see what is happening right now with these imbalances in 2 seconds.
Yeah, 2 seconds for the imbalances. Thank you for the. I said that about automated driving, and everyone's giving suggestions. Yeah, I've looked into Baidu. I just don't want more China risk. Apple sell 1.3 million to the downside. Well, it might be it's going down. I think I saw Monster for $1 million to buy. NYCB doesn't really matter. Amazon sell 900,000. Alphabet sell 900,000. Microsoft sell 800,000. Nordstrom's was already a sell of 700,000. We knew that. XOM, no, we don't really care about that too much. All the big cap tech names that I just read off were all sell imbalances, and I do not see any significant buys on that side either. I don't see Tesla. I don't see NVIDIA. So it was Apple, it was Amazon, it is Google, and Microsoft. Those four from 1 million to 700,000 to 800,000, all to the downside. That's going to definitely mean I got out of Google too soon. Google is getting smoked today, down a full percent, holding that trend. It really gave it up late in the day. I'm going to be looking for this 173 next week. Had that marked off, and it was just not even valid the last couple of days. The way this is trading, it looks like we have a chance to get into it. Sometimes you just got to find like one idea or one thing that's working and follow the trend. It's all about the trend. I want to see Microsoft now. It's only 8 minutes to go. Yeah, Microsoft didn't really move. It was also a sell imbalance, but Microsoft moves nothing when Google is tanking. Apple barely backed off its highs. So Apple did make a high break, and even then with a sell imbalance at the highs, barely goes down. It just double topped the week's high and only pulled back 30 cents. So strong day for Apple. Maybe it does want to get to that 200 before the event. Or during the, you were saying during the event, that'd be nice too. WDC next week, we'll see what they come out with. At the end of the day, it's Apple, they'll be fine, but there's a history of sometimes selling on the events. Just saying, and if you look at where it is on the daily chart, one could be cautious if you look at the daily of Apple and understand it's got this going into the W setup on WDC.
W setup, I like that.
Well, I don't know if that's what, I think that's what it looks like, so maybe that's a setup. Maybe
yeah, right back up to the day's high. We just don't want to fail off that again. That would be bad. But again, I don't mind failing off of news because I think that can settle itself down. All right, so there it is right there. We will go another one because we just put some damage back in. We got Meta here this afternoon. We've got the NASDAQ. We got Tesla. And then we got AMC. So we don't have really anything to complain about here this afternoon. Let's just check in quickly on GameStop and just to have a quick look to see what that's doing. We just click on it on my plotter so we can see quickly on this one. So still 28.5. Join me on the recap show and we'll be going over everything that has to do with everything today. It'll be a real quick one, just gonna be myself, so you guys can join me there unless anybody wants to stay with me, Brendo or Neil. I offer a welcome to that if you want.
I actually would, except for the fact my wife has a work event, so I'm with my daughter and I don't want her to be alone. She might.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want your kid to be alone.
She'd probably like enjoy it. She's like, she'd just eat candy and all that good stuff. But I gotta like let her in the house and stuff. So
yeah, I gotta fly immediately after as well. So it'll be just at 4:30. We will cut the stream. You know, like GameStop. We'll just cut the stream there.
At least there will be.
I've got golf with the guy tonight, and then swimming. There's testing for swimming, so double activities there tonight. My wife just runs around and does it all. So I'm very, very blessed.
Can I make one last rant about the live stream?
If you, I mean,
not ours. I'm just talking about.
No, I mean you can rant on whatever you want.
One last thing about the whole, like being in a moment like that where so much is at stake, and the stock went all the way to like $70 or $67 in the aftermarket, and it was such a huge ramped up. When it got announced that there was going to be a stream, you saw what happened in the afternoon. For after all of that to end up being like 15, 20 minutes late, it's just. Like you said, the point that I don't think he cares too much,
right.
And which I don't know why. I don't know why I would have expected him to. He has no obligation to care about other people that own the stock in that moment.
Oh no, I don't mean he doesn't care about any other people. I'm just saying he's chilling.
He's already made his money.
He has 30 million.
He's got 30 in cash. So he already made the first time. So like the stakes were probably a lot different the first time GameStop rallied, right? Where you put it in early, and you're like, is it going to go or is it not going to go? When you make that kind of a bet and it's already deep in. You know, that's kind of That's kind of like loading up on ETH at 2,000 when you've already banked when it was $1.
Right.
Like that's fine. Like no, I respect the shot and all that good stuff, but it's a lot easier to do when you're sitting pretty. And the trend is the other way on this. It is so like what it did. If you look at this, this is the last 3 days on GameStop, and it's almost symmetrical. 26 bottom. 26. It's just the way that it got there. And sometimes hindsight's going to be 20/20. Your best long opportunity was when it got back to the fifth. Double bottom at 26, it bounces off 26. Everything else just should have been a short. When you really zoom it out, how obvious does 48 short look? It looks really obvious, but if your bias was to the long side like mine, it is what it is. The mistake I made was giving up the BlackBerry short at the exact wrong moment. 355 just hit. I saw pretty much everything pair off. No Apple, no Microsoft, no Amazon, no Google anymore. They were all 700,000 to 1 million. They are now all gone, except for Apple is now 500,000 to buy. So it actually flipped from a sell to a buy on Apple because obviously Apple is a beast.
Yeah, we love Apple. Apple's been a good spot for me. We went long at 169 and change, and I know I'm thinking about getting out. We'll probably get out maybe Monday morning. We'll see at least some of it ahead of Worldwide Developers Conference. So here's GameStop. I mean, there's 50,000 shares right there. And the one thing about Roaring Kitty, and I'm going to talk about it on the after show as well, is good for him. I mean, you know, he came out, he did what he had to do, and it wasn't much, and he didn't promise anything. So, you know, nothing wrong with doing what he did. I just think a lot of us, and we talked about it here for let me see my games. I don't have any trades this afternoon, and I feel pretty good about that. I mean, we were bidding down here. We were bidding 27s, but it wasn't until after this wick down right there, because I think we probably would have got stopped out on that. So we started bidding there knowing that we did have that out, but it never came back into 27. So we don't have the long. And if I did have the long, the best we would have been able to get would have been like $1.50. So, you know, good trading there into the end of the day, but just not fantastic earlier for me anyways, as the best trade, as we said, was early on. And those of us that made money there just gave it all back. As I said, it will be the #1 P&L fail today for the floor. So, but anyways, it doesn't matter. We tried it out, and I think, and I said it to a couple of the traders, you got to try it, and that's what I did. And I thought the long was going to hit. It did not. So we got to do what we got to do, and that is get out of it when it's wrong. And so you're not holding the bag and you just look down and it's just another day, right? If you hold the bag the whole way and you're long here at 36 or 37 waiting for this to happen, well, we got to stop out at the end of the day. So no matter where this thing opens up on Monday, it doesn't matter to us. So instead of holding the bag at all these levels, you got to have stops. And I just feel like that VWAP, I mean, how good was VWAP today? Fantastic. It meant nothing early, but then right there it was the top, and right there it was the top again. So good trading today on all of these names. Let's just see what winds up happening after hours. I believe we take 30 after hours. Just like I said yesterday, after hours this thing's going to run. It went to $60. So we'll see what happens here with only 2 minutes to go.
There you go. It turns out there was supposed to be some sell action on Monster at the close for the S&P. But I can tell you it's a good thing if you were anticipating that. Monster actually bounced. And it was a buy and bounce. I don't see it anymore. It looks like it's gone at this particular moment. We only have 90 seconds to go. Just make sure all orders are canceled, all stops are out. I still have one on Alphabet, but it would have been to flatten anyways. So it's all about sticking to your plan. We talk about this all the time. Like, NVIDIA could have just been like one trade. On a normal day, NVIDIA was so clean at 1200. You just have that. You have 1210. You're good to go. You're locked and loaded. But didn't. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. All you can do was learn from it. Hope and victory. Nike rocket ship. Lulu had a good bid today. Gave some back. Nike gave some back as well. But this was one of the stronger stocks. And it is on a breakout on the daily charts. Let's acknowledge Nike. That 96 break, it happened. It's going to close above 96. So the trend is still up on this name. So the bottoms happen, higher lows, and now a breakout on Nike with less than 1 minute to go. We'll see what happens with, I'm going to have GameStop up just out of morbid curiosity. We're not trading anything. But if it does make a move, it should be at least fun to watch. Glad we didn't have any of this in the afternoon, because I think all you would have had is bamboozlement trying to overtrade it on GameStop. You could have just been in there taking every single break and then just getting paper cut after paper cut, which is not a heck of a lot of fun. Because five times it looked like it was going to break out, and it did absolutely nothing on GameStop. So you got to be wary of that. Less than 20 seconds in to go here, so we're going to have the bell rung. Let's go. It is Ramin on the bell. Everyone wants to always see Ramin. Not yet.
5, 4,
3, 2, and
1.
There it is. See, you get to see Ramin ring the bell. There's always something new every single day. It was a wild, I gotta tell you, despite the fact that GameStop is the entire reason why momentum trading sucked today for me, it's fun to trade it. I can't pretend that it wasn't fun, but it certainly stunk not to have traded other things. Ultimately, it was kind of like the Super Bowl for GameStop today. Just finding that short would have been the way to go. There was a good IPO today as well. If you traded that, that was a decent one. I see Ike Anderson saying HKD, let's go. You're not going to make me pull up HKD. Nothing's happening there. The NASDAQ closes slightly down, 0.13 to the downside. We got the ES trading down about 0.17. Not a heck of a lot of movement in the overall market. The big and strong one was Apple right at the close. It's actually up 1%, and it's going to break the high of the day right at the close. So super strong. Despite a sell imbalance at the end of the day, Apple's going to end up breaking out the top. Alphabet, on the other hand, is the literal polar opposite. Like, we should have held onto that short. We didn't. Trend down. So Apple strong. Google very, very weak, down 1.4%. NVIDIA on the last day above 1,200. So you're never going to get to see, well, I shouldn't say never. You were not going to get to see NVIDIA trading in the thousands for a very, very long time, because it's going to do the split. You'll see it trading at $120 on Monday morning, or in thereabouts is what you should end up checking out there. So it is what it is. I think it's going to be great for a lot of traders, for day traders especially, because it's just easier for the price action. And then for a lot of other people, it's more about the options, right? It's a little bit less expensive to play in the options when it comes to NVIDIA. So you guys know what's up there. Bitcoin made a big move to the downside. Let's not discount that. Of course, we have Apple and WDC next week, and some earnings to go over. There's going to be a couple of earnings names, but you know what time it is. It's Friday. Have a little bit of fun with it. The market recap show is going to have a lot to go over in terms of crazy action, and you know where it was on that GME. You know where it was on Apple. You know where it was on the futures at the end of the day. You know what NVIDIA didn't do. But let's have a little bit of fun over at the desk. It's Sean and the recap show.
All right, let's go. We're ready to rock and roll. Thank you for joining us here on the Market Recap Show. I apologize, it's me by myself, so we don't have Adara. Adara, how are you doing today? I hope you're really enjoying your vacation and everything's going really well. I know you missed GameStop today, but it wasn't really that much of a play, so we'll talk about that as the show goes on. Wait a minute, there's nobody there? Okay, here we go. Well, welcome anyways. Did we get that recap board up? I sent you some of those notes there, Ramin, so let's throw that up. It was a wild one today. Thank you so much for everybody joining who is here on a Friday. We're going to hit Hydration Nation and take a quick drink here as we go. Nice. All right, what happens in the aftermarket is something that's going to be important, so we're going to watch out for GameStop right now, making that move back into 27. So we will do a sector recap, but I just want to go over what the heck GameStop was doing, and I'm just getting a blank screen there, so I'm going to reload it. All right, GameStop right now hovering around 28. What sectors were moving around today? I mean, I actually didn't look at anything. Move that away. Gold, what? What's going on with GDX today? The downside move there for the Van Eck Gold Miners ETF. Let's flip this over there. I don't know what the story was with gold today, but it seems like it is a nice little downside move from $37. GDX giving it up. GLD also down 3%, 3.5%. Look at gold slipping up right now. What is it? You laughing at Ozan there in the chat? Yo, what's up, Ozan? We have gone loco. We are loco. We went loco a long, long time ago. I mean, this is just, yo, what's up, Spring? Hey, look, They like you a lot. Spring, thank you so much for that one. Bang on that. 10 memberships being thrown out right now. Thank you so much for that, Spring. I hope you had a fantastic day right now. Welcome, says Bears vs. Bulls. We do have the best moderator around. So normally I have notes about what all this has happened here today, but gold makes the move down, trying to break through resistance. That's all I can say right now. Resistance up top, breaking through support down here near 200. We talked about buying gold earlier, but guess what? With that jobs number today, I don't know. I thought it signaled stronger economy. If you have a stronger economy, I could see why gold might not be something that everybody's rushing to. Maybe potentially there is no recession coming down the line. I feel that we do get that jobs report today, hotter than expected, extending out the chances of a Fed rate cut until September. So I heard Citigroup today moved from July to September, the next possible rate cut. We'll go over the CME. Actually, we can do it right now. CME Fed 2.0. So I'll get that in 1 second, and we'll show that to you and see what we're looking at right now. But it was gold down. It was silver down as well. We're just going to look at these daily. You're coming into some levels now that if you don't really trust the market, then potentially want to get involved in some silver and gold. And by the way, the Freedom and Wealth podcast is about to just get real. I mean, it's already real. But episode 2, some fun little things here. Trading hacks, comply or die. You're fired, becoming a trader. Day trading debunked. The comply or die thing is pretty interesting. Oh, there's some little blue pill, red pill action I just saw there as well. But debunking, what was this one? Debunking biggest trading myths. I mean, this is another thing right here. Go find out what Brendo's all about, discussing some of those myths there. But all right, that's the Freedom and Wealth podcast. Make sure you do join that here. Hey, you guys want to see something with day trade or with real trading? Here we go. Let's go compare your profits. Let's see who made the most money yesterday at real trading. All right, we'll do that. All right, so yesterday's top traders by market. So top 10 traders yesterday. It will say today, but this is yesterday. Maybe I zoom in just a little bit there. So there we go, we can see it. Yesterday, we had someone in the company make $19,000. You see how I rounded up? It's kind of like with the credit card bill. Oh yeah, it's only 10 grand. Well, it's really 11 grand. There's 11 grand right there, TSX. Look at this. So just to show you sort of the benefit of understanding different market dynamics, right? We could sit here and trade all day, New York, NASDAQ, AMEX, futures, all of that. But at the end of the day, someone focused on the Canadian markets, and that's, again, real trading. Over 50 markets worldwide available to you to trade. NASDAQ coming in, there's Canada again, 6,000. CBOE Canada there as well. So a couple different exchanges coming through, 4,000. New York, NASDAQ, more Canada. Wow, Amex. So maybe we should start look at some Canadian opportunities. Right there on the market. So a good little day there yesterday as we checked out what was rocking and rolling on real trading. So XME, again, the metals downside, TAN downside. I thought TAN benefits from cuts. So again, higher rates for longer, worse for solar names. So again, TAN to the downside, we talked about that. I know Neil a couple weeks ago talked about uranium and this 33 level. Well, we got to fail off that. So instead of a break long, you play it sort of the other way on resistance. Nice move up to 33, now pulling back in. Again, watch out for 28.50 to come through on uranium. So it looks like a bad call on the breakout, but a lot of these names that were sort of looking good have come back in, including names like XLF, trying to hold the 50-period moving average. Financials making the move down. I hope everybody is having a great time here. Thank you so much. Wow, I didn't recognize this. MC1R. The SEC fee is 3 to 4 times higher since May 22nd. Is that, I'm gonna have to look. So I pay SEC fees on every single trade, but it's baked in. So that trade is baked in to our fees, so we don't see it. I can look at it, but is that true? SEC fees up 3.4 times since May 22nd. The SEC, again, they're going to be there looking to make sure they investigate the different trading practices. You can look it up. They're a wing of the federal government, so maybe you should write a letter to your congressman or woman complaining about that. Flawed Thinker loves the podcast. Thank you so much for that. Flawed thinker, but your thinking is not flawed by saying that. Daryl, I was number 3 yesterday. Why wasn't I number 1? What are you talking about, Daryl? All right, let's move this over again here. All right, CME Fed rate. Oh, I like that look. I look this way, but the camera's that way. I like that. Here's the CME Fed rate target here for June. So we're looking for this to come through the 12th of June. So this is next week. We always talk about that once again. Womp womp. I don't know if we have, Ramin's doing too much work over there, but if Jerome were to phone me right now, we're going to tell him, what's up with that 0.6? Is that going to happen? It's 99% no cut. Move over to July, 91% no. Hello, Jerome? Always hangs up after 2 rings. Like, no. All right, 91% right there, chance for a cut in, chance for a stay the same, 10% chance for a cut there in July. This is the one where I think we get the cut. Now, more Citigroup today, they were in July. Now they've moved to September, so push that down the line there. As you can see, we've really changed here, right? 1 week ago, 47. Now we're up to 55%, 45% coming through right there for July. Let's check out what the rate cuts look like for November. So 50% chance that we're right here, which is that 1 cut. There's a 15% chance that we're down 2 basis points, or 50 basis points by the time we get 2 cuts into November. And the year end, let's see where we're at. So there's a 33% chance that or 35% chance that we end the year with 50 basis point cut from our point where we are today. So that's 2 cuts. It looks like it's being baked in, 2 cuts. But there's also a 40% chance that it's only 1 cut into year end. So we don't talk about this much on the show, but we're going to do it right here with you right now. Again, that's your CME Fed rate tool brought to you by Real Trading. Make sure you do scan that Trade Ideas little logo right there and grab that 20% off of your Trade Ideas subscription. All right, what else was good today? Just looking here, oil looks like it got back into the upside as, again, USO has seen a little bit of a downside push. We did talk about, I'm just loading in here so I can show you my trades today, and we could talk about how stupid I was or some of the mistakes I made there on GME. Don't look at my password. OIH with the pullback in, of course, this is the services ETF. Oh, wrong password. I guess that's what happens when you put it in just a little bit too quickly. Bear with me here. Oh, I shouldn't say it out loud. All right, there it is. That's my password. We'll put that in and see if it works. MSOS, marijuana names upside. UNG. I mean, I don't know about you all. Y'all? Shout out to Tammy. Look, we just started putting our air conditioning on. Now, I wonder about seasonality for UNG, right? So if we sort of scroll back in, you can see last June, this is it right here. Maybe take my mug off there for a minute, maybe, Ramin. Maybe I can just zoom in a little bit anyways, pull this back. So last June is right here. So, that's where we are right now. So we did have a push in to the lows of June, at the beginning of June, and then a nice move up. So that's $23. By the time, at the end of the summer, let's just say mid of August, we were up to 32, so 23 up to 32. That seemed to have been the high of the summer. And of course, this is very, very basic. We're literally looking at only last year, so we haven't necessarily strung this out, but some nice bottoms there before eventually breaking in. I say watch out for this 200 period. I would fade nat gas. Nat gas, there's simply an abundance of nat gas out there. And really, as of right now, obviously there's some base cases for it, but we continue to refine and we continue to look at that nasty crude oil. So I would say you wait for UNG. Needs to get broken through. Just too much supply right now. Very easy to come across and not too much case uses for nat gas. As again, there are probably a lot of bulls out there that will turn that around, but why else does natural gas look like this? I mean, let's go to the weekly here on UNG. I mean, this was just back in 2022, you had $134. Now you're down to $20. So a lot of destruction here with natural gas fund UNG as it continues to make moves. So for some reason, the XLK was up today. Nice move. We hadn't looked at it on the weekly. I mean, NASDAQ continues to scream higher. On a daily chart, we are closing in and around all-time highs. So this is XLK. I chart the Qs, which is at all-time highs. So either way, two of the same. NVIDIA today, wow, again, a nice move, held 1200. I actually didn't look at this at all today, so let's look at it together for the first time and maybe go to a 3-minute chart. What were some trading opportunities today in NVIDIA? You do see a great bottom in and around this 1188 area. Really held before ripping up. We got to 1215. Look at the pre-market high of 1220. That continues to hold. We'll see it. Congratulations to anybody that's been NVIDIA. It has been a big trade, but we have breaking news. Pretty dramatic, right? I feel like Roaring Kitty. I should have came back there with like a cast on and everything like that. The breaking news is this is your last day to trade NVIDIA at $1,200 until it comes back there again in about a couple years, because we're going 10 to 1. So on Monday now, the price of NVIDIA should be, and I believe it is based on the closing price of today. So you guys can find out if that's wrong or right, but they got to start repricing these things. So the closing price of NVIDIA about 1208 or so. So I don't know, but I feel like this is going to be a $120 name there on Monday. So, oh boy. Shout out to my guy Obi over there. We are very excited for that because we are wanting to trade this name down at 120. But you're going to say, hey, what does that mean for options? What does that mean for the price of your positions in your account? They're all just going to get divided. So divided by 10, multiplied by 10 for your shares. So if you have 1 share of NVIDIA, you now have 11, right? So it's going to get divided up, and that's what's going to happen. The math will make sense. Same thing for your options. Same thing for the premiums. They just all split real easy down at 10 to 1. So that makes a lot of sense for NVDA. So we'll get that going on that. Marijuana stocks, again, another upside move today. I don't know, kind of boring for me, as we'll look to see. Again, Tilray. Tilray is an exciting name because of the short float. What is their short float? Again, 14%. What is CGC short float? 15%. The short float on the ETF should be relatively nothing, and they don't even have that on here. So those are the two big names, CGC and Tilray. Again, 15%, but look at the chart, especially if you look at a daily chart, absolutely destroyed, right? All the way down into $3, $7 now. Killed. I mean, fade all. I mean, you would say, hey, what about this move up? Yeah, you should have got out. We talk about that all the time. I mean, play the dips, but when you start to pop on news, some of these marijuana stocks definitely worth cashing out on. So there it goes. So that's what's happening right there. Have we logged into some of our trades today? Because I do want to talk about GME. So let's go over to that right now. Well, what did we have today? We had the day that we were all waiting for. And it was supposed to be the event that sort of sparked the rally in GME. So let's just have a quick look to see what did happen when GameStop did open today. So off the open, let me just go into a 3-minute chart so we can all see this just a little bit better. So right there, we started the day with a huge move. We halted twice. We opened up at $37, $38 to much like celebration as everybody was starting to load into their accounts, thinking that this was going to be the day. But why did we think that really early? I don't know, and I'm going to discuss my trades in a couple minutes. But just off the open, we get really excited. We had $48, which also coincides with $48.50, the pre-market high. But there's the dump, and it just started. And it happened until he came on at 12 o'clock, right? Wrong. I'm not sure when Roaring Kitty came on. I would say it was about 12:30-ish, maybe 12:20. Those of you in the chat would be able to find out when exactly that was. Let me go over here and check here just to see. It must have been this halt right there. So I would say he turned on the cameras at about 12:25, and we were getting excited, man. He had that nice little open, that nice little preview. It was a cat. The music was going. I was like, yeah, baby, let's go. Show your positions. Let's go. 12:25, so there we go. So that's the move right there. Look at this. There's 12:24. He comes on, and the very first move is a banger. It's a halt to the upside. So as long as you had patience and you saw the countdown and you marketed in, you might have been able to get some shares there. But guess what your boy did? We started trading this basically like a madman. I've never even seen that. Mad Men? That's a pretty good show, isn't it? All right, NY, that should be the next thing on my list. What should I watch, Succession or Mad Men? That would Succession, okay. Well, so Ramin just answered that, so please do not put it in the chat. All right, so this is what we did on GameStop. I'm here to tell you today this was the biggest loser for me today, and maybe it's because we didn't have that much faith, but at the end of the day, I'm glad we didn't, because GameStop virtually ends at the low of the day. So let's just forget about it. We can't see what's happening, right? So let's pretend that we don't know what's going to happen and sort of zoom this back out. So, all right. Early on, we get long early. We get stopped out right when the market opens up because, again, it kind of went into a halt state. We got faked out on that first halt state. So this is like a wash. We're basically down nothing. Well, we're down, but it's not that much. Then we go bang, bang into the upside, and boom goes the dynamite up there. We start to go long, and this is when we're like, okay, we actually get out at 46.40 for like $5 or $6 winner. Hit it, halts. We're actually long before the halt. So we're long here at 39. It halts at 39.60. Then we start to get going again, $44. And we actually take a 44 long. Like, how crazy does that seem? But then it rips all the way up. And again, here's where all the money's made. We're celebrating. We're like, yeah, this is great. All long live GameStop. Didn't live long. It's Hydration Nation. Shout out to Shakib, Jarhead, all the original members of Hydration Nation, and everybody that's a member here as well today. And over 2,400 of you watching. Thank you. I thought there'd maybe be like less than that, but hey, let's go with GameStop. There it is. So there's the move down. Then we cover some more here, then the fall in, then we get out. So we actually take another long at 45, hoping that holds. We flatten it all out at the halt spot. So we're up now on GameStop, and we're like feeling pretty good about it. The stock halts. We let it fall all the way down. Halts again there at 40 bucks. Halts at 44. Halts at 40. Halts again. 3 straight in a row, and we're not in this. So that's a lot of volatility. You can see by the broken candles down here. No trading, no trading, no trading. So 5 or 6 halts right away. Opens back up. So what do we start to do? We start defending these lows. Well, defend it not for that long. It starts to come back in here. We get a little bit out. We start buying the dips into these lows, and then wah, wah. This is really the worst trade for me right here. It's just we get stopped out at 34, then we buy some back again, and we get some back at 36. Outs here, 36.50, 37, before it starts to fall back again. We take one more long, get stopped out there, and reverse into the short, which starts to pay us. Then it just starts to go back and forth, and this is where it's 11 o'clock. So now we're just flat now. I feel like, although my net was probably red at this point, pretty flat, not much damage done. Then as the kitty starts to get ready to go, we're all like, all right, volume still really strong into 12 o'clock. Well, this is 12 o'clock. And I actually bought right before we went on air. Or he went on air, but he did not. When he did not come, we had a drop from 38 all the way down to 35. That's 10% down with a halt. So we fail again and flatten out our trade there. But at the end of the day, it wasn't really that bad because we were buying heading into it, but this definitely puts us red. Then all of a sudden, we said, you know what, we got to wait. So we kind of waited. We traded a little bit in here, kind of flat, kind of not. Then when he comes on board right now at 12.25, that's where it starts to rip up to the upside. And we said, okay, then let's break through 37 and go higher. The problem is we buy 37s and then sell when it breaks back down below 35.50, another $1.50 hit. So we're just taking the hits. We finally buy a halt. So here we go, buy 31s, out 32, out 32.50, make it back before holding that last piece and getting stopped at 28. And then there was no trading into the end of the day for myself. So again, a little bit of a breakdown. Our biggest hit was about $1.50 or $2. So again, we didn't dig our grave on this stock today. It just wasn't the money maker that we thought it was or was going to be, and we wound up taking the L on GameStop. Just too much back and forth. And again, I'm pretty happy getting stopped out that last little tick. Our last shot was right there. This was one of our biggest positions, so we're able to take it out, but then net flat on it. So we did have a chance to go green on the stock at the end of the day, but our last trade was 50-50. So a winner there for about $1.50, and then eventually a loser, that's $31 out there, 29 break lower. So $1.50 winner on half of it, $2 loser on the other half, putting us red on GameStop. And then look, honestly, just real disappointing into the close. I even thought that we had a chance to rip there into the close, and we didn't get much action on that. So it is what it is. Yeah, Vin. GME did not just jump to 63, but I do like that. This is a live level 2 right now. Our quotes are still trading, so live level 2 of GameStop right now, 27.95. These are the prints going on. This is time stamped. So right now, GameStop is $28. So just hovering around, not much actionable events on GameStop there into the close. One of my best trades of the day, though, was the TQs. But let's just go over quickly some of those earnings calls into next week. So, all right, next week's big earnings plays. We've talked about this with Danielle Shea. It's going to be Broadcom. I put this out. Check it out. The week ahead's going out tomorrow morning? Sunday with the tomorrow's podcast. Check that out, Freedom and Wealth Podcast. Make sure you subscribe. Oh, did we get to 1,000 subscribers on that one? Probably not, but let me just double check it. This is coming out tomorrow, episode 2. Our first episode did much better, man. It almost tripled the amount of subscribers that we had. 923 subscribers. Go check it out. It's broken up into all small clips. It's real fun. It's your Freedom and Wealth Podcast coming out tomorrow with Brendan and I, where we talk not about trading at all. We talk about trading, but more as an opportunity to earn income, not individual stocks, not plays, but just how can you accumulate wealth through trading, and then other ideas as well. House hacks, things like that as you go. But tax planning, compounding, things like that. So again, very, very important to us that you guys like and subscribe on that. Over 2,100 watching now. If you haven't done it, go. I put out for a trade idea into next week, Broadcom. Again, Broadcom usually a beat on earnings. If they could beat on earnings and then guide, which we saw NVIDIA guide forward, I think Broadcom should be able to do that as well. I'm expecting a beat for Broadcom. Their 52-week high is right here at $14.45. It's only $40, 1% away on that, and we'll be back up to there for Broadcom. I believe we take out the highs. Their report comes next week, the 12th. So post-market on the 12th, which I believe, let me just check the old calendar here. The 12th is Wednesday. I said the 11th was Monday. The 11th is Tuesday. And that brings me to another name that reports, Oracle. Oracle's a funny one. I mean, you guys gave this name to Obi in the midday. Obi covered it. But again, a bounce off the 200 period. I really like that bounce. To me, whenever you test highs, come back in, make a bottom, kind of make that top again, test. I would like to see us break above 127, which is this level right here, heading into the report. So that would be nice. So we have till Wednesday for AVGO. We have till Tuesday night for Oracle. So that's going to be another one. Old tech name coming to report. Again, we know that there's strength in the chip space, but there's strength on server side. There's strength in data, and that's Oracle. So we'll see if Oracle can hold out. Snowflake has been going the other way, so that's giving me a little bit of pause for concern. The other one, we have FCell reporting next week. That's a small name, but a high short float, 22%. The day on that one coming, 22% right there, short float for FCell. That day is June 10th, so that comes Monday. Watch out for a shorting opportunity on FCell. And then the one that I've been wrong on, but we haven't really had too much opportunity to trade out of it, Adobe. So Adobe, again, kind of a wrong look on this, breaking through the 200 period. We were buying it down here at 531. It did get up to 600 again, but then when you gap lower on that earnings, you get sort of that move where you break lower. You got to pay attention into Adobe for sure. So watch out for them. Again, Adobe's getting hit. If we can go to the daily chart on this one, and then we'll watch out. Adobe getting hit. What do you want, Obi? Not to shut the gate? Is that what Obi just said? Okay. Shout out to Obi there. Thanks for filling in today, my guy. 470 on Adobe. Adobe's been a tough play because of AI. And again, we talked about this earlier. Like, what if Apple comes out with something where it just makes editing, and it's already pretty easy on their new iPad? I forget what the new system was called, but there's a photo editing out there now. I think it's just Editor, where you could do a heck of a lot with the base model of Apple's photo editor. So if that starts to hit the iPhone and is really awesome, I worry about Canva, stuff like that with Adobe. Adobe did have that block as well of that website. Oh, it's a website what's it? Adobe can never die. Well, Adobe is sort of dying a little bit right now. I like Adobe. I think you want to buy the best names, and Adobe would be one of those. So to look forward to next week, Adobe, Apple. Apple takes out highs, by the way, on that Worldwide Developer Conference. So I think, were you a Tesla or an Apple? You were Tesla too. You were Apple, so Ramin will win again on that one. All right, what was a pretty red day. Thank you so much for joining us. We do have to do roll call though, so let's do that right now to see who stayed late with us. Over 2,000 still. I got to say thank you so much for that. That means a lot. As we'll discuss a little bit of earnings heading into next week, we'll do the roll call. And I just want to say thank you for sure to Bears versus Bulls, man. I can imagine that was probably a little crazy while we did have GameStop going today and Roaring Kitty. So thank you to Bears versus Bulls. I know that's tough to watch different streams and get the vibe. So thank you so much for that. But who's here right now is all that we really care about. CompuCare, thank you so much for staying with us. NYSE Urbanista. Great name right there. Sadly, I've seen it happen to other stocks. Yeah, look, I mean, some of these stocks will eventually get rained on, and GME, let's wait to see what happens. Maybe we'll get some more color into the plan there heading into next week. Again, surprise drop of earnings today, plus the 75 million offering. That was a problem for GameStop. So you got to think about technicals sometimes, not just the meme aspect, but I still don't think GameStop is dead. I think it rises again next week. So we'll wait to see if that was there. Today was wild, says Bears vs. Bulls. Shout out to that guy. Anthony Kerr, hey, you're welcome, man. Thank you to everything that I do. Thank you for being here. I mean, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you. So let's leave it at that. Neil Roberts was. Ike Anderson, someone's phoning me right now. Looks like Jerome got my personal number. Wow. Okay. Shadow Market. What's up to Jim? Hugh is here as well. Jam Cloy's here. Daniel, Sebastian. He's always here. Thank you so much, Sebastian, for the support. Bristol's here. Bigley Down Under. Yeah, they did crash their own stock today. That is right. And that's why you have to look forward to reasons why stocks are going down, not just always hodling things. The Piper, you're welcome. Thank you to Bears vs. Bulls as well. Scott Molnar says, Sean, with your energy, you don't need anyone. Thank you for that. I mean, look what we've achieved in the last 3 years. I mean, I agree. I mean, that's why we're here, you know. But I guess I was actually debating this. You guys let me know. I think Neil does a fantastic job. So what I was thinking about doing is maybe into the summer, we just split it up. In the summer so we can both enjoy the summer, get home earlier, but still make sure that this recap show bumps for you. So, you know, Neil's awesome. I'll be here as well. We'll divide it up heading into next week and so on and so forth. But I do appreciate it, man. We've been doing this solo now for almost a year. So it's been really good. We've had Adara join us here on the after show, and that's been great as well as she takes a vacay. Real traders, or not just real traders, traders say like, oh, hey, Adara, you just saw that there. She's been great. Thank you. Thank you to Ramin. Oh, there she is. Hey, Ramin. There we go. There's my partner in crime. So thanks to Ramin. Looking great there in the spot as we are late, but we're not going to be late for too much longer. So I want to say thank you to everybody. We see Happy Friday. So Happy Friday to you and everybody else. Ramin, you got any plans? A lot. There's a lot happening, and there should be a lot happening right now. The weather is frightful right now, but it will be delightful this weekend. So make sure, hit up some patios, spend some time with your loved ones, that's for sure, and enjoy every moment that you have, because no matter what happened today, there's always tomorrow, and be thankful for that. I'll see everybody on Monday, voice pending. See you then. Ciao. Have a great weekend. Thanks, everybody.